So guys, I want to try to save the skunk. The skunk has a bottle on her head, but I can't seem to get it off. She keeps jumping every time I try to get it off. Hold on. So guys, I want to try to save the skunk. The skunk has a bottle on her head, but I can't seem to get it off. She keeps jumping every time I try to get it off. Hold on. All right, people, what's going on? Good morning. Share the smoke one with y'all real quick. So New Grew's got handle of the panel. Give it some time for people to get in here, guys. I want to see if Nude could let him up. Nude, if oh nice, thank you, Nude. All right, Nude's got control. Perfect, thanks, brother. Graham, what's going on?
How you doing? How you doing?
Good,
You
good.
good?
All right. Finally figured it out. Fuck. So I could give more than one person control of the panel too as well. Which that's pretty sick, no? So I could have like 3-4 people controlling one panel.
Yeah, give that power to Slow definitely as one nude.
Yeah, because when slow can't do it, then I have one of you guys that could do it. You know, which is pretty cool, man.
Especially when you go AWOL.
Yeah, because yo, when you have a family, you're married with kids, bro.
Oh yeah.
When they demand something, man, you have to jump and do a backflip and do it. You know.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
That's how I've been, and that's how I am. So
it's nice that you're a man that, yeah, does what he needs to do, and instead of like neglecting your family. So, yeah, mass respect for that.
Yeah, no, I'm not a perfect person, but you know what? I do
Who
what I
is?
can.
Who is?
We gotta do what we can, right?
No, I'm a very understanding man. I'm a very patient man. So, I know it is, you know, it is. When the wife comes calling or the children come screaming, you're like, well, everything else has to be put on hold.
Everything's got to drop. Don't matter what it is. You got to drop everything and get to it.
No, totally respect that.
And that's most men don't do that, you know, and that's why they don't last in their relationships. You know the saying, happy wife, happy life.
Yeah. Happy women, happy village. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Excuse me.
Plus 5 people in here. Nobody's talking, guys. What's going on?
Nude on mute. That did make me laugh though. Greyhound and nude girl. I pissed myself laughing at that.
Well, now I know who Fruity is. I didn't know for the longest time who Fruity was. Now I know who it is. I thought it was 5Dan.
Now I remember the first time Guru done a live, Fruity turned up in comments, and Five Dan was just constantly like, "Who's this fruity? Who's this fruity?" And I come to the conclusion it was like, well, it's probably someone like Guru Mrs. or something. She's just come out of the blue. So, but yeah, Dan wanted to interrogate her. Who are you? Where you from?
What the fuck?
And I'm just wanting to get on with the life. But yeah, Fruity's totally cool. She's posted a few things
I
on chat.
I see that he was he's not on the chat anymore. Somebody
Me?
removed him from the chat.
Oh, five. Oh, that was Dan removed his old name. So
What was his old name?
5D. So for fuck's sake, Dan or whatever his name that he's now removed 5D transparency from the chat. So he had two names. So
Oh,
he
see, I
just
didn't even
dropped it
know
down
that.
to one.
Okay, that was him trolling us. Okay, fucking
I'm
Dan.
sure it's something like for fuck's sake, Dan, or something like that. I can't remember exactly.
How was your day at work, brother, today? Did you work today? It's Saturday, actually.
Yeah, should be a day off. And
Did
no
you work
work.
today or no?
No, I pretty much slept through it. I pushed myself till about 4 o'clock in the morning last night, and I had some sleep to catch up with.
What the fuck did you do till 4 in the morning, brother?
Uh, watching all sorts of stuff. Just yeah,
Watch
it's
porn all
never
fucking
anything
night, eh?
exciting.
Porn kept you up all night. Porn kept you up all night. That's what's up.
No. Do you know? Hand on heart, mate. I haven't watched that crap in such a long time. I'm sort of like at that point in my age where it's just like been there, done that. After you've seen a couple of boobs, they all look the same. Yeah, yeah. It's like chatting with one guy at work who's like constantly, he's still a young 25-year-old, and I'm like, mate, when you get to my age, a day will come and you'll be like, I'm even bored doing this. You know what I mean? Like, rubbing one out. Then you're old.
Yeah, you get
He's
sick
like,
of it.
really? Did that day actually come? Because I can't stop playing with mine. And I was like, dude, that day will come when you look at
Oh
it
yeah,
and you think, I'm getting bored with you. There's
it
more
comes for
important
everybody.
things to do.
Yeah, it comes for everybody, man.
Uh,
Everybody has their time. That's what they say.
yeah, I'm more interested in the craziness of the world, the things I don't know that goes on in the world, and that's the stuff that excites me. Seeing things I've never seen before or don't understand. Yeah,
What's
things that wow me.
Did you watch my last live stream? Though? What's your take on auditors snitching and working for the
Oh, I'm
cops?
with you. Oh, I'm totally with you.
Okay.
I was just sort of thinking of the general man, where they're hunting some kind of paedophile or stuff. There's that little, let's say 1%, that little small grey area where, sometimes you do have to point out a fucking wrong un, but no, I agree with you, totally agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. I just thought I was wrong, man. I just thought that uh, the hood brainwashed me or something. I thought that 2021, it's all right, guys. Everybody's allowed to talk to cops, and snitching is legal. You're good to go. That's what I thought. I don't know. I thought I missed a year or two. You know.
Yeah, sorry, I was just reading a comment from Nude Epic. You should post the StreamYard link, stick it in both YouTubes. It's in neither.
Oh,
Ah,
really?
right.
Hold on. Let me do that right now. I might fall off though, Graham, but I'll do that right now.
No worries, man. I'll hang on. No worries. Oh yes, Slow burners grocery shopping. Oh yeah, there's a StreamYard link. So Epic's doing that. Definitely need elevator music for times like this. Yeah, he's done that.
All right, it should be there now.
Yeah, it's both popped up.
All right. Yeah, I know. I when I go to my brand, I found out. See, I uploaded this. You know, instead of the countdown when you start.
Yeah.
Well, I got this. This was just a tryout to see if it would work. I got this. So guys, I want to try to save the skunk. The skunk has a bottle on her head. Cool. So but now I gotta figure out how to do like a channel. It's jumping every time I try to get it off. Hold on.
I
was able to get it off though.
Sweet.
Yeah, it was full of the bottle was full of condensation in it, you know. So this has been in there for a while, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. It was probably at a point where it was slowly killing itself by the methane.
Yo, it was one of those days where it was fucking hot, bro.
Oh.
Really hot. And she was on the road too, so I figured, fuck off. Might take a chance of getting sprayed, but bro, why not?
Yeah, I'd take that chance. I got a thing for skunks. I think they're really cute. I saw a, typical YouTube video of a mother skunk with 3 baby skunks, and some cyclist was recording it, and they were actually wanted the interaction with the cyclist. It was really weird, where everyone thinks like, "Oh, skunk, it's going to spray me," but
yeah,
she was showing off her babies.
Yeah, it's not really their intentions to spray all the time, You know that?
And I think they're cute anyway. I've got a thing for the African honey badger. Those things are like completely fearless. So they kind of remind me of an African honey badger. They're fucking mental. Absolutely mental, those creatures, if you've seen them.
So, I heard London has some serious like honey up there. You could get some honey that will get you like fucking high as fuck.
I've heard of the what's that honey that those Indians get? But
yeah, but you get high. It's like a natural. It's like you drink a 2-4 or you drink a 12 yourself. You know.
I've not come across that.
Yeah, fuck, I would love to try that, bro.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it as well. Yeah.
That'd be insane.
Yeah, because I remember seeing the ones with the Indian guys that go to great lengths to climb, mountains and stuff to get this stuff, because the pollen that the bees use make them trip out of the honey. But that's quite interesting.
I think that's the same video. Wasn't it in Australia?
I can't remember where it was. I can't remember.
They had a
I just remember that these guys went to great lengths to get it. Yeah. Yeah, climbing mountain walls, and plus it's got to be dangerous, you know what I mean? Annoying a whole bloody, swarm of bees. Such that, even if they don't sting, having all them round your face and stuff would just freak you out.
You can't be scared of being stung, though, that's for sure. You'll be flying off real quick.
Oh, God, yeah. And how many people like us are completely scared of bees? When a wasp or a bee gets close to them, everyone just freaks out.
Yeah.
And it's like, chill, they'll sting you.
Yeah, don't start waving and trying to hit it because that's when it is when it's stinging. But if
Yeah.
you sit there and you just push it away, it won't even like it'll just keep going on its way, you know?
The worst time I came across a wasp, I was having a dump on the toilet, and this wasp must have been aggravated by the light bulb. It must have like got into the ceiling part of the lowered ceiling where the
Yeah.
lights was, and it landed between my legs and was just constantly stinging the floor like it was just really aggy. And I'm just trying to sit there calmly with my pants around my ankles, taking my poo, just thinking, please don't sting me, please don't sting me. I'm completely vulnerable at this moment.
I was I was just a young kid at the time and I was swinging on a swinger. I was playing in a park or something like that. And somehow, some way the bee got up my fucking shorts and stung me like
Ooh,
right on the side of the leg, you know? Oh my
ooh,
god. Bro.
yeah. Oh, and how tender is that skin and that? Oh,
Very tender and trust
oh,
me,
I've seen
I'd
people
rather get
having
stung in the
tattoos
face.
there, so yeah.
Fuck that shit. That was stinging, bro. I was lucky it didn't get me on you know,
Yeah, yeah.
then I
Ended
would
up with
scream.
three. Why have you got three balls? One of them's a
Fucking blue
beetle.
ball. Well, one time I was in. It made me think of this. This conversation right here made me thought of this. One time I was doing. I think it was a year and a half or a year and 8 months. I was doing in jail,
Mm.
and we're all in the shower. And then when fuck, I don't know. It's, for a second, this guy comes out and like, everybody, check this out. He shows everybody his balls, right? But
Yeah.
let me tell you, Graham, one of his balls were um bigger than his fucking head. It looked like the thing was about to blow up, man. Oh my god. Imagine the pain this guy was in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, having a swollen testicle the size of your head.
Oh yeah, it was
Oh,
huge. It was that big, man. Like it was
oh,
bad. That was bad. I don't wish that upon anybody,
oh.
to be honest with you. Not even my worst enemy, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, split time. Slow burner's gonna be here soon. Nude Guru, he's just staying quiet in his corner. His wife's sleeping, I think.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
winter's around the corner for us.
Oh,
What about you guys?
yeah, yeah. It's cold in the morning and cold at night. Yeah.
You guys get snow up there?
We had a little bit of snow last year, but we don't get the snow. It used to be your typical summer and your typical winter. You'd get a few inches of snow each year, but it's sort of like in January, February. But for the longest time, I've not experienced that since a boy. But we
Yeah.
get the occasional flurry of snow. We had one snowfall that was literally in the start of spring a few years back, and that fucked up my crops. I mean, I just pretty much seeded all my soil with everything. And then the snow came down, and it was like, what the fuck? It's fucking April. It should be snowing. So that ruined my crops for that year. But I mean, I ended up growing some stuff, but it just set everything back. But I don't trust the weather. Not with all the research I've done. I mean, you just look at the weather; it's just not right. Doesn't seem to act as how it used to be. It's everything's to the extreme. I mean, even you guys' tornadoes and that are just getting worse and worse. And especially seeing the one that was primed, ready to hit when 9/11 happened. I don't know if that was set for them to. I don't know what that was for, but there was a storm outside New York in the Atlantic, and then when 9/11, I suppose, was successful and they didn't need it, it done a right angle and then went up north. And it was just like, how the fuck does this storm stop, hang around for a while, and then decide to go north? Just like it's under some kind of remote control.
Control. Yeah,
So
it's
I found
under
that
extreme
quite
control.
interesting. So after finding other, weather sort of things that they've done, and they can do things with the weather with lasers. So I'm just Yeah, I just think they just have everything under control. They're just trying to be like, like God to a certain
100,
degree. Yeah,
100%. The fucking weather is fully controlled.
yeah. I mean,
Um,
I was sold when I saw it on Top Gear. I was like, well, they're showing you on Top Gear, then I mean, well, that's like a mainstream TV, for blokes, for motor cars and stuff like that. Millions of people watch that show, and they blatantly told you that, this machine here creates a cloud that can, make it rain in Florida, which is, certain miles away. But, you know, I mean, they've
you
been
know,
doing it since the 60s with the Vietnam War.
it's weird that you mentioned 9/11 because I was watching a documentary on it, and the lies they put in that fucking movie, in that
Oh,
documentary,
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
disgusting, bro.
That's why it annoys me when people actually comment more or say things out of a film than the actual history of, and it's like, nah, no, you're just repeating what they've put that's fake. Yeah. I don't So many people take movies as like history, and it's like, no, they've just twisted it. It's
Yeah, yeah,
their version. But yeah, I've seen a few sort of so-called, this is on true story or something, and there's always some kind of Hollywood twist to it or some
well,
agenda put in.
Graham, I don't know nothing demolition. I don't know anything in that, and I know for a fact when you build a building, especially a building that high, okay,
Mm. It
um,
fell into its own footprint. Yeah, that's
like
a demolition.
come on,
And
it does not take a
and
12th grade. It
ammunition
doesn't it doesn't
struck.
it doesn't take yeah, it doesn't take a college degree to understand that this building did not fall because of an airplane.
It'd
You
be
know,
whack. If you think about, let's say, in terms of something hit something on one side, technically it would have a slight fall to the opposite side because of the impact.
or
So it
something.
falling straight down made me think, nah, that's bollocks. I've seen
Mhm.
enough demolition things as a kid, watching things on TV and stuff where they we used to have a load of chimneys that had
Yeah,
been taken down in the 80s and 90s that were for like mining companies and that. Um, so I've watched a lot of things where people have done a lot of demolition on old council estate buildings, big high rise flats and stuff, where they've taken them down. And yeah, it was the same thing. Even witnesses like firefighters and people were saying you could hear boom, 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 boom. And
yeah.
yeah, and then you've
Every
even
single
got them
time.
angled cuts that you see the steel and it's been cut. What do they say they use? Thermite or something. And then they were
Yeah,
saying that you could see film footage of pieces of paper flying around, and nothing of that was going on fire. But cars in the surrounding car parks, they were all going up in flames. But this stuff apparently causes metal to pretty much melt. But yeah, and they said there was like a lake of lava floating around as well underneath where the towers had fell. But yeah, just nothing about that sat right. Even, I mean, I saw it live. I remember where I was, what I was doing, and everything. It was on the news. I watched it all afternoon. I had to meet a friend who worked as in a restaurant as a waiter in an Italian restaurant, and I'm sitting there in the bar, and I, of course, open my gob and goes, "Well, it wouldn't surprise me if it was America attacking itself to start a war." And then a few people looked at me, and my friend looked at me, and I went, "Well, it's not like it's not happened in the past." And then, said things like the what the Germans did with the Reichstag, where they attacked their own bank and blamed it on Russia, and and a few other things. There was one with I think it was something to do with the American and the Spanish. But that's like going back to like when ships were all wood and stuff. But I can't remember. But yeah, I knew about false flag operations. I had a thing for, like, I used to like watching things to do about the First World War and the Second World War and anything to do with war as well. So, tactics and stuff like that. I knew that the British had used inflatable tanks, like things that look like a death machine, but actually you could pop it with a pin. So from the air, the Germans are taking photographs of what they think are trucks or tanks, and they're not. They're just either, if they're trucks, they're really tanks, but they've got a structure of a truck over the tank, and the tanks are just fake. And yeah, so false maneuvers, so the enemy think that you're going here when you're really going there. You know, having a
Yeah.
little look through Sun Tzu's Art of War. You got to make your enemy think. If you're close to the enemy, you have to make the enemy think you're far away, and nice little tactics to, yeah. So you end up winning.
So,
You
so
pick your battle ground.
what do you think about um, what do you think about this story? What is your thoughts about a plane hitting a building? How, even if it would have happened, okay? Let's say it did happen. Okay, the plane
Mhm.
actually hit the towers, and whatever, it was an accident, or the whatever, the plane was hijacked, whatever the
Yeah,
scene was, right?
yeah. We've had a plane
A
hit a tower.
plane
Yeah,
a plane would disintegrate. The plane would not. A plane is made out of practically paper, very
yeah.
thin.
It's like slamming an empty aluminium Coke can against your
Yeah,
bedroom wall. What
yes,
happens? It just
exactly,
crushes. And
exactly.
what was
So
those
a
buildings
plane
made
hitting
from? Concrete and steel. So yeah.
exactly. So a plane hitting a big plane. It's a big airline, right? Hit the
Mm,
building. The building went right through the brick wall, like broke right through brick walls, because the way the building was made, there was windows, but there was also big brick things in between the windows, right?
that's
And
right.
each
Yeah,
floor, right?
yeah.
So
I've
how did
I've
the
seen the
plane?
documentary where the gentleman the architecture that created the towers even says it could withstand 3 plane hits and
Oh
hold
yeah.
the weight of 3 planes.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, yeah, it would have been ripped to shreds. Even you had the bit where, I mean, I think they fucked up, but the front end of the plane comes out. It's obviously the second plane that hits. You see the nose of the plane comes out. There's no dent on it. And you think, well, if this plane's just flown through this building, surely there would be maybe a cracked window and a slight dent to the front of the plane. But then all of a sudden they cut the feed at that very moment as well. So when people say things like, could it have been like a hologram or something like that, some kind of TV trickery, let's say, then I can believe that. I've seen some very, very strange things with that may even make me think that I don't even think planes were used, because the majority of people saw it on television.
Yeah, yeah. But let's say even if it was a plane, let's say it was a plane. All right, let's just use it. We all know it wasn't. All right, but let's say it was. All right. So the plane hit the building. The plane is sitting on that floor where the building went through. Right.
Yeah,
So how is the building collapsing floor by floor by floor by floor?
yeah,
Okay, it makes no sense. A plane is not even that heavy. A building could withstand 10, 15 planes on that one floor, and the building would still hold itself, you know.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, you
so,
even on that day had that crisis actor. I think they call him the Harley Davidson man. I think he was called, where they
okay.
interviewed a certain gentleman, and he was all cheeky and smiley and very confident with him, sort of knowing how those buildings had come down. And it was like, man, this is the fucking actor, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
to sort of implant the suggestion of like, oh yeah, well that's how the buildings collapsed because structural integrity and and yeah, yeah, they're very
So
clever.
a lot of people jumped on right away as soon as they heard it was a plane. They're like, okay, well, if the plane didn't take down the building, then the jet fuel took down the building, because jet fuel burns at 1200 degrees. Celsius, and that's hot enough to melt one of those beams. Okay, so the
Yeah.
plane, yes, okay, the jet fuel probably was hot enough to burn one of those beams, but doesn't it's not hot enough to burn all the beams in the goddamn building for the building to drop floor by floor by floor by floor.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta realize building a high rise, they gotta build that shit so fucking strong that it could withstand any wind, any type of weather. Like it can't have a thunderstorm and the thing tips
Mm,
over. You know, it's got to be built
yeah. I mean,
solid.
these buildings were huge.
Yeah,
Yeah, they weren't
exactly.
tiny little skinny things. They were, I mean, God knows
Huge.
how many football pitches you could probably fit in there, but they were massive. Yeah, their
Yeah,
actual footprint was massive. So, I mean, like we say, it fitted in the whole bloody jetliner within it, not a problem. So, I mean, that alone, all that's reinforced steel, concrete. I mean, when the guy was explaining how he made it, I mean, there's like a structure within a structure within a structure to make it super strong. But it's it's when you get into the weirdness of it, like the occult stuff, the amount of numbers that match. I mean, that alone. I mean, I was talking to a gentleman on a live, and he was talking about 9/11 because of the 20 years anniversary, and he's ex-military. He's pissed off what he's seeing in the news with what's going on in Afghanistan. I'm pointing out the little oddities in it, like, yeah, it's funny 20 years later, everything's gone to shit. And this US plane turns up with 1109 written on the fucking side of it. It's like they're fucking mocking you. But
like right. It's like exactly. They're mocking us right in our face. Like,
but the
how
numbers
can
on that day that match like the I mean the buildings are two massive great big 11s, you know what I mean? So that's interesting enough. One's male, one's female. And what have you got now? You've got a building that's now it's has now become one. So if you think of the masculine and the feminine, and you think what we see on TV, you get a lot of people that are now he she's, and everything's sort of following this. It's a Luciferian agenda. Once you sort of understand what this Lucifer is, it's a he she. So
yeah, and it was said. It was said in The
yeah,
Simpsons too, Graham. It was
it's the
announced in The
Kabbalah. It's
Simpsons.
when you study the Kabbalah. That's all
Yeah.
about a mixture of the masculine and the feminine.
Did you ever watch that episode, The Simpsons, 10 years before the towers collapsed? The Simpsons called it out, and
Is that the one
they
when
even
Bart
they,
flashes
they
money and
they
it's got
even went as
9/11?
far they even went as far as getting into great detail, saying that all the big heads, all the big heads in that building were all gone. They were all
Yeah,
they all called in sick that day.
yeah,
So there was
yeah. They're
only
probably
the smaller people,
those in
the
those
people that
buildings.
are lower on the ladder.
Yeah, yeah. Even the day before, there, I can't remember Cheney or someone. I don't know if it was Cheney. Oh, I can't think of the guy's name. Some up there dude was saying that they can't account for 2.3 billion or trillion of US dollars that have just gone missing. And then the next day, those towers go down, and think of the amount of funding and well, that's forgotten now. About those
Yeah.
trillions. I'm sure it was 2.3 or 2.8 trillion US dollars have just disappeared. But yeah, yeah, they're just a bunch of sneaky thieves, and unfortunately, they were running things and in control of the
Exactly.
book, and
Even 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 people that lost their lives that day. Okay, even people like family members that lost their lives, they still to this day don't believe
yeah,
on conspiracy on what happened here. Now check
yeah,
this out. There's another theory here that I want to bring up. All right. Yes, I understand there's about 50, 60 people. Let's say
rum
100 people.
so.
Let's
Thank
say
you.
100 people. Let's say 100 people on that plane. Okay. Would you rather take out the plane in midair, blow it the fuck up to trillions of pieces?
Well, they
Or,
were up there for an hour unmolested. And you,
exactly.
the
Or
Americans have like got the thing where if a plane goes off fucking, offline where it's supposed to be going for a minute, jets are sent up and all sorts. It's happened in the past, they're up within a minute. But
yes,
this day, no, let them fly around for an hour, you know. Let
yeah,
them get
yeah.
on
It
target.
was really stupid. It
Yeah.
was really fucking stupid. If a missile flies into our dome, we have like a dome. Like Canada has a dome, the United States has a dome over us. All right, those are domes to
Your
see.
protected
If somebody,
airspace. Yeah.
yeah, if somebody sends a rocket and it goes through that line,
Yeah.
automatically there's things that fly and fucking blow it the fuck up. You know.
Mm. Mm.
So why didn't they do that with that fucking plane?
Yeah.
You rather kill thousands upon thousands of people down there on the ground, or you rather kill 100 people? Take the 100 people out. Simple
Yeah.
as that.
Well, there's certainly ways of,
You know,
uh, you know, uh,
simple.
it's, it's,
They're tough
it's yeah.
calls.
Mm.
They're tough calls to make. I understand that. There's probably kids on that plane. There's probably that. But if you realize the bigger disaster it's going to make down there and kill thousands of people because it was right in New York City. There was thousands of people walking on the streets, not yet alone. We didn't count the people in the building. Still to this day, the number of people that were in that building is still unaccounted for. So
Yeah.
really, we don't really know that how many people we lost in that accident. Let me
Yeah.
shout out everybody in the chat real quick.
People died from the
Cop
effects of
Block,
it.
Cop Block Hot Spring, how's it going, brother? Thanks for coming in, appreciate it. Much love. Suspect Puma, how you doing? News Now Preston, and Myron's in the house. Myron, how you doing? How you doing? Come on up, guys. Don't be scared. Come on up. Preston, come up. You too, Myron. Myron's probably live actually.
Yeah, Myron's been killing it on the lives. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
always on when I'm just literally still at work. So I come back and he's always pretty much either finishing his live or finished. So, but it's good to see him still going.
yeah. Well, Myron, he's alone, right? I
Yeah,
don't
he
think he has.
suffers a lot of pain, doesn't he? So,
I don't think he has family that's close to him. So YouTube is keeping
yeah,
keeping
yeah.
him. How do you say that?
In
Interaction.
contact with the outside world. Yeah, he's got people that care and talk to that he can speak to, and yeah,
Exactly, especially with COVID, everything's locked down, it's hard on people to be alone, right? So let's see what Cop Block Hot Spring says. It says here anything to ask the people.
Hmm.
I can't really read it.
Yeah.
Can you read it, Graham? My screen's
Yeah.
broken.
Anybody think to ask the people on the plane if they want to be shot down? Let's roll. BS and all.
Yeah, yeah, make a phone call. This is how dumb our government is. You're right, Cop Block. Let's call the plane and ask the people on the plane, can we blow you up? What the fuck do you think they're gonna say? No, obviously, you know. Fuck, man. And you know what? By safety, I think every passenger they have on the airline, there should be, um, what are they called when you jump out of a plane? Parachutes. There should be a parachute for each person
Mm,
attached to the seat or whatever it is, attached to the seat, ready to jump out. You
I'd be
know,
a
you
lot
know,
happier with that. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, but
When you
you're an
really
airline.
understand the aeroplane, the little plastic thing that you read, like do this in an emergency, this falls from the ceiling, and put your head between your ass to kiss your ass goodbye. That kind of crap. Well, the oxygen's there. When you breathe in oxygen, you don't give a flying fuck what's going to happen to you because you're high off the oxygen. It gives you like an euphoric sort of feeling for your body. So, the care of dying, is not in your mind anymore. And then when you put your head between your legs, well, if you crash, you're instantly dead because you've broken your back.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
kind of a way, it's a quick and easy way of sort of killing you off. There's no like, air cushions, or like you say, a parachute would be nice at least. At least you can
Yep.
think, fuck it, I'll jump out now. But
It would save lives. Like I don't get why. I'm pretty sure if you own your
it's the
own
safest way
airplane,
to travel, they say, and you know, it's a lot safer than driving.
yo, Graham, if I had my if I owned the airplane, okay, and I was
Epic
having
Airlines.
passenger on board, I would have my own parachutes on board. With the people that I have on board, they have their own parachutes as well.
Hmm.
You know, it's safety, right? Even if you don't know how to control the parachute, yeah, you might die on the way down, but at least you tried.
I'm sure there's some app you could probably attach to the parachute that would be on the parachute, you know, that, you know. I mean, with today's technology, that parachute could land you back in your living room on your comfortable sofa. It's that good. Like, oh, sweet, I've landed back home.
Right on top of your house, you know? No, but
I've said that with homeless, and I've seen that with people where they've said, you know, comic comedians have said, like, you know, with today's technology, you know, you'd think the homeless would have like bananas and fruit and food packages literally fired into their mouths, you know, with the technology. But we'd rather use that technology to, you know, fire missiles and bullets, you know, through windows, and it can kill people. And it's
that's
yeah,
another thing I would like to talk about homeless. You know, there's so many
yeah,
well-off uh, cooperations out there, the businesses that are in the trillions of dollars. All right, if one every one of those businesses would have to pay taxes. Let's say a small tax that they could pay, so pay off somebody's rent. You know, pay this person's rent. He's a homeless, you know, or you know, help him out. You know, we would have no homeless people.
yeah. There's no homeless people in tribes and stuff. But sorry, I'm Hot Springs' comment is hilarious with the parachute. Who packed your chute? Some kid in a sweat factory. uh,
Kids in the swear factory.
no, we don't promote that kind of parachuteness. Packed by professionals. Uh,
Leaving a thumbs up on my way through. Okay, Myron, thank you. But if you want to come up and chill, you can come up, brother. Open panel. Is there a lot of people live right now, or what's going on?
yeah, probably.
It's been dead the last past couple days.
It's always I've always got someone to watch. I can't think of their names right now. There's one gentleman that's in the cop watching community. I can't remember his name. He symbols the earth, and it's got the anchor next to it and something. But he was doing his church. He was being like a preacher and behaving and playing the role of a preacher, and going through things like law and ethics and stuff like that, which I thought was quite funny. I can't think of his name. I got so many new subscribers because of like meeting you guys, and you know, crikey, if you're cop watching, you know, I'm always supporting. You know, like you say, if I can't watch your stuff, I'll always subscribe. So
Yeah,
I'm
always
always
support
doing,
no
you
matter
know,
what.
things coming up, and you know, now I've got so many. Half the time, I don't even realize who I'm watching. So
Yeah, I always
mm,
said that too, man. You know, even if you don't like the guy, you don't like the way he audits or cop watches, send him a subscribe anyways. You know, just
yeah,
show the
yeah.
support. The guy still has
I
balls to
even
get out
I
there.
even subscribe to the people like myself that support, you know, that haven't even got a channel. It's like, yeah, I'll still subscribe. You know, it doesn't hurt.
Hell
You
yeah.
know, I haven't got a channel, but since I've been sort of, you know, doing this, all of a sudden I've got like 25 subscribers. So I made sure my things all open. So if anyone wants to look for my likes, they're welcome to. But yeah,
What I'm gonna do, with when my conditions, when I deal with my courts there, when I go to court in 2022, all the videos on my channel they're gonna be deleted. I'm gonna delete them all because I still have the old channel with all those videos on it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clean out this channel completely, and then have a new way of cop watching and auditing. You know, when I first
Mhm.
started, I was rude and I would get mad very fucking fast at them. You know, um, like I would say shit that I shouldn't be saying.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this the channel now, United We Stand. I'm gonna use that um, to change the way I do it. So I'm gonna do it a totally different way. I'm gonna have more respect. For my anger, I'm gonna have to work on that. You know, especially with cops, I'm gonna have to work on that. But I'm gonna get it, and I'm gonna be a lot more respectful, but more direct. So I'm gonna be more rude, but professionally rude. You know, instead of being gangster rude, I'll be professional rude.
Mm. Yeah,
You know,
there's ways of politely and just using the right words to set up police to make them look stupid. So
that's right.
you set them up into traps. I mean, one
Hmm.
gentleman was showing a way which I kind of like, where you basically get the cop to voice out that who he's addressing right now is a man. So when it gets to things like statutes and acts and legislation, that doesn't comply to a man. That complies to persons. But it's one thing I've noticed with the Americans and the Canadians. They call themselves persons too much, and it's one of those little trick words of don't class you something. Once you know the definition of a person, you have a person. But
Exactly.
it's like that thing, like, is this you? And it's like, no, that's not my name. Or even down to a point of, if they even hold up a picture of you and ask, is this you? No, it's not you. What you're showing me is an image of me, but it's not you. They do little fancy tricks like that to make you, I don't know, look stupid or don't even know who you are to a degree.
Yeah, and that's why you gotta act as stupid as them.
But
You know what I mean?
it's
You should watch this.
a chess game of knowledge, really, and knowing who you are, and yeah, I mean, they try and use that legalese on you, even to a point which I first discovered was the word understand, when they say, "Do you understand?" And what the policeman's saying is, "Do you understand? Do you stand under my authority?" And then you go, "Yeah, I understand," and well, then you're doing cuffs, and yeah, yeah. I mean, even with bailiffs and stuff like that, and that I've been learning, even down to like the TV license in England, it's all unlawful, and what they're doing is fucking against the law. They shouldn't even be fucking coming to your door, you know, let alone paying for this bullshit. I mean, I even point out to my parents, but they still, oh, I must watch my BBC News, and little old me comes round for a cup of tea and dinner, and I'm like going, well, Mum, you do realise there's a statue outside the BBC of a naked child with a man behind that naked child, and that statue was actually made by a known paedophile. It was like, well, come on, you know about Jimmy Savile and all the other known paedophiles that have come out of this corporation, but you still got to watch your news from it. It's just bizarre. People just can't seem to, snap out of it, or drop something that they've been watching. I mean, I was a heavy hip hop. I used to love rap and hip hop, and knowing all the stuff I know now, I look at even like the front covers, and think back of all the things they were even chanting and saying, and I was just like, man, that fucked me up. My vocabulary is really poor. To a point. I even started. You could have most kids start calling women bitches and all sorts, and it's just like, what the fuck? And you start ended up just becoming, you know, the worst kind of you that can happen because of the influence of what you're seeing and hearing. You got to be gangster. Do you know what I mean? This is what must be a man must be like. I must behave like this. And
Hmm.
then you end up falling into this trap, and before you know, you're either dead or you're in prison. And the little traps that they've set up for us. Apparently, there was a big meeting with corporates when hip hop exploded, and it was to change hip hop into gangster rap to basically make the industrial prison, loads of money, where there wasn't these prisons before, and now all of a sudden they're packed out with kids that have, unfortunately
Doing
started
gangster
gang
shit.
banging and stuff. So,
Yeah.
and even to a point that, the gangs and the gang bangers were a very small, majority, and they just exploded as well. I had a thing for, because of the hip hop. I mean, I've read books on the Crips and the Bloods and stuff like that, and I'm trying to understand this gangster lifestyle. And I've come to the conclusion that even that got infiltrated. The Crips weren't even fucking blue at one point. They just were just a bunch of kids defending themselves with bullies, and they just wore black leather jackets. And
Well, the Crips. Let me tell you a story about the Crips and Blood. It started in the U.S. Okay. Um, they it was a racial thing against the cops. It started
yeah,
because of the
yeah,
cops.
yeah, yeah.
It's
Neighborhood
just like
kids
here
banding
too.
together to protect themselves. Yeah.
We have LBC Crips. Okay, it's the same story here. We have LBC Crips here in Ottawa.
Mm,
So what it is that there was so many black people in this neighborhood, and they were always hanging around together. All right, and then something happened with a cop that beat or even killed a man of color, which happened multiple times before that. So what happened is that they ganged up even more,
yeah.
and then they would fuck with the cops on a payback level. So then they started calling them, all right, you guys are LBC Crips, you guys are colored as gang members. And from there on, the name LBC, Ledbury Crips, um, was named after the cops, so the cops could get a bigger um, um, money, so they could go after them more. A bigger how do you call that? Well, when they ask money to go do for money for to go do a big investigation. Well, that's what they wanted. That's what started it. So the cops named Crips the Crips, same as the states as well. The cops labeled them as gang members, but when I never believed in gangs, never. Like
Yeah.
even me and my friends when we were kids, we used to be a bunch of white guys, always just chilling on corners and chilling on the main street where a bunch of
Yeah.
crack is being sold, and
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
started labeling us as a gang member. They labeled us as the A team. And the A team back in
Cool.
the day was fucked up. They turned us into known as gang members, but we were never gang members. We didn't care about gangs. We didn't give a fuck
Yeah.
about that shit, you know.
Yeah. You're just a
And
local kid just hanging out. Yeah.
yeah, still to this day, there was never no gang. There's still no gang. The cops made it as look like a gang. It's fucked up.
Yeah. Terrorists, man. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I call them. They're just mercenaries now.
Yeah,
Did you see? I think it was today, or she might have posted them yesterday. Just say no. She got manhandled by some security in one of her videos because she wasn't wearing a mask. And
yeah. The
yeah,
cops broke her leg.
no, no, it was it looked like it was very recent, like in the last couple of days. She was filming it off her phone. I think it sounded like she had a live going, but I don't think it was the original breaking of her leg video. I mean, I could be completely wrong because I don't know if she actually filmed that event, but I think she was out shopping again or walking through a mall, and I think she had like two or three security, and yeah, it got to a point where the video stops where they're like grabbing her and grabbing her phone. But I got total respect for that lady for the balls. She really, goes out there and, but I think I should have left. It's like if she, where I've been watching people where they've been showing me how to write notices and affidavits, and actually, you know, knowing how to use the system to actually fucking, you know, sue these motherfuckers, and not just the number of the fucking costume that they're wearing, to actually sue the man in that costume. So yeah, it's like, you know, find out them who's your name, identification, and yeah, serve these people papers.
She's been putting in a lot of work. I should start sharing the videos,
Yeah,
helping with the channel, because she's been out there. She's been going to every fucking protest. I was
yeah,
supposed to go
yeah,
yesterday at 6, but I didn't end up going. Fuck.
yeah. No, every time she comes in, I'm just, you know, I'm like hands together. You know, God, Francine, yeah, you know, if everybody else was following in your shoes, it would have been fucking dealt with fucking like a year ago.
Yeah.
And she's not exactly been in it for long either. So she's, you know, had you know, a traumatic awakening of, you know, trying to live her life, and then all of a sudden security have just fucking beaten her the fuck up, and now
You
she's
know
like
why she's
preaching
the way
even
she
like
is?
people that think she's awake, where she's like, you know, there's graphite in your fucking vaccines, even before I even knew what graphene was. You know,
Mm-hmm.
she made, you know, I had no idea about this stuff, so it was like, well, if Francine's talking about it, I need to
Very,
check it out, you know, because no
very
one was
smart.
saying anything to it. So once I've seen this stuff, I'm like, man, no wonder people getting blood clots and stuff.
Yeah, she's very
And
smart.
even
Very.
to a point, you can control this stuff with the frequencies. I posted a link on the chat where there's this certain stuff with graphene and graphite where you set a certain tones through it, and you can shape it and mold it. So it looks like flubber, if you remember flubber.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just, yeah, it's unbelievable. But you can, I think you apply heat to it or something, and
You know
graphene just
why?
grows
You know
and
why
grows
she's the
and
way she
grows.
is. You know why she's the way she is.
I'm just saying, through the trauma of the experience she had,
Yeah. She never.
she brought
She
out
was
that rage
never.
in her.
Yeah, she was never like that. She never went to protests. She never hold her flags upside down. She was really happy being a Canadian. And now since the cops beat her and fucking broke her leg, like
Mm.
she was a man or something, like they must have been happy doing this, because um, how are you happy with yourself breaking a woman's leg? You know,
Yeah, yeah, that's
and
that's
how
that's
do
what I
people?
don't understand. Yeah, when you see these videos and you put yourself in that position of that security guard, it's like, dude, you
How
don't even half the time need to even touch them. You know, if they've done wrong, you know, you just escort them out, or you know, you just sort of
his job is
surround
just to
them
bring him to jail. That's
until
it.
the police turn up. But they're just like, well, we can just use you and abuse you, and that's you've broken the first, you know, rule of law of do no harm straight away. I mean, even just the harassment of just putting them under oh crikey, I can't think of the words now. But yeah, yeah, it's just, we just live in a land of Nazis, and we don't even fucking realize it.
Yeah. How the fuck do you let that happen? Like, how are you a person walking by, seeing this happening? Like, like if it would ever happen in front of me, I'd probably end up in jail too. Like,
Yeah,
I'd
yeah, I'd
be,
be having to go at the cop going, dude, that's a lady, or the security guy. That's you know, you don't, you know what I mean? You
yeah,
don't do that to anybody, quite
no,
frankly, but let alone a woman.
yeah. I hope that guy loses sleep over that, because that's brutal, fucking brutal.
I'd hate to be in a situation of
I
waking
mean,
up to the
like,
realization of the truth after you've just really been a tyrant. I'd be probably contemplating rope or a bullet at that point, of thinking, I need to
slow, show
erase
me your face.
myself.
Yeah, fuck. Slow, show me your face, so I know it's you.
Show me those pretty lips, Sly.
I can't see. Show me Ruckus or something. All right,
Yeah.
Who the
just so I
fuck
know.
can copy my name?
Bro, this people call everybody's copied. You're copied. Nude's copied. Graham's copied. Everybody's copied.
That's cool. Well, then we're doing something right, right?
Andrew alone has fucking 400 or 500 fucking accounts that are copied. So yeah, people have your account copied for sure.
Hello, David Davids. Oh, what do you guys want for dinner? We got lots of food. Nude, you want a taco?
Bro, how you gonna give us a taco, man? We're smoking a split.
Delivery, buddy, delivery.
Taco Bell? Oh, we Taco Bell. Oh, we Taco Bell. What's up, Dirty? Malvin, what's up? Yo, Slow, is the link still pinned down there?
Yeah.
All right. Nude, what's going on, man? You alive? Why the fuck is he coming out with some what are those zucchinis? What is that? What the fuck is that? Graham, what is that?
Something like zucchinis or something. Or is it an eggplant?
Eggplant, that's what it is.
Oh, it's a walrus.
Why the fuck is he posting eggplants?
Oh, so it was an eggplant.
Is there
Maybe
any
that's
in
what
that
he
that I don't know about?
He wants vegetarian tacos.
Fucking right. Tacos are bomb. I love tacos.
The fuck? Somebody was just trying to come up. By the time I got to it, it was gone. Whoever just tried to come up, come back up. Probably Dirty or Melvin, probably.
Is Guru even still here?
Who?
Guru.
Yeah, he's on panel. He's just on mute. Just seeing if I had a ranch like Mike. No, man, I don't just ranch anybody anymore. I have 3 people ranch now, so no, actually, probably like 4 people ranch. Let me check.
Cooking with slow burner.
One slow as one. 1, 2. Graham, you have a ranch, right? So
Yeah,
1,
yeah.
3, 4. I have 5 people with ranches now. That's it. I'm good. I don't need any more. Sorry, but I'm always getting people fucking blocking my shit. Slow, what are you making? Some tacos. Taco. Guys, I'm gonna go get my drink. Give me a sec.
I'm trying to make Nude Guru's mouthwater. That's what I'm trying to do.
It's got fruit, seeds, and nuts in it. It's got to have a lot of rabbit
That's what he
food.
has every day. This is what he doesn't give himself. So I bet you he craves it. Silently.
Gotcha. That's dirty slow, but I do like your style. I remember me, Dan and Guru were having a chat on live one. I think it was about a month ago, and Guru fell asleep. So while he was sleeping, I was like, "You are having cravings for a Big Mac."
So
But I don't think it worked though. But I do wonder if he was like, "Why have I got like cravings for a Big Mac?" It's got to be done. Yeah. So what you been up to today, Slow? Walking the dog?
Shopping, walking the dog, now cooking. Never ends, man.
Oh God, no.
You live alone too, Granby?
I have a flatmate, but
Yeah.
sort of technically I'm by myself, yeah.
Fucking sucks having to do everything yourself, man.
Oh man, just to come home and have a bath run for me and my dinner being cooked would be lovely.
No kidding. Our laundry done for you. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It has its downs.
Yeah, that's for sure, I guess, right?
But yeah, it's just when you know, meet friends and that, and they're just moaning about their misses, and it, sometimes I just think, well, you know, at least I haven't got that. But yeah,
Yeah, I heard that.
it's when you meet the ones that have a really good wife, and you're just like, that, oh, you lucky bastard.
All right.
Mm.
They're few and far between, though, those
Yeah,
ones.
you do your laundry, they've even, you know, cooked to your meal, done your work food for the next day for you, got your bath run, and you
Fucking
know,
baking some nice fucking goodies for you or something.
maximum respect for every woman that looks after a man. But
And vice versa, every
but
man
as
that looks
long as the
after his
man,
woman.
you know, doing the exact same thing, playing his part and making her life comfortable. But yeah, but, oh. I do like being single sometimes. Uh,
Okay, so we drain all the nasty fucking grease off. Got in taco seasoning. A little bit of water. Stir that up. What about you? What are you up to today, Grant?
Nothing. I pretty much slept most of the day. I was up late last night.
On YouTube?
Yeah, no live though. It just bounced from one sort of weird sort of documentary to another weird thing to another weird thing. So yeah.
It was a
But,
weird night, eh?
sorry, mate, you went a bit funny. I missed what you said.
Where the fuck did Epic go now? Epic gone, Guru's gone. Weird. As soon as I come on fucking panel, everyone's fucking ditches. Any plans tonight, Graham?
No, I mean it's 10:20 at the moment, so I was just going to hang out here and see what else is going on. Really,
Oh yeah, it's pretty late, isn't it?
I've just woken up and just thought, fuck it, it'll just be a lazy day of just smoking, drinking tea, and nibbling on certain items of food, and probably go to bed at a stupid time in the morning and probably repeat it again Sunday.
I got my weed guy on the way. He's bringing me some new extracts and some new weeds, so I'm looking forward to it. That would be my night.
Yeah, just want to hang out and get stoned, and that's it. Just chill. I've had a very long week at work, so I fucking deserve it.
That's right. I hear that. Did Epic say where he was going?
No, I can't remember. Even if he did, I'd probably forgotten anyway. Too much of a stonehead.
I didn't hear him say I'd be back or nothing. He just fucking disappeared.
I didn't even hear anyone shout. Normally, you hear someone in the background.
I can't see chat right now. What's going on in chat?
Shit, yeah, I forgot all about that. That's why I dropped. I keep pressing the wrong fucking button. Well, Dirty Mike's coming over for tacos.
Better hurry. They'll be gone soon, brother. They won't be long. Fucking love that. Did you ever check and see if they had a Tim Hortons in your town?
What? Tin Horns?
Yeah.
What's that?
That's like the Canadian, Dunkin' Donuts. You ever heard of that?
No.
It's like a donut shop in the States, like their main one. Well, Tim Hortons is the main one here, but they opened some locations over there.
Right.
My buddy, he drives 45 minutes just to go get some donuts and a coffee. I forget where he said it was.
Bloody hell.
But from Banbury, he said it's like a 45-minute drive for him.
I'm not a coffee drinker anyway. I know everyone's. It astounds me the queues that I see for like Starbucks and stuff on the drive-throughs and that. So.
Well, you guys have one too. What's your one called? Starts with a C, doesn't it?
Costa Coffee.
Yeah, Costa. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and there's a couple more as well as Starbucks, but yeah.
So Costa's like the one that's been around the longest?
Costa Coffee's a long one, yeah, and Starbucks has been around for a long time too.
That Starbucks is a ripoff, man.
Yeah.
I don't drink coffee myself, so I don't notice it, but I know friends when they go in, they're like $8 for a fucking drink and shit. It's like, what?
Yeah. If someone charges me a cup of tea and I think that's overpriced, I don't buy it. And I've walked out of a few places where I've just been like, can I have a cup of tea? And they're just like, oh yeah, that'd be £3.50. And I'm like, what, for a tea bag and hot water and two, spoonfuls of? Are you mad? Forget about it.
That's a scam.
Yeah. And I'm like, no, I won't pay for it. It's a fucking joke. Some people do,
Yeah, people just don't care. Like they don't respect their dollar.
No, I'm a bit old too. I don't know. I don't know if it's like the new me now, where I'm a little bit aggy, and anything sort of authority or anyone like that just sort of says something, I've just sort of I just start to buy it.
Over here, I go to order a tea. They fucking put the hot water in first. then they put the fucking sugar and milk in, and then they put the tea bag in last. I'm like,
What?
who the fuck taught you how to make a cup of tea?
Yeah, that's wrong. That's totally wrong. I'd
I
freak
know,
out.
you're supposed to brew the fucking. I know, and you're paying fucking
Yeah.
$2-3 for a fucking for a cup of tea, and they want to make it like that. So remake it, and this is how you make it.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember me nan teaching me, no, let it brew for at least 5 minutes, and it's
Yeah.
that and the other. I was like, all right, okay, nan. I wonder why you
Otherwise,
take
you're
me
just drinking fucking hot water.
I'm in the kitchen making teas for everybody. Go and make yourself fucking useful, you little shit.
Now you wish you didn't learn, right?
Well, no, I make a fucking puck a cup of tea, mate. The people that come round and I make them a cup of tea through the years have gone, oh, yeah, cheers, mate. Lovely cup of tea. Yeah, I like it strong, but I like it, well, not milky, but I like to put a bit of milk in it, but it has to be strong.
What kind of tea do you drink?
I'm on my usual PG tips, but then occasionally if I come across like a fancy, sort of more of a healthier type tea, then I normally go for that. But I normally do that during winter, where I'm having more tea with something with ginger and sage or cinnamon, and but I'll still chuck a PG tips in it as well. So I'll have some kind of like spicy herbally type tea bag as well as a PG tips chucked in, and occasionally I'll do that with a bit of weed as well. I've got a metal tea bag type strainer, so I'll chuck some bud in there, and
That's funny.
and I just re-dry it and then use that weed that got used for a weed tea. I just use that as a buffer for my joints when I do it, so it only dries off and becomes dry again. There's no need throwing it away. Certainly gives you a different buzz. It's just a nice sort of hum through my body. But I normally only do that when I've had like a really hard day and my body hurts, and it's like, right, I'm gonna have a weed tea, I'm gonna have a spliff, I'm gonna get in the bath, and I'm gonna chill the fuck out for an hour. Yeah, just really relax.
Was it cold over there today?
Sorry, mate.
Was it cold over there today?
It's been quite mild. It's a little nippy at night and a little nippy in the morning, but I mean, I've got no heating on. I mean, I've been walking around in a t-shirt since I've been up. I think it was about like 19, 20 degrees, so it's quite mild. So hopefully it was quite sunny as well today, so hopefully we're going to have a little mild snap. But then I'm thinking, we're going to have the cold snap then creep in, and frost will hit or something within the next week. But
That was 25. It was 20 degrees here today.
That's nice.
Yeah, man, it was warm.
Fuck it, Guru heard me. I'm in trouble. I didn't crave a Big Mac, Graham. I just had a dream about a dream about fencing against one. I said it 3 times as well, Guru, so I was hoping it was going to work, hoping the power of 3. You waking up salivating for Big Mac. No, I've just been wrestling with that fucking clown all night in a dream. Yeah, Dan thought it was hilarious. But even to a point when you see, when people just start staring out and you wave your hand and they're like, oh, sorry, I just zoned out for a minute. You could mind control people at that moment. So tell them you owe them some money or something.
When they come back to say, what the fuck is it? You were just taking my money. Where is it?
Yeah, when they zone out. Yeah. I have heard apparently if people fall asleep, if you put their hand in or fingers in lukewarm water, they're supposed to wee themselves. So
yeah, I've heard that too.
Yeah, I've not tried that. Most of the things I've done when people are falling asleep is after when you go out for a heavy night out and then you go home and you have
their eyebrows.
And there's still friends, and then someone falls asleep at the moment you get to the after party, and it's like, right, okay, what are we going to dress him up in and what are we going to draw on his face? Yeah, yeah. We had a certain friend, Andy, that would always fall asleep within the first 10 minutes to a point where he couldn't even roll his first joint. He'd just sit down and he's out cold. So, we'd put fake joints in his mouth and one night we've done that, put a big fake joint in his mouth and risen all over his face, lit the joint, all stood back, took a photograph of him with this thing on fire. And then within a matter of seconds, his whole face is on fire. And he's woken up with us slapping him around the face, trying to claw these Rizzlers that are on fire stuck to his skin. That was a funny night because he was complaining that his nose was hurt because he burnt the end of his nose. So we gave him a packet of frozen peas to put on his face. And, the funny thing was the packet of frozen peas was green. It was a green package. And he had a white t-shirt. And when he woke up in the morning, he had a massive green sweat patch on his t-shirt, and the packet was white, where it just sort of, I don't know, transferred to his t-shirt. That was quite funny. But we've drawn massive Elvis sideburns and a fancy moustache, written the word cunt across the forehead and stuff. And and he's had to get up the next day and phone a taxi. And he's like, oh, I didn't even look. One night where he told us, he was like, I walked out. As soon as I closed that front door, I was like, I didn't check myself. And he looked in the mirror of the car. And he looked into the mirror of the car and noticed that he'd written all this shit on his face. So what his idea was to gather the dew that was on the bonnet of the car, to use that to wash the permanent ink off his face. And he basically created a black man's face. And the taxi pulls up and he's got his black smudged face. I couldn't stop laughing when he told me. He said I look like one of those, black face men from back in the 50s and 40s. He goes, I had to tell the taxi driver what was going on, but because he couldn't stop staring at me. But it's just loads of stories. Yeah, I did used to like an after party. I miss those days. Dear. See how much stuff you can balance on them as well while they're falling asleep. Yeah. The days.
I wish you guys could try these tacos because they're really good. Oh, yeah. Hello, the evil glitch.
I'm laughing at Guru. Funny. The evil glitch. I like that. I hope you're an evil glitch within that matrix. So when are we going to hear the words of wisdom from Guru? Or is Fruity still asleep?
I thought he was already here.
He's here. Posting in the chat from time to time. But I know he said Fruity was sleeping. That's why he doesn't talk when Fruity's asleep, so.
Well, it's fucking 1:30 in the afternoon. Wake her ass up.
Man, I didn't get up until 3:30 in the afternoon. She's fine. Where's she is? I mean, I have breakfast around about 4, and people are like, what the fuck you doing? Oh, it's breakfast time.
She better get up. Dude needs a salad.
He's preparing food, yeah. He'll be up soon.
I didn't know he knew how to do that.
Oh, dear. Oh, I must excuse me. I think I'm coming down with a bit of a cold. No, it's not corona. I know when you get a little bit of a sore throat before you end up having a cough. I was feeling a little bit rough yesterday at work. I certainly keep coughing the last, 2 days now. It's driving me mad.
What do you do for work, Graham, if you don't mind me asking?
I am your friendly neighbourhood dustman. I'm the dude that comes around your house and collects the shit outside your house and chucks it in the back of a dust cart. I'm one of those guys. Yeah, I've done them all sorts. I've done it before in the past, and I got made redundant. I was working for a big DIY company. Basically, the guy that was looking after the garden centre, but I was working nights. But I just really wanted to get off the nights as well. So when redundancy came and they offered me days, I was like, no, I want to do something else. And I took 6 months off. And then, of course, Corona hit, and it was like, you motherfuckers. So that job's always available, and I'm always been a fit, active person, and I've always had a weird kind of enjoyment when I've done it in the past. The only thing that gets me down is the management can't run shit. So apart from management, I do enjoy the job. I do the interaction with people on the street, you know.
Hey, Shane, Canadian.
Yeah, nothing too exciting. But,
what do you mean when you collect the dust? Like
you know, your bags of rubbish that you throw out, you know, that's got your food waste.
okay, you're a garbage man.
Package stuff, yeah.
But like for like recycling and shit? Or?
Yeah, that stuff. That's the stuff. Yeah, it comes around.
Do you work for the city then?
I work for a company, yeah, that works for the local council. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. It's not as how it could, you know. I mean, back in the days, dustmen used to get quite a good pay, and now we're just getting you sort of just above your average decent. Well, no, say just above your average minimum wage. So, yeah, that's the only pathetic thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you run on the back of the truck then?
No, we're not allowed to do that. No, that's against our health and safety. Yeah.
That's what they do here.
Yeah, I look at that and I think, you lucky bastards. No, that bugs me. Just to do that would cut so much time down.
Right.
I mean, the amount of miles they say we do a certain amount of miles, but you know, when you really think about what you're doing, you're zigzagging up and down the road, so you're probably doing double the distance. So it pretty much equates to you doing, like, you know, 26 miles, like a marathon every day. You know, they're saying that you're doing about sort of like 13 miles, but you're not walking straight. You're walking, you know, to the dust cart, back again to the dust cart. So you're technically, zigzagging up the road. And where, because I've been lately doing the recycling, we have the guys with the bins that do walk straight up the road, where one guy's doing one side and he's doing the other. And because I'm like, I don't know, a little bit more nimble on my feet as some of the other guys, I do like to run around. It's always been me. So I'm the fucker that's run zigzagging the whole fucking street, collecting all the bags. Yeah, I'm the crazy lunatic that's running behind the dust cart, zigzagging. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. I mean, I used to run athletics when I was a young boy, so you know, I'm happy.
Dust collection.
I'm happy that I can still do it. Sorry, mate.
When you say it like that you're a dust collector, no one knows what the fuck you're talking about.
Right, I'm a garbage man. I'm your friendly neighborhood garbage
You see,
man.
you're the dust man. We all think, oh, you're one of those guys that fucking calls us to fucking clean our ducks.
Right.
Out of our ducks.
Got you. No, I would say I'm one of those that ride on the back of the dust cart, but no, we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, that's tough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nothing glamorous.
You use a Zippo?
Yeah. I've had a Zippo for years. It's just, I just always like the sound and the feel of it. I like to twiddle it about.
I've owned a bunch of them, but I just don't like the taste of the gas when I first light my Well, when I used to smoke or join, I just don't like the taste of the gas.
I used to be like that, but then after a while, you don't notice it as much. I was the same when I used to smoke TaylorMades and I hated roll ups, but now I smoke me roll ups and I hate smoking TaylorMades now.
How can you hate smoking TaylorMades?
Oh,
Really?
yeah, when like I'm at work and someone offers me a cigarette, I'm like, no, I don't really want to. And there's a few guys that are basically like, no, dude, take a fag. And it's like, all right, Tyrone, I'll have a fag then. Thank you very much. And so one of the guys I get on with, he's constantly smoking, but yeah, if he offers you a fag, you know, you're like that, okay, I've got to take it because he won't let you not take it. But yeah, fat in your mouth, and I don't know. I just don't like the taste of them anymore.
Can you smoke on the job while you're working?
Yeah, you can smoke whenever you want. Yeah, yeah, we're still quite lenient. The majority of people that work there are smoking, so the office staff have to come outside. But as soon as I'm in that yard, or I can walk in with a cigarette in my mouth, sign in, and walk into the yard, sign in, and get in the dust cart. But I can't smoke in the dust cart. But then when we leave the yard, we can smoke in the dust cart.
No, you're not supposed to, but you do, right?
Yeah. As long as the job gets done and no one gets any fucking bad calls from the public.
Burn any holes in the seats or anything.
Yeah. We're all right. So, you know, as long, you know, if you're a crew and you're fucking about, you're constantly being pulled in. But I work with a bunch of guys that we try and keep our nose as clean as possible to, yeah.
Can you still have a fag in the bar over there while you're having a beer?
No. Apparently there are a few bars that you can smoke in.
Like private ones?
Yeah, I think so, but it's just things I've heard and rumours, but I mean, all around here, you've got to smoke outside.
Yeah, it's been like that for years here too.
Yeah.
I remember the days getting off of work, going to the bar, having a beer, ashtray right in front of you, having a smoke, shooting the shit with the guy next to you.
Yeah. Oh, I used to like doing that. Yeah, that's it.
That was good.
Get on the dance floor, you know what I mean? Swing those hips and have a little sip and have a little puff. That's right. Yeah. It used to get on my nerves because, well, not a DJ, but knowing a lot of DJs and being sort of able to be with the DJ and watching the crowd, I noticed that the DJs were getting to a point where they've constantly got to try and keep those people on the dance floor, because you would see, and seeing it happen, be like, fuck, where's all these, like, that's literally 50 odd people have just walked out. Oh, they're all going for a fag, you know what I mean? And then experiencing it myself, walking in after a fag, and it's like, oh my God, I've just missed those tunes. You know, it's bad enough when you go to the bar and they play your song, you know what I mean? And you're like, barman, hurry the fuck up, they're playing my tunes. But yeah, to walk back in after us, you know, and you're like that, oh man, I've just missed like half a set because, you know, I'm chatting to really nice people, or, you know, a couple of lovely ladies, and, you know, time's flown, and you walk back in, you're like, fuck, man, I've been out there for like 40 minutes chatting to these people. You know,
the girl that you were hitting on, she's gone now, like with some other guy.
Like, again, it has its pros and cons, but yeah, I did used to like, you know, meeting sort of colourful, interesting people whilst having a smoke, especially over here when you pull out a big fat spliff and most people were smoking cigarettes, and all of a sudden people turn around and going, whoa, who's smoking that nice shit? And that's me. Yeah.
Well, I used to smoke it right in the club, man. Fuck.
Oh, I remember doing that. Yeah. The last time I went to a big club in London, when the cigarette ban come in, it was a club in London called Fabric. And I remember this bouncer, because I'm in the middle of the dance floor. So I'm thinking, get in the crowd, you're surrounded by people.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, my arm been grabbed around the wrist, and this guy's literally just grabbed hold of me wrist, and I'm thinking, what the fuck's going to happen here? And all he did was break off the cherry off it and stamp that out, let me keep the rest of my joint, and just told me if I want to smoke it, fuck off outside.
Well,
And I
he
was
was
just
good. That
down
was
there
cool.
going,
That's
thank you.
solid.
Because I thought I was going to lose me joint, lose me shit, and lose me fucking night out. So
Lose your beer or whatever that you've already paid
yeah,
for.
so he just killed the cherry off it, didn't destroy the reefer. I mean, I've seen people that have done lines in the toilet and the bouncers have kicked the door in and just smeared it completely off. You know what I mean? You know, where I've been working, you know, in a bar.
I've seen some big fucking brawls over that exact same thing. Where a
Yeah,
fucking
I
bouncer
worked
thought he
worked
got
in
his
a bar.
fucking face punched right the fuck in.
Yeah, I worked in a bar where you could come in, buy a beer, go in the garden, smoke a spliff. As long as you're all fucking not taking the piss, you know, you can pop pills, have fun, you know, but, you know, occasionally we would have the odd bouncer turn up that would, you know, and we'd be like, chill, man, everything's cool. But I noticed with most bouncers, if they could grab your cocaine, that seemed to be their night, you know what I mean, where they're sorted for the rest of the night. Because you could then sell that off, but or use it yourself. But with the weed heads, because there were so many of us, they never used to fuck with us. Because I used to be you know, I've been working there for a while, drinking there since pretty much it opened until it closed for like 25 plus years.
Yeah,
So
they're not going to throw away a customer like that.
I was more like part of the furniture. Yeah, I discovered it the year after it opened when I went to college. And then I was just like, oh, mate, you got to come to the Sunrooms, mate. It's like a little hippie bar. It's so relaxed and chilled. There's all these lovely, you know, the girls are pucker and you'll love it. And I'm bringing friends over and, you know, and it's like, you know, good music going on from like reggae to, yeah, you name it, you know. So it was a good mixture of people. I remember working at the bar and, you know, you have a punk at one end. He's chatting to a guy that's in a suit. There's a guy that's been labouring all day, covered in cement and shit, you know, and chatting to, you know, a guy that's, you know, wearing the latest fashion to a golf.
Something, yeah. I guess.
We had a real good mixture of people. I mean, the only dress code we had was pretty much you're not allowed to wear a football T-shirt.
You can't come looking like Nude Guru.
We'd probably let him in as long as the leaf don't fall off. But you know, the weird things I discovered going on in the toilets, mate, he would have been welcome. So it was one of them. You know, we even had TV crews come down, filming it. You know, actually, this pub at some point when Sky cable television first started over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was quite funny.
Yeah, you guys used to get like fucking 2 channels before that, right?
So, oh yeah, it was crikey. We just basically reached 5 at that point. Yeah, 5 channels, and then we had cable and Sky.
I couldn't imagine when we're growing up only having 5 channels. That's crazy.
Yeah, we were heavily indoctrinated.
Music and MTV, and we had everything.
Yeah, we had we knew a young girl that we could go around her house at the weekend. Her father would spend the weekend to see his girlfriend, and she had to run to the house. And yeah, we'd go around there and have parties, and that's where I discovered, MTV, Beavis and Butthead, and all that. I could actually see my so-called heroes on their videos, so I was fucking well happy. Yeah. Oh, you had to behave around Mandy's house because I didn't want that experience to be ruined. You come around here, you don't fuck the furniture up, you don't smash anything, you don't burn anything. You know, smoke what you want to smoke, chill the fuck out, we'll have some fun, but you know, pay respect.
Guys, I'm still here. I'm just doing some laundry.
Next weekend and watch MTV.
Fucking Epic fucking writes me like 5 fucking text messages before he goes live.
Stop lying.
And then I write on the pad. I said I'm out shopping. He goes, yeah, so. Yeah, so. What the fuck?
What were you doing? Grocery shopping?
Yeah, I would have went live, grocery shopping, showed you guys.
Well,
You
that's
guys,
what I was saying. That's why I said yeah. So, like, who cares if you're, you know?
oh, you wanted me to come on panel while I was grocery shopping?
Well, yeah. Why not? Show the
I don't
people.
want the whole world knowing what I eat, man.
Why not?
Because I might have put like one too many boxes of cookies or something in. I don't know.
Or 10.
I didn't put
Nothing wrong with that.
I bought one box of Oreos and one box of fucking. Do you know those? I love these fucking cookies. They're like those wafer cookies.
Pink.
What?
The wafers pink.
Yeah, like these things.
Oh, I can't see. I'll put it on chat. I ain't showing it. Too close. It's blurry.
Good door.
Like those things.
Oh, hold on.
All I can see is knuckles.
Hold on. I'll put you on big screen.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Oh.
we've got ones like that, and we got ones that are
No
pink.
idea what that is.
Pink ones have been around for years.
Yeah, I love these things, man.
Yeah, man.
If anybody wants a taco, that's what's left. Help yourself, man. Tomato.
You could use them for a base for cheesecake. Just saying.
Can't do
Like
that with
actually
fucking
put in the
pothead,
base, you get that crunched up, biscuit base for a cheesecake. Surround one of those or some of those, as many as you can. Yeah, man.
But Chad, what's going on, bro?
You got rid of you kicked slow off? Jeez.
I know
Oh,
by
there he
accident.
is. Okay. Not much, Epic. You
Good to see you, man.
got too excited. You got too excited that I was here, and you had to knock slow down so I could say welcome back, slow.
How you doing, chat?
Not bad, slow. Not bad.
Good
So you
to
went
hear,
grocery
brother.
shopping. You didn't show us because you. I said you went grocery shopping. I hear.
Yep.
Yeah, you didn't want to go live with fucking.
He wanted to hide his
and
cookies.
I thought Guru was going to.
I would
I thought you
go
were
if I
gonna
was
chime
going
in
to
and
the
say
butcher.
you didn't
I'd
want
show
you
you
didn't
guys all
want
the
people.
nice fucking cuts of meat that I buy.
Is that Nude Guru? Oh my God, Nude, you're in the house.
I'm here. What's up, boys?
What's up? What's up? What's up?
And he's talking.
Almost here.
Yeah.
Ah.
Fucking sun
Right.
going down already.
Ready to munch after watching Slow and his cooking show.
They were good, man. I just fucking downed 3 tacos.
You gonna partner with Lulu?
I'm not at that level yet. Are you kidding?
Cooking slow with Lulu.
Oh, with Lulu.
Every time I see Lulu come up, or if I see Lulu, my tummy rumbles.
Cooking with wet kitty. That's what she told me. That's what she said she wants her name to be from now on. I swear to God, that's what she said.
I think I just got that.
No, she did. She did.
She wants her name to be Wet Kitty. That's
She
what
did.
I call her. She's freaky, that girl. She's awesome.
Ah. My mind goes a wandering.
Oh, she's a flirt and half, that one.
Oh yeah.
Man, I like it when she talks all hard and street and sort of urban and ghetto type sort of style.
Fucking gangster life.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
That time she went off on Anna Banana. Holy fuck. It
I
was,
remember right. It might have been Anna Burnett. I remember once hearing her go, "Yeah," and I was just like, "Hello."
yeah, she went, like, yeah, she went off like straight, like Al fucking Pacino or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was like that as well. I do like that. I do for some reason. I have a thing with fiery women, but then it's probably why I've not had a successful relationship with women because they're always a little bit too hot and heavy. And yeah, like whoops.
I couldn't imagine living in New York City. Like you would have no privacy whatsoever in that city, man. Everywhere you go, there's someone else there. Everything you do, and they live right on top of each other. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a bit like over here in places. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys too are fucking.
Yeah.
How many people are in England?
How many? What in my area?
No, in the whole of England, how many people?
Well, I don't know. I don't know the figures, but yes, in areas it is like just. I mean, London is just everyone's on top of everyone. There's areas where I am. There's people on top of everyone. You know, and it just creates stress, the traffic, congestion. Where I see, like a Shane Canadian today, he done a little walkabout, and I'm watching him, and I'm like, oh man, there's like greenery, there's buildings a bit here and a bit there, and it's like, oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, fucking right. You
Even those
can
areas
go
over
in a
here,
park
shitloads
and
of
go
women.
off. You can go in a park here and go off to a corner or something, and you'll be alone. You know, no one's going to be around. You go over there, there's people fucking everywhere.
Yeah, I have to take a little bit of a walk until I see like greenery, and I'm close to a beach as well. But it's all, beach, and then as soon as it's not beach, it's concrete, 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 concrete. Yeah, yeah, I hate it. Drives me mad.
Almost 56 million people in England. Slow.
56 million people in England.
That's just
We got how many?
Almost 56 million people.
It's almost the amount of Canada.
No,
In
we've
Canada?
only got 33 million or something.
How much?
33 million, I think.
In where? Canada?
Yeah.
No, we got
Yeah.
more than that.
I heard it was 33 something because I remember the 33. So
Definitely more than that. Let me see.
What is it?
38 million.
Um,
38
Oh.
million.
Yeah, someone said 33 the other day.
Okay, but listen, you could fit fucking England in Ontario, could you not?
yeah, for sure. Definitely.
So just in one province alone, we could fit
England
all
with
of England.
about,
Maybe Quebec.
That's fucking crazy.
Mhm.
All that
That's nuts.
people in Ontario. Oh my god! Fucking Sardine City. That can't be.
they could
Imagine
take
what
over all of
Canada-
Ontario easily.
No, I'm saying England can fit inside of Ontario. Like their land mass is like the size of Ontario. I couldn't imagine what China's like. Fuck.
And their population's in the billions.
They breed like fucking crazy. Not so. What's going on, guys?
Food.
What did Epic go now?
He's grazing.
Hey, MCW Joker, what's happening, man?
Who's in chat? Who do we got with us?
We got MCW Joker.
MCW. Welcome. Ashcan was here a while ago. Don't know if he's still here or not.
I can't tell
Yeah,
we're
I
still here.
see that. I saw that. I saw that. If he's there, if he's here, hey, Scan, how you doing, brother?
Damn it, why didn't you fucking say hello?
My other OC OG East Coast auditor.
Nothing much?
Was auditing before I was. What's that?
I'm just reading. Oh, just say no. What's happening? That's Francine. What's going on?
Hey, Francine, how are you? It's been a
Mm.
while.
Yeah, I saw your videos today, Francine. Yeah, I was a bit annoyed with the goons that were giving you shit.
You know who else we haven't seen in quite a while? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Russian.
Russian
Eric.
chick, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Russian chick.
Yeah.
Ever since she was making her way to Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course she's okay.
We don't know if she made. We don't know if she made it or not.
Maybe not. She was making a run for it.
That's what she said. I'm gonna fucking do it.
I think she should have went south, not north.
Yeah, she was
Wrong
trying to
way.
go to Montreal or something. She
Yeah.
had a condo in Montreal. And she was in Boston. I am going out for a bike ride to the LCBO for Bailey's. Nice. I got a bottle of Bailey's in the fridge. I got a bottle of Kahlua.
Oh. Mm. I know a good cocktail with some Bailey's, Kahlua, some Doolies.
Right, right? And then you top that off with a little bit of Grand Marnier. No, fuck.
Mm.
That's good shit.
Yeah, I used to. Well, it was a milky cocktail because we used to add all the creamy drinks that we had in the bar. But one summer, I went out and got some vanilla Haagen-Dazs and made a nice vanilla milkshake with it. Man, we were fucking pissed. Because it's just got literally almost everything, even to down like even a splash of vodka in it. And, a tiny bit of Tia Maria just to give it a little twang. But yeah, had all the Doolies, the Baileys. Yeah,
I'll take you guys with me to the LCBL, going on a bike. Good physio, good for the physio. Yeah, definitely is. I don't know if Epic will be here to put you on big screen or to bring you up. Epic's not here.
Well, Epic's probably around.
I think, Francine, you should learn kickboxing or some kind of martial art, and so you can fucking kick back. Because I do admire you for your balls. You know, I know you're a lady, but you have this like I ain't taking no shit fucking spirit, and I fucking like that.
Yeah, it's called a B-52 shot. You put a little bit of Bailey's, a little bit of
yeah.
a little bit of what's the other one? Bailey's. We just said it there. Fuck.
Kahlua.
Kahlua.
And put a little bit of Grand Marnier on top.
Grand
I do those. I'll probably do a couple tonight. My buddy that comes over, we do a couple every weekend. It's good shit. How's your day going, Guru?
Pretty good so far. Busy as hell. What about you?
Or what?
What's that?
You getting some work done?
Oh yeah, tons.
That's
Lots
good.
of stuff.
Are you?
I got so many tabs open. I don't know how this thing still runs. I got like I got 2 browsers and about 50 tabs open in each, and then 3 save sessions of both.
Holy jumpers, Guru! How are you even running your computer?
Well, it's a good computer, but sometimes I don't know.
Is that all for working for the website?
Yeah, and all the stuff that you guys are seeing a little bit of right now, the codes and stuff. At the moment, I'm trying to get 365 done. Getting close to get halfway.
Oh, one for every day of the year.
Yeah, I need a full year's worth.
That's cool.
So we should be
Will they
expecting the
shoot out-
the
will
Guru
they shoot out
calendar, the Guru
automatically?
calendar on the merch page.
Hold on, one at a time, guys.
Will
Which
they
one's
shoot
first?
out? Will they shoot out automatically every day, or do you
Yeah.
have to manually do something?
I have to manually put them in one by one, but I can
Oh,
set
you
it to
can't-
go out one at a
You
time
can't
every
load
day.
a whole year's worth.
No, it's not possible because they're all individual files. So yeah, just the way the programs work. That part's a little bit tedious, but after that, then it's totally autopilot. Once I have them all, that should probably only take a few hours to do them all. But right now, I'm just making them, me and Fruity together.
That's cool. That must be kind of fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the artwork that you're seeing on it is from her. She's really good at that.
That's awesome. It's classy.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Do you like today's?
Yeah. I like them all.
Yeah.
So
Good stuff.
eventually we'll in a Guru merch store.
In what? Guru merch.
I said eventually will we see them in a Guru merch store?
No, not in a store, but some point down the road, if there's a necessity to raise funds, excuse me, like for the shit, wrong tube, like for the app or something, that might get a bit expensive.
Or the burger vehicle.
Sorry, guys, 1 sec. Be right back.
I'm gonna fucking suffocate on a piece of lettuce.
Hmm.
If I get in trouble, I'll come on.
Okay, there we go.
If you'll let
So,
you,
yeah,
if you
there's,
want, we can run around. Go
Say
ahead.
again?
Dave. No, I was just talking to Francine. She said if I get in trouble, I'll come on if he lets me on. And I said it's not that he wouldn't let you on; it's just he's not here.
She wants to come up?
No, no. Wait, she said if she gets in trouble, she does.
No,
I think. Right?
Oh, because actually, I can let people up.
Oh, did you? He gave you the power?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Guru's got the power.
So then you can let her up.
I can.
Just be nice.
Anybody else that wants to come up?
Just be nice. Just be nice. So remember any my tongue tied. Everybody be nice to the naked guy. If you want to come up.
Yeah, so you might see some merch down the road if the app is expensive. It needs some capital for that or whatever. I'm going to put some of my own, of course, into it, but a little over my head, and I might, because it's going to be a community thing anyways, you know. So I figure people who are really going to make use for it, maybe I'll have something where anybody who contributes can have some sort of benefit of it or extra benefit or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. But maybe I won't even need that. Other than that, I'm not looking to make any personal gain from all the stuff that I'm doing at all. This is total pure volunteer activism.
Awesome. It's good.
I was just thinking it'd be interesting to see a new Guru calendar in the merch.
Calendar, yeah. I thought, you know, sweaters or whatever, those Teespring things. Probably just the main stuff. Or T-shirt or something like that, or freedom or whatever.
That's what I was thinking with the calendar. It'd be a bit boring because you'll just flick over the month and it'd be freedom, 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 freedom. After a few years of freedom, you think, fuck the calendar, we don't need it. You know. What are we on?
We don't need calendars.
Yeah. What are you looking at this for? That'll be repeated every day.
Good the fuck with it.
That'll be on the back. That'll be on the back of the page. Why are you looking at it? Why are you looking at this every day?
There's people in this world that never knew what day it was their whole life.
That's very true. They have no idea the concept of that.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
They just have the feel of the seasons.
Look at these fucking idiots that go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the weekend. They think we're fucking nuts. No doubt.
Yeah. No, the clock is a huge double-edged sword. Big one. If it wasn't for that thing, we would all be going at a much slower, reasonable, natural pace. You know?
Like union pace.
Right. Who do we got here? Crazy Land. Okay. There you are.
Yeah, make sure you see a face. Yeah.
I did.
Hi, guys.
Welcome.
Hi, Francine.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Bonjour. Comment ça va?
Ça va bien. I'm going to get my Bailey because I like Bailey in my coffee every day. Somebody ripped off my bike.
That sucks.
Yeah, they took my nice bike, so my son lent his. And it's a little bit high for me because I'm short. But fuck it, I need it.
You should get one of those little scooters.
What's up?
A little moped thing. You know, like,
I want to move my leg.
About roller skate.
Maybe one day I'll get a scooter, an e-bike.
That'd be good, yeah.
In my exercise room, I have a bike on a stand, and I ride it to do exercise because my needs exercise, or else I'm just going to seize up.
I rode my buddies.
I had a meeting with the OIPRD.
How'd it go?
And this investigator, all he did was took my information, but this time it was different because I had Jane Scarf from Ottawa with me, and she told him, we're not going to go through this debate about me trespassing over a mask and stuff. She said it's not about trespass, it's not about a mask, it's about plain old-fashioned excessive. And he said, I'm representing her. Wow. This time I had help and it's going well. We'll see if OIPRD are the same as SIU, crooked as fuck. We'll see. Yeah. So I'm going to put my phone in my pocket and go to LCBO, and I'll probably get into trouble as every day I do. Over a mask.
Over a mask.
Security guards don't like people that stand up for their rights. They don't.
It gives them a job.
One senior guy, his stomach was hanging, and he pinned me against the counter just because I didn't have a mask and wanted to throw me out. And I got him on camera telling him he's not a security guard, he's a dog. And he's pinning me to the counter where I'm telling him to look under Ontario.ca reopening, and they say they still respect bylaw mask exemption, and he wanted nothing to do with my proof. He wanted to throw me out of my dentist. So he did, but two people in the mall came to my rescue, and that's when I called him a dog.
Do you have this all recorded?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll post it on you. I'll post it.
For sure.
Yeah. And I'm also seeing the video from the local store where I put up. Wednesday, 1 o'clock, I'll get to see myself be tortured by two low IQ cops.
Aren't they all low IQ?
Yeah. Huh?
I thought they were all low IQ.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you don't, there's two systems. The one that ignores the offenders and the one that offends. Like, if you're a good cop, I don't know if there's any good cop. All these good cops are not telling on the offenders. And so people are injuring, raping, and killing. And these good cops do nothing. Nothing.
Why
The
would
worst
they?
part-
They're part of the same cult.
Yeah, well, this time I think my situation is going to be a little different because I am represented by a paralegal that doesn't want to debate the fact that I was trespassing a local food store. How does that? The local public health flyer on the front window that said that this store respected mask exempt for 10 months into the second wave, they took it off. After they beat the shit out of me, they took it off. But I have a picture of it on the window.
And
It's
this
all
thing where the
about it.
security guards did that to you, is that a recent thing or is that from before?
Yeah, recently this
Recent one.
yeah, an old one supervisor. So I'm ordering. This is the story. I'm ordering poutine, and then comes up to me and says, "You can't be in this building. It's private. You gotta go." Because I wasn't wearing a mask, and I said, "There's my local dentist here, my local post office, all in one building that registered with the municipality, and you tell me this is fucking private? Holy fuck, people are dumb." Anyway, he grabbed me and he was gonna listen. There's a front door where everybody comes in. There's a back door where he wanted to tug me and throw me out that back door, where there's nothing happening, no buses, no cars, nothing's happening there. I said, I'm going to beat up a low IQ guard. So I resisted, and then two people got me out of his group. They seem to have had extra powers during the fake pandemic. They believe. Yeah, so anyway, I have all my videos, all my evidence, and it doesn't make it easier. It just makes my fucking iPhone gather more information. It's getting heavy.
Yeah, pretty much. But it does showcase another scenario, and yeah, the reality is, getting the remedy for all that and everybody else in the system is where it's a lost cause, because the system is designed not to do that, and it's up to us individually to do something. We need to be the boss. and we need to take if we want accountability, we have to do that. There's nobody else around to do that. And until we start doing that, we're just going to get more of the same.
There are some good people in Ontario now that are working on our side because now they don't want to get vaccinated. So now they're recognizing that maybe they've done some mistakes here about forcing people to walk away from just for a mask. Now it's a backpass. Not in a downtown. Sometimes it gets scary because I can record people being told to walk away because they don't have their backpass. But LCBO is so essential that I can go in, but oftentimes I get told to put on a fucking... Anyway, I'm not allowed to take a copy of the video from the local store, but I could see it with my representative. Wow. I upgraded to Ottawa Citizen and CTV News. Both of them say a different story, sort of. I'm fucking, yeah. They're so stupid. They tell the public that I asked for a ticket to go to trial and that I was sort of a trouble for the community. But I wanted a diplomatic human right to go to trial, I thought. You know, the right to trial, to go to trial and prove yourself not guilty.
Yeah.
Well, our human rights don't get crushed because of the fake pandemic. Wait till everybody starts talking a lot more. I think Dr. Fauci under arrest. Did you know that Sophie Trudeau, Justin Trudeau's wife, drinks her own blood? Yeah, her menstruation, her period blood. She was selling the idea to people on line that you should keep your blood. I thought, holy shit, everybody see this. That we have freaks ruling us. Well, they're not ruling me. They're not ruling me, but ruling them.
Laying king in the hill.
So my YouTube channel was not taking my videos for a little bit of time, but today I forwarded a video. YouTube and Facebook don't like me. I wonder why. I wonder. So I'm gonna let you go and get the alcohol. Bailey, when I get in trouble, I'll ask you guys to let me in.
Yeah, are you there,
fun.
or you have to bike ride there still?
Oh fuck yeah! I'm gonna bike ride. I'm just walking with my bike now, but I'll go now on the bike.
Maybe come up when you're about to go in we'll watch the saga.
Can I stay online and I'll just put you in my pocket?
Yeah, you can do that if you want. Sure.
Okay, I'll do that now.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet.
Turn the screen off.
Okay. I'm learning. Try to do this when I'm walking. Screen off. What?
Yeah,
what?
maybe. Slow. She wants to know which button. Okay, she found it. That's good. Maybe screen off and on mute as well if you're going in the pocket.
Okay.
We'll hear every pedal.
Okay, hang on.
She dropped off.
Nope, she dropped off.
Yeah, well, that'll save her dad. Anyways, what's the sense of camera off, muting, and then Might as well just come back.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
what I was thinking, you know,
When she gets there, she'll probably. Yeah.
Well, it'd be interesting we'll see if she makes it in or not. So
Why
she's
doesn't
got a
she, there's other liquor stores. Why doesn't she go to a different one?
That might
don't
be
know.
the closest one to her.
Ah, fuck. She's in the city. They're all over the place.
Yeah, I've got like
It's not Nova Scotia, bro. They're
Yeah.
they're on every corner around out here.
yeah.
So she's got a couple more sagas to post that she went through. She's a gutsy woman. Got to give her that.
Yeah.
Well, fuck. They already broke her leg. What the fuck else can they do with it? Fuck. They fucked her up. She's mad. I get it.
These people need their heads cracked.
Yeah, like I don't know where they think they're better than anybody else. They can do this shit to people.
Right, and
Tell people
Not
what
just-
to do.
Because they
What
get
the fuck?
not just that.
it's because they get that.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's because they get that little piece of paper that says they have immunity. They think they're better than everybody else.
These are the security guards. They have no fucking immunity. Not
Yeah,
that
they-
anybody does, anyways. But this is the security guards doing that. Not even cops. She said there was a couple cops too. Another one that she is going to upload to, I think.
Yeah.
But fucking security guards. I can't remember what building it was. That was the post office that happened. She said the post office security guard there says that this is a private building, not a public, and picked her up and decided to toss her out the back.
Can you imagine? If I seen that happening, I'd be like, yo, what the fuck are you doing?
But the
Yeah.
problem is majority of the people don't want to get involved because they think that the person's right. This in the uniform.
Well, that's the difference. I always question authority. Always.
Yeah.
'Cause I never think they're fucking on the up and up.
Nobody has authority.
They think they do, though.
Yeah. Think keyword, but nobody has authority.
Well, how come these guys can put bracelets on me and I can't put them on them?
You can. Why can't you?
Because you
Yes,
probably
I
get
have
beaten
to
up
do
by his fellow gang members.
That
Wait.
too.
This is an excellent question and topic for discussion. So let's discuss that. So what would be the reasons in your mind that you think you couldn't do that?
Well, I would have to catch them doing something wrong, I guess. But yeah,
Oh,
you
of
could.
course.
I'm sure you could arrest a police officer. Yeah, I'm sure you could. If you
You're
can't-
going into it. You're going into it with the question of like as if you would need somebody else's permission to do that.
Well, a court of law is going to take a police
Good.
officer's word over my word.
In other words, that's not a court of law.
I would have to have video proof of his crime
In their system.
to prosecute and to get any kind of judgment.
But it doesn't mean you couldn't. Okay, so the consequences of what will happen, that's after the fact. Now, the consequences of what will happen in this case, because of the way things are right now, is you would be taken in their system, the same people that are doing this fucking bullshit, right? And that's the problem is right now it's totally lopsided in their favor. So that's why they have this perceived idea of rulership, because there's nobody taking a stance of authority over them. And we, as people, are the only ones who can, and the only ones who have an obligation and a responsibility to do that. It's the failure and the lack of doing that for so long that has gotten us into the predicament that we're in.
It's not just the police that we're going to have to fight. It's the fucking The army, because if the police can't handle us, then the army comes in, right?
Correct.
We gotta fight them too.
Correct. Now, I'm going to tell you something. Those people are typically a lot more in favor of the people, especially because they went into war for the politicians and they found out they got their ass fucked for
Right.
doing that.
They're not the thin blue liners on the most
Right.
part.
Especially after.
And even with all of that, Crazy's coming back up here. And even with all of that, it's still numbers, and our numbers, even with all the people, as Chad just said earlier, that are brainwashed and think that they have the authority, put those people aside. There's still far more than enough people like us that are awake and willing to be real men and women and pull up our socks, roll up our sleeves, and actually do something about it if we just band together and make that happen, for sure.
I think too many people are worried about their paycheck, about paying their mortgage, about that new truck in the driveway.
Yeah, those are the cheap, but there's coming to a head as we speak right now where that ain't going to matter very much. Just take a look at what's going on.
I had a laugh yesterday. I was talking to someone.
If people don't go further with this band together thing rather quicker than later, let me tell you something. It's going to be mayhem when you can't go into the grocery store because you need a vaccine passport, and even if you can get in, there's only 3 loaves of bread left. What are you going to do?
Exactly.
That's going to be bad, man. I heard, you know what I heard already? That they're taking from the countrysides. So, like out in the country, the grocery stores are not as full as the grocery stores in the city because they don't want the cities to panic.
Probably. Grandma will attest, his neck of the woods, they've been having already gasoline shortages for a couple of weeks now, I think.
That's only because they're having a labor shortage for the truck drivers.
Bingo. And what do you think's causing the labor shortage?
And the ships are in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the video. We're not moving. Hi, how are you?
And that labor shortage for the trucks is going to trickle into
I
your
had
food
a
supply and
I
everything
have
as
a
well.
friend. I had a friend who literally walked out of it for training to be a driver because the first day they told him, "Yeah, we have a medical community and they're going to vaccinate everybody that's not
Hard to hear you.
vaccinated."
Chad, you're doing the same
I said
thing
I
you
was
were
talking to
yesterday,
somebody
buddy.
yesterday.
You're roboting. Aren't you on a computer?
Yes, I am.
Better now, but Chad, you got a big lag going on.
Thank you so much. Hey guys, I made it without getting harassed or beat up.
Awesome. That's awesome, Francine.
There's a security guard in the.
Give him the thumbs up.
I know I will again. I just have to say, look, mask exemption. I was not. He's wrong with it too. I hope he doesn't get the jab. He won't be strong for long.
Just get out of there now. You got your booth.
I'll show you what he looks like. Strong as fuck.
She's going shopping now. No. There you go.
I made it without getting too many eyes on my face. There's the guy. Oh,
That's okay.
there's the guy. Security guard at the door. He's really nice.
How do I get her on?
Hey guys, thanks for being
Yeah.
me. When I hang up, just listen. I will just listen to your stuff, then go back to writing.
Okay.
Bye for now, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Later.
It was a little bit hard to hear. I don't know if you guys caught most of that or not.
Yeah, Chad, how come you've been roboting the last couple of days? Like, what's up with your internet or something?
I don't know, man. Probably. As I was saying though, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday who walked out of a training course to be a truck driver. They literally said that on the first day, they said, "Oh yeah, anybody that's non-vaccinated, we'll have somebody in here your break time that can give you your first vaccination." He went, "See ya."
Absolutely.
And you also have to factor in too, that's not just the truck drivers, all the factories and whatnot that are producing food, and you know, it's just a matter of time before that all starts catching up. Kind of surprised it hasn't. It has to a degree. I mean, you certainly don't see all the shelves loaded like you used to.
You see a lot of it in like in the restaurants now. They're everybody's looking for help. Help
Right.
help want everyone.
Yeah, and nobody wants to, because you can just sit on your butt and collect the government you know, COVID money or whatever. A lot of people, and the other people, rightly so, don't want to get the vaccine stuff. So, which is also, you know, might as well just sit and claim that I have the thing, collect the government money, not go to work. And that's all fine for now until there's nothing to spend your money on anymore. And also when hyperinflation hits, which it's certainly in the midst of, you know, $200 for a loaf of bread coming around the corner, that's not going to boast too well.
That's ugly. Better buy
It is.
Better buy a bread maker.
No, the answer is to just grow a bit of food and learn how to forage, you know. Of course, it's going to be harder in the winter. Maybe, you know, get yourself a greenhouse set up before it's too late, and get ready, because it's not coming in the far distant future. It's pretty around the corner.
Do you have a solarium in your condo you could fucking make a greenhouse in?
No, but this ain't gonna be where I am when this turns a corner. I'm just waiting for a signal and I'm out of here. Couple signals and that's it. I've already got
A few of us know what the signals are.
Yeah, the North Star.
Well, put it this way. I'll say this much: when they start saying you have to have a passport to go into a grocery store, I'll guarantee a guru is gone for the hills.
Yeah, you gotta do that, because that's when the fucking chaos will start, man. Fuck. People start killing, robbing, and killing, and fucking it'll get ugly then.
There's a couple more too, but that's a major one.
When they tell you can't have food, this cities will go crazy, brother. Restaurants, look the fuck out.
Oh yeah. You'll have to. They won't have enough police force to stop everybody. I'll guarantee you.
No, fuck no, not that. No.
Well, this is the funniest part about it, is the police force now. I don't know if you guys saw the thing yesterday, but the Canadian Muppets announced that now in every single member in all the federal government staff by the end of this month has to be double vaxxed, fully vaxxed.
Yeah.
That's number one. And then number two, all domestic travel on plane and train by mid-November, I think it is at the latest, needs to be double vaxxed, or else you're not boarding. I don't know if that counts for if you're boarding to go internationally or not. They're kind of vague on it, didn't say. But just think of the backlash that's going to start to have. Now, on top of it, all these people that are working in the government and working in the police force and whatnot, they're all getting paid with the same freaking bullshit dollars as everybody else. They're not going to work for free. And if their dollars aren't affording them to be able to provide for themselves and their family, that's it. there's no reason to go to work anymore. So then there's also no resistance to go up against. They have no force anymore. So that's going to be very interesting to see what happens at that point.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be basically a few little
Well,
muppets in
there's
Parliament with no front line anymore. What are they going to do?
Call in the army.
They're also being paid the same way.
Exactly.
No,
You
If
can't.
money's
So
worthless,
think about it,
nobody's going to
Carl.
work for free.
Think about it, Slow. I'll put it this way. Yeah, you go to the butcher to get your meat for ruckus, right?
no,
You don't go to a butcher to get the meat for ruckus?
no.
They deliver, obviously, but
It's not a butcher. It's an actual dog food company that makes the raw meat and they deliver it.
okay. So if you have to go down there because they won't deliver anymore because they can't afford to pay a delivery driver,
I pay delivery fee.
right? Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, you're going to the grocery store to get your cookies, and there's nobody, and there's they won't let you in because you're not vaccinated. There's no cops to stop because because the cops can't afford to live either, and same as the military. If they can't, if the government can't afford to pay them, are they going to work for nothing?
Well,
No,
there
I
won't
wouldn't.
be
If I was
as long as there's big retail stores like that, the government will survive because they will take their part.
You're forgetting one key component, though. The government, the blood of the government, the lifeline of the government is what? What is it?
Money.
Money. So if money becomes valueless, what happens?
Then it becomes, you don't need money.
What happens to the government?
okay, Slow.
Then they
Hey,
don't have anything.
answer
I
the question.
get it.
No, Chad. No, let them think.
No, I get it. If
What's
there's
the
no
answer to
money, then it has nothing to. No one's gonna fuck. If you can't get paid, then why go? I get it.
Well, even if you can get paid, it's not that you can't get paid. I'm not saying there won't be money there. There'll be money there.
Yeah, but it's not enough to buy a loaf of bread. So what's the
Right.
sense?
What's the point, right? You could get paid $10,000 an hour, but if you can only buy a stick of gum with it, it's not going to count for anything. Nobody's going to stick around and work for free.
Right.
So these dummies are sticking their foot in their own mouth as we speak. And I'm laughing hard at this. And I can't wait. The first thing, I can't wait to go sky high. I'm hoping it's going to be the first thing of all. And it started to happen in UK, is gas. I can't wait till that goes through the roof. And I can't wait till people can't afford it anymore.
Well, it's crazy here now too, bro. Gas is nuts.
I hope it goes 5 times as high by the end of the year. I really do.
It was $1.46 a liter or something here. I seen $1.45 a liter.
It's $1.60 here.
That's crazy.
I hope it goes to $3 by the end of the year.
Well, all these nice cars, they run on the good gas, so that's probably like over $2 a liter now.
On the what? They run on what?
Like the 94 octane,
Oh,
the
yeah.
high octane shit.
Right. That scam. Yeah. I hope it becomes unaffordable very quickly and pollution becomes a thing of the past and people are forced to turn to a non-lazy solution for a living. And a non-destructive, non-polluting, non-criminal solution, non-tyrannical solution.
Francine says several ships halted on the ocean. Shortage imminent.
Several ships halted on the ocean. Yeah, I heard about that too. Well, we knew this was coming. There's no surprise. They're doing it intentionally. Because they think that they're going to freeze people out, starve people out, and whatnot. And they are. They're definitely going to do that.
Well,
But not at the price, not at the price of themselves getting away with it and being scot-free. That's not possible.
In
And they're scared shitless of that. They know that. The arrogance of them right now. Like, if I never watched that shit, but I watched the Muppets yesterday because I'm looking for that signal. I know it's getting close. And just the arrogance of them, the way that they're commanding, you must be vaxxed and whatnot. Fuck. You got something coming right around the corner. Because even though people are complying, nobody's happy about it. And what is this bullshit about? What is it? I think it was 89%, they said. 89% of Canadians are vaxxed.
Didn't they say if you want social assistance, you must be vaxxed?
I don't know if they said that on that one or not, but I heard a long time ago that was part of the plan. I don't know where they're at with that. But sure, that's what's coming down the pipeline. Any social program whatsoever.
Could you imagine just if you
even-
need help? Holy fuck.
Yeah, even to get in all federal buildings and whatnot, all political buildings, all government buildings, you're going to need to be double vaxxed. And then it's going to be all buildings. Every building. In Australia, they've been pegging citizens with pellets. I can't remember what they're called, some kind of pellet things. They haven't been killing them, but they've been people who haven't been vaxxed and they come out of their house. The military has been shooting rubber bullets. Yeah, they've been shooting at them.
I watched this big chunky guy over in Australia. I forget his name. He keeps getting arrested. I'll have to put his link up. Something Australian. He's pretty good, man. You might like him, Dave.
gas prices down here are 1.42 cents per liter in Nova Scotia and 45 cents per New Brunswick.
Here's what I say
if
if it's true that 89% of Canadians have been fully, it was 89 that had at least one vaccine and 82%, I think it was, that was fully vaxxed. If that's the case, what the hell are you worried about mandating vaccines for anymore? What's the whole
because
thing
not
about
everybody's
continuing on with
vaxxed,
mandating?
and they want
so
everybody
what?
vaxxed.
But so what? So what if not everybody's vaxxed? What is it, 12%? 12% is not vaxxed. Ooh. And right after they made that claim of the percentage that was, the other claim was to make sure that you get it, to do the right thing. It's been proven now that the vaccines are safe and proven now that the vaccines are effective. If they're safe and effective, then shut the hell up about the people who don't want to get it. There's nothing to worry about. If you're vaccinated, if you've got a mask on, whatever, you're all paranoid for a boogeyman that doesn't exist. Shut up about it. There's nothing to worry about. Your vaccines work and they're effective. Don't worry about it, people. You know what? Let the people who are not getting vaccinated have the risk among themselves. What's it to you now?
Yeah.
Come on, people, wake up. Don't be so foolish. Read through the fucking bullshit. It's not hard. Figure this bullshit out. It's not hard. Seriously. If you can't figure out that it's just a scam by now, holy shit, what do you want? And seriously, you better fucking band together, because if you don't, what are you going to do to eat?
Let me kill them, motherfuckers.
And that's what they want, you see? You think it's been a coincidence that all the the infighting and the bickering and the drama has been happening, you know? That's all by design. That's what they want. They want people to focus on fighting amongst themselves instead of and being the problem instead of being the solution. Because we are the problem. They're not the problem. These fucking Muppets. They're just like leading the horse to water. That's all it is. But we have to choose it. All of us have to choose it. We have to choose whether or not we go to the stores. We have to choose where we buy our groceries. We have to choose what we support, what we accept. We have to choose if we just stand there when a bully is fucking kicking the shit out of somebody and not do anything about it. And when I say a bully, I mean all bullies, uniformed or not. So we can sit there and bitch at them all we want, but the joke's on us when we do that. That's a stupid thing to do. It's our fault. We're the ones who have to take responsibility for all of this. Nobody else can. Nobody's coming to save the day. Nobody. Either we do it or nobody does it. This is a conversation that most people don't want to discuss.
It's time for all of us to step up and be the everyday, ordinary superhero.
It's time for us to do that like eons ago. It's because we didn't do that. That's why we're in this problem. This is a conversation people are too, they're too in fear or whatever. They think it's you're ludicrous or whatever. But it doesn't matter. I'm just speaking 1 + 1 math. It's that basic. There's a bully in his schoolyard and another person watching. If the person watching doesn't step in, the person watching is just as much a tyrant and a bully as the person doing it. It's that simple. And it means you're advocating for it. You think it's okay. And what happens to you happens to me too. If it's okay for it to happen to you, it's okay for it to happen to me. And it's going to.
It's the same thing as a good cop overlooking a bad cop.
See, the way I see it is there is no good cops.
I know, because they don't do nothing about the bad cops.
Yes. And they wouldn't be in that gang. Nobody with a conscience goes into a gang and stays. You might walk into there not being naive, not knowing what's going on, but it only takes you a couple days to see it at most. And if you stay there after that, well, that shows your colors. Everybody in that gang. And people, stop calling this goddamn thing a government, for fuck's sake. It's not. And stop calling it your government. It's not your government. Stop calling it your country. It's not your country. If it was your country, wouldn't you have a say?
Well, they let us vote.
You see? Let you. If there's a permission-based let you, then who owns it?
Well, we vote for who we want in charge.
Slow, it's getting hard to hear you back there.
Meet the rest of the tacos. Hold on.
Bring them up to the front.
Don't bug me. Is Graham still here? Fucking guy hasn't spoken in an hour.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Graham, do you have to get out of the truck every single house at your job? Or how does
No,
that work?
the houses are pretty close together, so we just walk down the road.
Oh, okay. Wondering about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not as spaced out as that. There's a few little areas that are, but the majority of it, you can just walk down the road.
Yeah, because they're all living on top of each other over there.
Yeah.
Dun, dun.
It's the thing, these so-called elites, for lack of a better word, I don't know what to call them, Muppets. That's the best word I can think of. They're just doing what is, what they're being allowed to do by us. That's it. What we're tolerating. The more we tolerate it, the more they fucking stick the screwdriver up the ass. Because the more we say that's fine. You know? It's, everybody goes into fear mode. Well, if I don't listen, I'm going to go into the cage. Well, listen to what you just said. First of all, that means you're already in one to begin with. And it's that fear-minded thing about, well, I'm just powerless. I can't do nothing. I'm just like one little person, right? Can't do anything. So, okay, well, continue to bow down and pay then. But at the very least, don't bitch about it. I mean, don't point the finger at, oh, these fucking guys, they're fucking me up. You're letting them. You're letting them and you're choosing it. See, I can say this with confidence because, you know, I haven't given a dime to them in over 20 fucking years and whatnot. There's no way I would support them. I was thinking about this today. I had an epiphany. All you nation munchers out there, all of you patriots that like to hold on to your flag and your country. You know what you're doing? You're admitting that you're a liar. You know why? Because a country is a fiction, predicated and based on lies. Not real. And it sure as hell ain't based on freedom. Country and freedom are oxymorons. Complete oxymorons. They're not synonyms. This whole thing, I'm going to fight for freedom and fight. You don't fight for freedom. Freedom is already there. And go fight for freedom.
Keep it.
Not if somebody
fight to keep
fucking
it.
wants to take you over.
Still hard to hear you, slow back there.
I said, not if somebody wants to take you over, then you fight them.
Well, you defend yourself in your freedom, of course, because you have a responsibility to do that. But it doesn't change the fundamental principle that nature, in your nature, nature is freedom. No matter what you do, you can't change that.
Yeah, but you got people trying to bully and take over. And
That's right.
That's what you
That's
gotta
right.
fight.
Yeah. Well, defend yourself from, right? And if you do it by yourself, then you don't have much chance.
No, you'll probably die.
Yeah. So that's the crux of it right there. So what's the answer then? Very simple.
Gang up.
Yeah. And together, be more headstrong than the bullies.
Yeah, yeah.
I've said it many times. Put 50 armed people to a couple of little tyrants, and for that saga, it's game over for tyranny. But people want to continue to not look at that, not hear that message, not come to terms with that, because that's a hard knock. That's a real solution, you see. And one that takes confidence and understanding.
Did you ever see that movie back in the day with Patrick Swayze? and I think it was the Russians.
Dawn?
They took over. Yeah, Red Dawn.
Red
yeah,
Dawn.
Yeah, and they took over the town, and they put all the men in the prisons and shit. Did you ever see that?
No.
You should check it out. It's a good movie. Oh, you don't watch movies?
No, typically not. It's all the same movie,
I'm surprised
really.
you didn't see that, Guru. That would have been. Didn't see that. That probably would have been back when you were back before you had.
Yeah,
gone
that's an
crazy
old.
with them.
Yeah, that's from like the 80s or something. You said.
Yeah. Yeah, they were showing us even then what they were gonna do.
Uh, 1984 was the original one,
Yeah,
and
they
then
came
they
out with a
remade
new
it. They came out with a new one in 2012.
It was that good.
I think the 2012 one, if I remember correctly, was not the Russians.
What is this? Francine said, a guy said he'd bash my son yesterday. Right? He
China.
replied, I'll scope your eyes out. Guy was stunned.
Oh, North Korea.
Guy was stunned just because somebody actually took a stance, by the sounds of it. I've had that happen to me. Guy thought he was bigger than me. Thought he was gonna. Back in the near the end days of high school. Actually, we were in France, I think it was. Yeah, that's where that happened. We were on a. I went to France with my high school, and this guy, he thought he was king shit. He decided he wanted to pick a fight with me, and I just wasn't going to stand for it. I just stood there and just used words, and that was the end of that. He said his friend said he was so baffled he never had anybody actually verbally say anything back to him, that he was so confused he didn't know what to do. Sometimes that's all it takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people are good-hearted people, right? It's the thing about it is the bullies have banded together. Like-mind attracts like-mind, and so you got the rest of us. We're just passive people. We just want to enjoy ourselves, have a good life, spend time with our family, our dogs, our pets, do this type of thing without any bullshit with people. That's what most people want. But these fucking arrogant pricks, out of boredom or whatever it is, they want to think that they can do these types of things, and this is where the thing is. They've got their own motivation to do that, and we don't want to fight. This is the thing. We don't want confrontation. We're peaceful people. We want peace. But unfortunately, if we just stay passive to the violence, and that's where a lot of people go wrong, right? They get this message and I spout it and they're like, well, responding to tyranny with violence is not the answer. No. Violence has already occurred. You've already been violated. This is a defense response to that. And you have a responsibility and obligation to do so. Because if you don't, then you're advocating for it. And you're just as much at fault. But this is a brainwashing thing, right? They've tricked everybody to say, you know, don't respond with violence. Call the cops. Or really call the same frickin' people that are violating against me. I'm going to call the same club back now? That makes a lot of sense. The cops are kicking my door, and who am I supposed to call? The cops? The lunacy behind this shit, people. People got so complacent. It's like there's this public hired security guard that everybody has this trust in. You know, they're supposed to be the people that we call or whatever when there's trouble and blah, blah, blah. Well, what happens when they're the troublemaker? There's only one other location to look in for an answer for that, and that's the people that gave them authorization to be that public security force to begin with. If we don't stay, if we're going to have this bullshit thing, which in my opinion is just crap of an idea anyways to begin with, but if we're going to have some kind of a public security force, you better frickin' stay the hell on top of it in a hurry, because nobody else is, and this is what's happened.
I like the line a friend of mine said the other.
Go on.
I like a line a friend of mine said yesterday. You give a dog you have a dog on a chain, and you keep adding a link to the chain, so the dog can go further and further and further and further until it actually gets to the person it wants to attack.
Something like that. That's how you talk to Ruckus, I guess.
Some guy fucking mumbling in front of me. I don't know what he was saying. Fucking shit. That's what he was doing.
You're outside for a walk?
Yeah. Fun stuff. Some people are just fucking born miserable or something, man.
Yeah.
He's probably going to get to a bar to get drunk or something. Well, he can't.
They just need a hug.
Yeah.
Yeah. They say, "Damn it, Guru, I got stabbed, you asshole."
Well, it rained here all fucking day. Stopped raining finally. It's all real.
Came up with a couple good quotes. Like, looking for one of them. Oh yeah, this one is about Constitution. The only thing every Constitution should say is you have unlimited freedom and you don't need this piece of paper to tell you that.
There's parts of the world where you can go and you can be free. There's no doubt about it.
Everywhere. Everywhere I go, I'm just free.
Yeah, but you're not around driving. You're not living a normal life either.
And what's normal?
Participating in society.
Define society.
The people.
I live amongst people.
Yeah, but you don't interact.
I'm interacting with you.
Yeah, okay, but you know what I mean, like face to face.
I could.
Okay, let's say productive.
If you okay,
I think you should get more specific than that, because the reason why I choose not to interact with people is actually not for the reasons I think that you're saying. It's actually more to do with my health than anything else.
Yeah,
Actually,
I understand that. I know. You've told me your story.
yeah,
You're allergic to fucking everything under the sun.
not quite, but something like that. But okay, that aside, I mean, that's just my nature. That's just how I like to be. But it has nothing to do with.
Are you gonna, when you come on the website, are you gonna have like someone that like, how are you gonna, like, you're not gonna show yourself, so you're gonna have like a cartoon character there, or talking, or what? How does that work?
For which? What are you? When you the website that I'm making? You mean?
Yeah, like when you're talking on it, like, are you gonna how are you gonna present yourself? Like, just behind the camera? Or?
Yeah, same as I'm doing right now. My voice, mostly with a whiteboard, and the whiteboard is giving visuals to the things that I'm talking about.
Cool.
Mostly. Sometimes I'm going to be commenting on people's videos and stuff, but yeah, always with me.
Narrating.
Like this. Yeah.
Gotcha. You gotta make a nude guru guy. Like a fiddle.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to have a little cartoon skit thing going for that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you should make like a character.
Yeah, I was thinking like at the beginning of the educational videos and stuff. Each one has like a little 20-second or 30-second cartoon skit.
Yeah, that's cool.
Some funny thing. I just need somebody who is passionate about doing that, because I ain't got the time to learn how to do animation.
You just gotta draw a bunch of pictures and then flip them.
Yeah, it's a lot harder than that, Flo.
I suck at drawing.
I know how to do that sort of thing, Guru, but unfortunately I'm in the same boat as you. I suck at drawing.
There's probably a software that can do that. I haven't really looked, but
there
probably is.
There is a software that can do it. Yeah, there is a software that can do it. You just have to be able to draw.
You just need the hardware to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have the hardware and you know how to draw, you're laughing.
That was
you
a
can
good
make
one.
all the
So
animation you want.
On a sick down there. I'm gonna give this kudos to Slow. There we go.
We got the soundboard out. Ooh.
I always forget I have it now.
Yeah, you gotta remember. Gotta keep adding to it.
CMAC says rules are arbitrary. Just go out into the country. Just go anywhere. Rules are a fiction. Rules are a fiction. Understand that. Somebody made them up. They are a fiction. Laws, on the other hand, this is why it's very important to understand what a real law is, and not to get semantically confused with rule and law. Laws are set in stone by nature and not written by man. They're the opposite of fiction. What goes up comes down. That's not because somebody said so. That's a law of nature. We didn't make that up. That's a law. That's why it just boggles my mind, all these people talking politically, these new laws that they have to follow and whatnot. Seriously. These, like, just stop and listen to yourselves for a second. What you're saying, these new laws. What do you mean? What is this law thing that somebody else comes up with, and you just have some kind of obligation to adhere to it because they said so? I can do that too. Shit, if you guys are that gullible, fuck, come to my country.
Law is you must empty your pockets and give me everything you have.
There we go.
No, you're missing you're missing something. Law is all clothing must go in this garbage bag, and then thrown in ocean.
The girl just said, "What? I'm gonna give you everything."
Are you in the tunnel?
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Slow, you're echoing.
Oh yeah.
People are fucking crazy. I had a couple messages that CMAC couldn't get through there. CMAC, welcome, by the way. I don't think I've seen you before.
Two. Yeah, Sam. Oh, three. Oh yeah, that's Karma. He lives on the third floor. Over here.
Authority check.
What's
What's going on?
Here in an apartment. Not at all. See you there.
Hey, Thoric.
You believe that? We got a guy breeding pit bulls in the building now.
Just say no. Just what's that, Slow?
What's that?
What were you saying?
I said we got a guy breeding pit bulls in the building now. Can you hear me?
Authority check. Welcome.
Yeah.
Authority check.
Hey, you guys!
Let the drama begin. Who let the drama out? Who? What's up, buddy?
What up, what up, what up? I just had to come check y'all guys out, see what's up.
Nothing, man. We're just fucking being quiet.
Chilling. Having some good discussions.
Shooting the breeze. Talking
Drinking
about,
matcha. Slow's making tacos.
yeah. Going for a walk.
Do a taco. Isn't tacos scheduled for Tuesday? Oh, no, it's my house. My bad.
Slow.
Yes?
That was for you.
I think that was for himself.
Yeah. I was thinking about like, man, Taco Tuesday. Yeah, I got this shit in my fucking head now. I want some tacos. Thanks a lot, guys. Hey, I'll throw it out there. Working on a new channel. I want my 1A stuff, my recording the police designated to one channel. And I thought I'd make another channel. Kind of like how Jeff has his Jeff is here, and then but he's got his NC Tyrant Hunter stuff. So I thought I'd make another channel for that. Dropped it in the private chat if anybody wants to drop. Oh yeah, I don't even know if I have a wrench. Do I have a wrench in here?
Yes, and if not, I'll do it for you.
I don't have a wrench. I'm not asking for a wrench, by the way. Wait. Or maybe I am. I don't know. Let me look.
There's two channels.
Oh, no, I am.
One on right now.
There we go.
You're good.
Dun, 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 dun. There's no content on it at the moment, guys. I am working on it, so, but it's so I can do panels and put a bunch of bullshit on there. I'm gonna do some stuff to take shots at Wolverine. You know, he likes to tell people to suck his dick, so might do a video on that.
Do you do panels? I don't think I've ever seen you host any yet.
This isn't mine, right?
How is Wolverine today?
Okay. Hey, you should really use one. No, look at what kind they are.
TikTok.
But look at what flavor.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Sorry, guys, I'm back.
All right. I was asking earlier, do you do panels? I've never actually seen one, I don't think.
I haven't done any of my own panels. I have been on other people's stuff. So this is going to be interesting, interesting journey that I'm going to be on.
Are you going to start doing your own panels?
I thought about it. I think I am.
Like what? Like another word for another, like a drama dome kind of thing?
I thought
What's it-
maybe
what's it
kind of
mean?
well, I think Drama Dome is very specific. A lot of people go over there for. I mean, I guess I could stir the pot just a little bit, but I thought about it. I don't want to be completely Drama Dome.
That kind of channel fucking weighs on you, buddy. Trust me. Drama all the time. Oh man.
My opinion is counterproductive. Just
But, well, this is true. I do like to listen to some music, and I've seen other people doing music, like Hippie. Hippie does music on his channel. I'm from Houston. I like a little hip hop. I like a little R&B. I like a lot of things. And you know, if I feel like I want to jam out to some fucking I don't know, some fucking Paul Wall or some Mike Jones or some Bun B, I want to be able to play some shit and have people in there jamming out with me.
Mob Deep.
Fuck yeah, that's some good shit right there. But I don't know. I just I thought I'd give it a shot. I'm already paying for the service. Why not use it?
you're paying for StreamYard,
Mm-hmm.
but you haven't used it.
Well,
You got it for other people to use?
I got it specifically because we were in the middle of the whole Justin Pulliam bullshit. Justin was calling us out, and we couldn't get more than 6 people on a panel without paying for the fucking service. So I went out and bought the damn thing to be able to get more people on the panel. And
I got
the
you.
more I thought about it, I was like, man, I need to probably use it a lot more than what I'm fucking doing it. So
You bought it for a whole year?
yeah, for the whole year.
Next year, when your subscription's up, tell them you don't want it no more because it's too expensive, and they'll offer it to you for half the price.
I did hear you say that before. I plan on it.
That was Invalid that said that before.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. You guys know Invalid shut his channel down?
Yeah, I heard about it. He shut his channel down, and so did Sci-Fi Bri.
Sci-Fi Bright. Yeah, you know what? That Sci-Fi Bright, that was because of me, remember?
That is correct. I do remember that.
What'd you do, Slow?
All I did was tell him that he shouldn't drop fucking bump links in someone's fucking chat. And I don't think he understood the difference between a bump link and a link. And he got he bent out of shape, man. And I didn't even do this. Like, I texted him. like did it in private, so I didn't like do it in front of a bunch of people or anything. I actually fucking WhatsApped him and did this backstage, like, and he got all freaky. I was like, "Hey, buddy, like, shouldn't do that." And he fucking got mad. He was calling Hippie. He went up on Hippie's panel, started bitching. So I went up on Hippie's panel, and I told everyone, I said, "Listen, guys, he's upset about me telling him about a bump link." And then he shut his fucking he was calling Hippie. He called Hippie about 40 times all night long.
Why?
He was because Hippie played some. Have you ever seen that thing that Hippie has with John Travolta? And he's like, what does it say? What does it say, Authority Check? It's like
It's that little scene from Pulp Fiction where he's like looking around and he's kind of shrugging his shoulders. You know,
Are
he's
you
like,
for real? Or something like that. He says. It's a meme, right?
Yeah.
yeah, it's some kind of little meme.
And Sci-Fi got mad about that. And now he shut his fucking channel down, man. And me and Sci-Fi were good friends. Like we were talked on WhatsApp, like we were buddies. Call him, I'd text him, I'd say, "What's up?" You know, I fucking paid like $10 for a phone call to call him one time. For fuck's sake.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck! And then all this out of fucking blue was like, wow, weird. He wasn't acting right that night. He said he wasn't drunk, but
Oh, that was the thing that really set him off. The whole drinking shit. He was like, "Nah, I ain't drinking," because then he went on his channel and fucking did a live stream. They're over here talking about ain't drinking. I ain't drank in 4 months and this bullshit. I don't fucking know.
well, he was like, "Slow burner, you're a fucking drama. You go see everywhere I go, I see you." I'm like, everywhere you go, you see me. Do you hear what you're saying? So what? Am I not allowed to go where you go? Like, what the fuck? Doesn't make sense, man.
Welcome back, Francine.
Thank you.
I've said it before.
I'm always
Sci-Fi.
happy to be with you guys.
Right on.
Always happy to have you.
Well, let me tell you, when I go to any places like where I know I'm gonna have a possible heat, I think of you guys because it helps.
Sure does.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll let you guys chat.
Is it quiet out there tonight, Authority Check?
Say what?
Is it quiet out there tonight?
Yeah, I stopped over at Dirty Mike's channel, and Wolverine was up there. I thought Mike doesn't like drama in his channel, on his panels, so no biggie. I'm not gonna start any drama. I went up on panel, said hi to Mike. I did the same thing yesterday. We got up on panel. Hey, Mike, man, I ain't been in here in a little bit. Just dropping by to say hi. Hello, Marvin, Melvin. And I was like in there for like maybe a minute or two. And I was like, all right, well, I got to go, guys. I got other fucking shit to do. Like I said, I just want to stop in here. But anyways, today did the same fucking shit. Went up on panel. Hey, guys, how's it going? And blah, blah, blah. And then Wolverine. Hey, Leonard. I got all right, what did he say? Fuck. He said something, and then he was like, hey, but before that, hey, suck my dick, Authority Check. Suck my dick. And then he got dropped from the channel.
Mike kicked him off?
Mike kicked him off.
That's funny.
I don't know. Like I said, it's Mike's channel, and I've been up there before when drama started and fucking kicked everybody out of there and shut down his channel. So I wasn't trying to do that. I know that me and Wolverine weren't getting along, but I saved that shit for other people's channels because it's entertaining on their shit.
Yeah, whoever welcomes it, right?
Mike's not going to welcome it, so out of respect for his channel, out of respect for his panel, I'm not going to fucking do it.
Now, PDF, on the other hand, fucking guns out there. Did he go live today?
Wolverine?
No, PDF.
I don't think so.
He was live for like 3 days in a row. He'd be best getting some rest.
He did a 24-hour stream the other day.
Yeah. Well, he sleeps through half of it. Fuck. It's our Thanksgiving here this weekend. Did you know that, Authority Check?
I did not know that.
Yeah. We have our Thanksgiving a little way earlier than you guys. You guys don't have it till next month.
Well, what's ours?
Well, they had
3 weeks from now.
It's
Ours is
Columbus
3
Day.
weeks from now.
It's Columbus Day on our Thanksgiving is. Yeah, they have their weekend. This weekend is Columbus Day.
What's that background noise? Someone's playing something?
Yeah, somebody's got their mics glitching or something.
Might have been Francine. I think. No, still there. For a bit.
I'm not hearing it now.
Check.
Maybe it was then.
Yeah, might have been Francine.
Yeah.
Good now.
Do you think Epic is going to come back or what?
Yep, I think she just did.
Oh, I said, do you think Epic will come back?
Oh, Epic. Oh, that's 50-50. You never know at this time.
Did you notice that Epic wasn't here, Authority Check?
Oh, actually, no, I didn't. I wasn't paying attention. Everything okay, or he just crash out?
Yeah, he's just getting watch hours. That's all.
Usually at this time, he does stuff with his wife or kids or whatever. It comes on spontaneously at best. Oh, she dropped again. So Authority Check, how long have you been doing the whole auditing thing and whatnot?
Oh, let's see. About a year.
Cool.
Give or take.
And what was it that motivated you to get started with that?
I got tired of being a keyboard warrior.
How long were you a keyboard warrior for?
A couple years at least.
So, like,
see something, repost it on Facebook, talk a bunch of shit, how cops ain't shit, this, that, the other.
When's the last time you did an audit or a cop watch?
I did a traffic stop 2 weeks ago. Just happened to see it as I was coming from work, going home.
So you do it more on a casual basis, just whenever you kind of get a chance to see something as you're out, or?
It kind of depends. So I have, the trolls always love to say you don't have a job, you don't work, go get a job, you fucking bum, that type of shit. Stop living in your mama's basement. I guarantee you, I don't live in mama's basement. So I have my
Apparently
main
I
job.
do too. Go on.
Yeah. So I have my main job, and then I do rideshare on the side. And when I'm out doing rideshare, a lot of times if I don't really need the money that fast, or there's not a whole lot going on, I have time to drive around and just browse the city. Sometimes I'll catch cop watches and stuff like that. The First Amendment stuff where we go and record like government buildings and police departments, that has to be a little more set up since I work during the day. So I have to be at my office at 8 o'clock. I'm not off until 5, and usually government buildings are closed by then.
Right.
Yeah.
So I really have to plan what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, if that's the case. There was a weekend I took vacation for my job. I took off like a Thursday. Didn't have to come back till Tuesday. So Thursday, drove up to San Antonio, met up with a bunch of other guys, went out recording, and I had enough content from that weekend that it lasted me in fact, I think I still have content I haven't dropped from that weekend. I have to go look now. That made me think about it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And my thing was, if I dropped a video every other day, that would help with, or that would keep me at least busy enough with the audience. The audience would always have content. I didn't want to overdo it because I knew I wouldn't be able to keep up with it. I haven't put any content out in probably about a month and a half now, but that's just because I'm trying to save up money to buy a better computer, so I can do better audits, and I mean not audits, but better edits. And also, I'm working on this room. If you can't tell behind me, I'm actually working on it, but I just got kicked out. But anyways, that's the point. So I'm gonna have to move my office into my shed now. Apparently, when the other night when me and Wolverine were getting into it, it was a little too loud for the missus, so I can no longer be in the house with all my recording equipment and panels and all that shit. So I'm fucked.
Yeah, well, you can smoke in the shed, no?
But I can do that.
So that's one positive, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff is here live. What's up, man? What's up, Jeff?
Hey, I want to tell you right now, Tyrant Hunter, since I got a wrench, I could have hid that. I'm gonna let it slide though. Bam! I love that guy.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. He's awesome.
Jeff is asking, why is my main channel blocked? Is that a question
It's
for
not
Epic?
blocked. It's because it gave the emoji, the finger emoji.
Oh, right.
I don't know.
So it had to be accepted. I accepted it for you. See,
That's weird because he doesn't have anybody blocked. He said he even blocked the guy that unblocked the guy that porn bombed him. So I don't know why you would.
Damn, you unblocked the guy that porn bombed you. God, fucking shit. Blah, 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 blah. I'm fucking it up. My bad, guys.
Yeah, he unblocked. Who was it that porn bombed? One of Sticky's friends.
You got to give hats off to somebody that does that to you. They teach you a lesson.
Yep.
Mass cameras or something.
Sometimes you got to learn the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what's
Not
up with
more
the
than
kid?
once.
Is your son home, Jeff? What's up?
Hey, if you need me to, I'll step down so you can come up.
No, we can have another person up here.
Yeah. That's right.
Are we maxed at 6 slow, or is it?
No,
did Epic pay
I
for
don't
this?
know.
Okay.
Epic pays for it.
So we can have 10 then.
Oh, you can have 10 then.
Yeah, I believe so.
There we we go. NC. I don't know what NC looks like. So.
He's got a goatee.
Okay, that's a big goatee and a cigarette. I'm gonna assume that's okay.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah,
You,
that's
you know, did
Works
you
for
notice
me.
those? Did you notice those?
Bam.
That's
What's
a
up,
toothpick. I just take some chips, man. That's a toothpick. I don't smoke in the house. What's up, guys?
Yeah, Jeff doesn't.
Yeah,
smoke.
I'm like, what the fuck, man? I said, how the fuck in my band? I don't, everybody likes me, right? I mean, come on, how you gonna fucking block me from the chat?
Hey, I don't
It's
fucking
authority.
like
I know it was you. I knew it was you, Authority Check. I knew you did it.
now. I don't fucking like you. I fucking love you, homie.
It was you that did it. Don't lie, motherfucker.
See what happened was, where's my fucking spoon? I need my goddamn.
You see what happened was hey,
I don't
that
I don't have
pot,
my spoon
hey,
right now, but
AC, that damn pot stirring shit. Oh man, that was.
You gotta
I
have
know
a
you
pot
was-
and you gotta have a pot on set for the fucking.
Right, there you go. If you're
Bring
gonna
up-
use props, have them ready.
Yeah, go get one of your wife's pots and bring it into the room next time.
Oh hell no, he's
Yes.
in the doghouse. You can't do that.
Go to the dollar store and buy a fucking cheap one.
There you go. Fuck. There was a lot of stirring that night. Good God, man.
that was fun.
I know you was dude. You was geeking out. You was having. I'm sorry, Slover. You was having way too much fun, AC. I'm telling you. When Bow jumped up there, I thought you was gonna fucking reach through the goddamn screen and kiss him.
I don't think he was as entertained as I was. I was completely entertained. But I mean, to each their own. I mean, I like the drama. He likes the drama. He probably just doesn't. He is trying to figure out what content he can make out of it. That's
Right.
probably what it was.
Yeah. I know somebody told me that he used he was talking to Peanut or something, and he used some of the I don't know. Somebody told me he used part, and I was involved in it or something. I don't give a fuck, man. Hey, y'all gonna have that drama bullshit. I just ain't got no time for that. You know what I mean?
You're here.
Yeah.
I'm with you, man.
Just fuck the drama bullshit. I
Counterproductive
mean,
nonsense.
I'll sit back and watch and laugh, right? I'll sit back and watch and laugh, but I won't get involved in it.
Jeff's been there, done that, and he's got the
Yeah.
fucking T-shirt.
Right,
So
no
you
doubt.
can buy
Yeah,
it.
fuck that.
On nctirehunter.com.
No doubt. But yeah, I just want to jump over here. My son, somebody asked about my son. He's at
Yeah,
home.
He's at home.
He came home. He came home yesterday.
Good.
And he's got a damn tube hanging out his side with a damn little bolt, like something that catches fluid. So he's got fluid draining out. He's got to leave it in for about 3 to 4 weeks, and then he goes in to have surgery. So he was in the hospital for 2 fucking weeks, dude. I almost went batshit crazy, man. I'm telling you, it was fucked up.
Wow.
But he's doing fine. You know, he's the fucking champ, man. He's an absolute champ. Hadn't really complained a whole lot other than, laying in the bed the whole time. He's fucking awesome.
Wow. Sounds like
Yeah.
it was pretty serious infection then, eh?
Well, the appendix burst while he was in the hospital. But the good thing is he had been on heavy antibiotics for like 3 days before that. So it actually helped kind of, I don't know if it's the right word, coagulate or gel the fluid
The
together so it didn't spread. So it's localized, right? It didn't spread through everything, and then because I've heard and read that if your appendix ruptures, you got 30 minutes to be at the hospital or you're a goner. Now, I don't know if all that's true, but that's what I've been reading. So that's scary shit, man.
Yeah.
So
who's got the pot? Who's got the pot tonight? Slow burner, you got the pot? You got the spoon?
I got something, yeah. We
Who's
got the
this?
pot? No, I ain't got no pot.
That's when I seen AC on here. I'm like, fuck, bro, there ain't no damn drama on here. What the fuck are you doing here, motherfucker? You need to find somewhere else to go.
I had I jumped on Dying to Live's apparently he fucking started I don't know if y'all know his channel or not. I'm guessing y'all do, but Dying to Live fucking did a panel the other night talking shit about me.
Oh wow.
Let me rephrase that. The guy speaks his mind. I respect that he speaks his mind. And I have no problem with that. But I think it's funny because he says that, well, I'm just telling you the truth. But when he tells you the truth, he'll be like, well, I don't really like you because I think you're a punk ass motherfucker. But hey, I'm not trying to offend you and I'm not trying to take shots at you, but you're a piece of shit. So I think it's funny when he says shit like that. So anyways, I heard I had jumped on his stream because I like his content. I like the shit that he does. It's not auditing. It's a lot of it is panel drama.
You like the pot, yes.
I like the pot. So
yeah,
I go over there and I'm in there for maybe 2 minutes and somebody's like, hey, you might want to go on panel because he's been talking about you. And I was like, about me? What the fuck did I do? I haven't done anything lately. I haven't put out any videos. So I go up on panel and he's like, yeah, he goes, well, this whole pot stirring thing that you do. Well, I've never fucking denied that I like stirring the pot. You know, if I know there's drama between NC Tyrant Hunter and Slow Burner, in my mind, I'm thinking, hey, you know, we're all brothers. Sometimes we need to fight. We need to argue. We need to fucking have that verbal dialogue, that verbal judo, because we fucking need that when we're out there dealing with the cops. You know, we need to be able to fucking, you know, go head to head with these motherfuckers and know that we're going to win. But anyways, besides the point. So I go up there and he's fucking calling me out on shit and said, look, you know, I've never fucking denied that it was a pot stirrer. I've never denied that. I like going on these panels. I like them for just the reasons I just told you. And like I said, you know, he's like, oh, well, okay, I have a better understanding of it, but, you know, but steadily still talking shit.
Yeah, right.
So, and then Wolfie came up there. Wolfie Gladly came up there and fucking defended me, and he didn't have to. I don't really ask anybody to come and defend me on any panel or anything like that. And then I forgot who else was up there, but they went up there and they defended me. Hey, you know, he's been honest this entire time. I got called a troll. I got called an agent provocateur. I got called so many fucking things. I was just like, oh, and I definitely did get called a piece of shit. So that was entertaining to me. I mean, to everybody their own. In fact, like the whole DTL Dying to Live thing, I wasn't going up there to start any shit. I was just trying to figure out what the issue was. If there was an issue with me, hey, you know, you started a fight with Becky O and you told her verbally, well, I could explain. Let me explain the situation. This, that, the other. But to each their own. Like I said, I like stirring the pot, but I don't want the drama to be all mine.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, you know, that's why I don't really jump on panels much anymore, right? And I'm sorry if I'm talking over somebody, but
no, it's okay. I just cracked a bit of a joke. Go on, man.
No, go ahead, man. I've talked my ass off. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said no. Are you sure when you said you don't want the pot to be all mine?
Right, no doubt. But I you know, like Slow Burner said, I've been in the drama, right? And people still talk about me. You know, it's like I used to let it bother me, right? I really did. When I first started, you know, my first like 6 months, dude, I didn't even want bad comments, right? I would freak out just for a comment. Not freak out. Freak out's the wrong word. But I would let it get to me, you know, and I would try to jump in there and defend myself, you know, in the comment section, right? And then I was deleting them. If they say, hey, you're just a fat fucking mama's boy like you was talking about a while ago, right? In the basement, get a job, fucking loser. I'd let that shit got to me, man. It really got to me. And
let me guess, you made yourself a pretty big target that way.
Well, I guess I did because I was coming back at them, right? I was.
I disagree,
and I am. I'm just. Hang on. Let me say this before I forget. I'm disabled. I'm fat, right? I don't live with my mom or in my basement or nothing, right? So, so some of the stuff they say, you know, is not. I don't care if they call me fat, right? Because I know what I am, right? I mean, I don't deny it. I joke about my own fatness, so I don't give a fuck about that. But you know, it really emotionally is what I'm saying. It really got to me, man. And then I started deleting all of them, right? I'm like, well, that ain't, you know. And then I talked to other people with bigger channels, right? That was been doing it for a year or so, and they say, no, man, just don't delete them. Hell, that's, you know, just let them do whatever they're gonna do, and that'll bring more comments because people will be on your side. And then shit, I had one comment, and it had 1,000 comments over that one comment. You know what I mean? For people just that was on my side defending me. So I stopped doing it. I don't let them get to me. I don't delete them anymore. Right. I mean, if they talking about killing the president or something, I'll delete it. Right. Cause I don't want no part of that on my channel at all.
Yep.
Or, you know, any death threats or anything like that, it'll be gone. Right.
N-word.
So, right. I don't want none of that. No. I don't tolerate that bullshit at all, right? So, you know, I grow thick ass skin, dude. I got some thick skin now, so it really don't bother me no more. But
if you don't have you're in the wrong place.
Right, I don't go to other channels and go on panels that much anymore, right? Because every time I do, it seems like the smaller channels ain't that bad, right? But if you go on the bigger channel panels, you know, you got more of an audience and stuff. So they would go into chat and disrupt the channel that I'm on. So I stopped going. I stopped going to panels and getting on panels and even doing panels, right? Because of that. But you know, I don't got no time for no drama, dude. I really don't. But more power to you if you like that kind of thing, but you in the right place. You know? It don't take long to find one, dude. I'm telling you, just cut your computer on. It'll come to you. I know. Ain't that right? I mean, you know.
Is 10th Man still on YouTube?
I don't know. Don't keep up with him. Ain't subscribed. Hadn't watched him in probably 4 or 5 months.
Welcome, Barbara Downey.
Hey, Barbara.
I stopped watching you when he came around because I just couldn't stand that.
Yeah, well, I was a fucking idiot, you know. I just listen. I try. I give people, the benefit of the doubt, right? I try to be nice to everybody. That's just me, right? I'm a caring type of guy, right? Now I will put on a different hat when I go out auditing. I'll put on a different hat, right? I'm the asshole, whatever you want to call me.
You're there for a
Say
purpose.
what?
You're there for a purpose.
Right. So, you know, I put on a different hat, but when I don't have that hat on, man, I'll give you the shirt off my back, dude. If you need it, I don't care if I need it. I'll give it to you. That's just how I am. So, you know, that's why it hurts so much to have people dislike me and hate me, right? And to try to talk shit about, you know, the stuff I do. You know what I mean? People making videos or having live streams with my name in it and stuff. I just stopped even going on YouTube some, you know. But, you know, it is what it is. Fuck them. That's what I say.
Well, I think Dirty Mike took your spot. That's for sure. Fuck that guy. He's had
right.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of them. I mean, I'm not gonna name no names, but
that guy, man. A lot of people talk. He understands what he did was wrong, but fuck.
Right? Yeah, that when that happened, and somebody told me about it. You know, I made a video for her. You know what I mean? And and it was just you know, it's still heartbreaking to think about it. And one thing about it is though, Slow Burner, she'll never die now, right? She's on YouTube. She'll never go away.
You can always go and visit her, right?
You know what I mean? And that's the great thing about you know, being on a social media, right? It's gonna be there forever. Either your good side or bad side. You know what I mean?
That's right.
So you got to remember that too. You absolutely got to remember that. Like my kids, you know, get on here and start looking up, you know, their granddad, right? And it's like, damn, Dad. Yeah, right. So, You know, you got to think about shit like that.
You're right.
AC must be listening to a different stream.
No. My headset's messed up. Sometimes they unlink for some reason, and then I have to turn them off and turn them back on so that I can go back to hearing everybody because I couldn't hear y'all for a minute. I saw everything moving and couldn't hear shit.
I didn't say nothing. Yeah, I didn't say nothing.
So at least for me, with the whole drama, I'm not getting too upset about it. Like I'm having fun with it. That's my thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm not taking everything to heart. I'm taking everything with a grain of salt. Even with the Wolverine thing.
It can't be healthy to do that day in, day out, though, man.
Right.
It's gonna catch up to you. Eventually, it's gonna play on you, and you're gonna be like, "Fuck this."
No, I get it.
It's negative energy.
I happen to disagree. I think it is negative, but I think sometimes for example, the whole fucking shit with who was it, Teresa R. and
But it's not getting anywhere. It's not what we're out here for. Like we're here to, we're fighting amongst each other, and we should be fighting the man.
And it's also sandbox shit. Like we're so right, you know. Like we should be talking like the way that we're doing right now, having productive conversations, you know, figuring out solutions and being the solution instead of sitting there duking it out.
Absolutely.
Which is exactly what the people who are trying to instigate us to do want. They want us to fight amongst each other and deflect the attention off of them onto ourselves and do their dirty work for them.
Yep. And you know what? Shit, I had a thought and forgot about it. Fuck. My memory sucks ass, man.
I do the same shit.
Now. I was fixing to jump in. I didn't want to interrupt you, but if I start talking and somebody else is talking, forgive me because I got to say it when it's on my mind because it's gone now.
We got the old man rule in this room, Jeff. You're allowed to speak up. You're the old man in the room, so you're allowed to speak up.
Okay.
I made my point anyway. You go ahead.
Right. I guess I was. They just tried to divide, man, and that that's their goal. And like I said, I used to let it get to me, man, but now I laugh at them. You know, I've had so many live streams done about me. You know, but and again, if you're not talked about, then you're not doing something right.
That's for
sure. You know what I mean? I mean, because if you're in everybody's mouth, then, you know, I guess bad publicity is better than no publicity, right? They try to smear your name, but actually...
That's only a problem if you care.
Ended up looking like fools, right?
That's it.
They try to smear your name, but got no proof.
It's because they're desperate, right?
Right.
That's their last resort, to try and smear
and
you.
Keelan's got hurt. Yeah.
Right.
It's crazy, man.
You're
roboting there, Chad.
Yeah, Chad's roboting.
One more thing I'd like to say about the drama thing, which I think is very, very important, is I don't know if he heard us say he's roboting or
he's still talking.
We'll let him figure it out. Sorry. So one more point about the drama thing that I think is very important, especially coming from like the activists like U Authority at Check, NC Tyrant Hunter, and all you guys that have enough intelligence to see that something is wrong and to actually take initiative. You have enough intellect to actually figure it out to make some action. That's, you know, that is a big part of being the solution. Now on the flip side of that, if you're going to spend most of your time engaging in the opposite action, just the drama and the division, well, what are you doing? Especially with all of the stuff that's going on right now, we don't have time for that crap. Look at what's going on, right? the majority of the time to be we need every single ounce of productive energy possible going on right now to be a solution. With everything that's going on right now, we need as much as that as possible, and also to lead by example to do that. Every single second of every single person that has the intellect that chooses not to do that is like, in my opinion, 100,000 people just throwing that opportunity right out the window every single second.
No doubt. That's well said.
Guru's got lots of well said things.
Are you back, Chad?
Have you ever met the new Guru before, Jeff?
Guru. Who's the new Guru? Oh no, I hadn't
That's
actually.
me.
Yeah. I hadn't been looking at the damn screen. I just been running my fucking mouth. So no, man. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Likewise.
New
Yeah,
Guru
I think
wants
I
to
heard.
make
Go ahead, Slower.
New Guru wants to make an app for auditors. So if anything, like if they need assistance or something on the app, they'd be able to hit a button. If someone was close by, they would go, or they'd be able to flip on their stream and record it, whatever, you know.
That's one of the
Yeah,
things. Also, you give people who are into the activism an opportunity to network and hook up with each other, and also like an emergency call button. So if somebody is like under a tyrannical attack or whatever, they can flip a switch and it immediately sends a call signal out to everybody who sort of put a loyalty claim out in their area, that they'll come and they'll assist with them in whatever means necessary to videotape or help resist the tyranny together, type of thing.
It sounds like a great idea, man. What you waiting on?
Working on it, not waiting at all.
I'm just
Work
fucking
in
with
progress.
you. I got you, man. No, it does actually. It sounds like a good idea. That's basically what the live, to me, that's what the live functions for, or live ability, right? When you go live.
That's okay for you, Jeff, because you have a lot of subscribers. But
Well,
you
right,
got
but
those out there that don't have that.
Yeah, true. That's true. Absolutely true. Yeah, you need a few thousand, probably. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chad.
Authority check. I'm fairly new.
Keeps
Oh, man.
roboting.
Chad, buddy, Chad? What's wrong with your internet, man?
Checker.
You got to reboot your
You're
modem.
roboting.
Reboot your modem,
I don't know
Chad.
what's wrong.
Here, hold
Maybe
on. Let me turn off my cam.
Put some
Maybe that might help.
tinfoil.
Try it now.
I was going to ask you to turn that off anyway, you ugly fucker.
How's that?
You're there, but I don't
I
make sure you
roboting
have
now?
no other programs. It's a little bit better, still a delay, but make sure you have no programs running too. That might be, you got something going on there.
So you had 5 people watching you a while ago. I got up here and now you don't have but 3. What the fuck, man? Bam! Take that. There you go. Oh yeah, that's my first cards. What the hell did you try to do? Get in the door with it, Bo? It's all bent up.
I was gonna say.
That's not a credit card.
Wallet, man. I carry
That's
it
not a
everywhere I
credit
go.
card, dude. You can't open your door with it, man. Good God. Jesus. That's cool that you got one of my first cards. You know what? I don't even think I got any left. I think I gave them all out. But I got new ones, of course. That was one of my first. That's pretty
How
cool.
old? Hold on. How old is that fucking card?
Probably 2.5 years old, maybe.
I carry
Wow,
this
look
one
at that.
everywhere I go.
Oh wow, yeah,
Look at how
yeah.
beautiful
I would. People would. I told people, hey, if you send me your address, I'll send you some business cards, and I got a bunch of them out there. Look at how wore out that thing is. Good God, man.
Yeah, man. I carry it everywhere.
Hell yeah, that's cool. You're supposed to give them out, right? That was the purpose. No, I'm just fucking with you.
I did give out a couple. I got 5. I think
know.
it was 5 or 6. I got 2 left.
Yeah, I got you, man. Hell, send me your address again. I'll send you some new ones.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Hell yeah.
You guys should buy a fucking shirt off this guy. He's got some nice shirts out there.
Yeah, I got a
Check 'em
few. I gotta go. You know what? That reminds me. I gotta go work on my store. And you know, people talk shit about that too, right? Well, oh, you just
Well,
doing it for the money. You know how much money I make off these fucking shirts? $2. But
yeah,
you know, but
you
do you know
Absolutely.
why?
don't buy one.
But do you,
Fuck up.
but
That's it.
but do you know why I make $2? Because that's all I want to make off of them. I can make
Right.
it where I can make $30 a shirt. I set the price on the shirts. They don't set the price on the shirts. I do. I can't go but so low, of course, because it takes money to make the shirt, and they're gonna make a little money, right? So my profit is $2 freaking. So tell me it's about the money. You know what I mean? Please do.
That ain't about the money.
Right. So
You-
you know, everybody's like, "Oh, you just doing it to get lawsuits." How many lawsuits have I had? Not narrow one.
Let the haters hate anyway. In my opinion, I'd rather spend a few bucks and direct it towards somebody who's doing something productive and meaningful than waste it on some bullshit corporation that's just all about greed.
No doubt.
Have you heard
No
about
doubt.
this Herb Freeman story, Jeff?
A little bit about the one that's locked up now.
Yeah, he's getting railroaded
Yeah.
hard, man.
Yeah, I heard something about it on Hippies. I think Hippie Auditor was talking about it earlier.
Yeah, well, they got
Is
him
it-
up on federal charges now. Like, fuck. That's
Yeah.
they're just gunning for him.
That's crazy, dude. Absolutely freaking insane.
Absolutely.
Freaking insane. You know, I've never claimed to be the I'm sorry, I never claimed to be the best or the smartest, right? All I do is go out there and do what I'm able to do. You know what I mean? That's it. I don't go out there spitting a bunch of you know, codes and freaking cases and all that stuff at the police. I just go out there and say, man, all I want to do is record. I'm pretty simple. You know what I mean? Just let me record, let me carry my firearm, and everything's good to go.
Yeah, keep
Yeah.
it simple, stupid, right?
That's all I do, man. I'm a simple person, dude. Absolutely simple. It don't get much simpler than that, you know?
That's a show display case very obviously right there when how desperate they are. When like what did they even throw Herb in jail for? What was the charge? What did he do?
Well, to begin with, he went to a police officer's house, stood across the street on the sidewalk with a megaphone, and played the flag. What do they call that over there? You guys got
The
that?
Star Spangled Banner or what?
No, the flag code or whatever.
Oh, yeah. I got you. I forgot what it's called, man.
There's some kind of flag code or something that they have over there. He played it over the mega speaker, and within 2 minutes they came and arrested him.
That's
And
crazy.
yeah, now they've
But-
got him on food stamps and holy fuck. It's
Yeah, I
bad.
heard about that too. Something about food stamp fraud or something. But that's
Yeah.
like, and I'm not trying to make light of his situation. It's like Rogue Nation. I'm sure you guys know who that is, right?
Oh, yeah.
And he got arrested for putting a fucking sticker on something, right? And they locked him up. Yeah, they locked
What
him
do you
up.
think
And they wouldn't let him bail. They didn't set no bail, so he couldn't get out. They
What
kept
did
telling
the
him, "Oh,
sticker say?
we
Just
got to
curious.
move you. We got to move you."
9
I don't
days
even remember
they
what that. I don't remember exactly what it said, but I'm sure it was colorful. But regardless of the fact,
I
right?
think it was one of his own stickers.
I think it was too. I just
From what
can't
I
remember
heard,
exactly what
it
it
was-
said. I'm sure it said something
What-
on it.
Not that it really matters. I just wanted to showcase,
Right.
you know, again the highlight of the whole thing is how desperate
this
they
out.
are.
Yeah, and they kept him in there. I don't know how many days, but it was a couple of weeks. He had to stay in jail because they would not set a bond. And when he got out, guess what? Guess what happened? No charges.
Of course, now what are they going to charge her with? Too much sticky?
Right. So how does that even fucking happen, dude? So they can just go out and get anybody, arrest them, and say, "Hey, you're gonna get a bond," and then finally you get out because maybe a lawyer, you know, was threatening them, to, you know, whatever. I don't know how that
They
happened,
just
but
didn't want to feed him no more. That's all.
probably so, right? And keep him in there for 2 weeks or more, and then get out and there's no charge, no charges. So, wow is what I say to that. Just fucking wow. You know what I mean? That's it. This is ridiculous, man.
It's crazy, man.
But it's our fault. See, this is the thing. That's what a lot of people don't want to look at, because this gets to the crux of it. It's our fault that that's happening. Because it's our
we didn't rise up
responsibility.
before it got this bad, right?
That's it.
I get that.
And we have to rise up now to stop it. No matter how bad
I'm
it
ready.
gets. The longer it takes, the harder it is for the more bloodshed, let's put it that way, we're going to have to endure.
Yeah.
It's just that simple.
Listen,
But yeah, you're
I'm
ready. I'm ready to fucking
Yeah.
let's do it. You know, go to
Yeah, and
town,
you know
get
what?
it
Listen,
together
yeah.
and kick some ass.
Yeah, and I tell everybody this, right? I don't hate cops. I'm not a cop hater.
I
I've
do.
never been a cop hater, right?
We just hate tyranny.
But I hate when they don't do their job properly and they try to be aggressive, right? And they get a big head when they got that badge and gun on. Because this is what I was going to say about the trolls and stuff. No way in the world they would talk to me like that. Even the police, no way in the world they would treat me like that without that badge and gun on. I guarantee it.
Let's
Just like
that's
the
an
trolls,
interesting.
they wouldn't talk like that. Behind that keyboard, they all tough and shit. You get in front of me and say that, and you're getting smacked in the mouth.
An interesting point. Let's bring that up for a second. You said about them doing their job. So what is their job specifically? This is
Their
something I
job
don't hear
is to
many people
enforce
ask.
the law. Is what their job is. To enforce the law, not feelings or
All right.
made up shit. You know.
All right. Now let's look at that specifically, based on that definition there. Enforce a law. So why would you need to force anything? First of all, if you're forcing something, that's a crime. Number two, and remember, this is their job description that we're talking about. Number two, what law are we talking about?
Hey man, I get where you're going. I absolutely get where you're going.
What law is there that needs to be forced?
Especially no victim, right? If there's no victim, what kind of what are you doing, right?
Right. So that's a crime, right? That's different.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So is their job, and this is where people, I like to do this to clarify, because this is where a lot of people are getting lost. Is their job description is not to enforce law. Their job description is to be an assister to us. They're supposed to serve us, right? It's kind of
Public
like
servant.
a public servant. In this case, we're kind of hiring them to be a bit of a public security force for us.
Right.
Is what we're doing, right? The only problem with that is what happens when your hired security force decides to be the very thing that you're trying to hire the security force to protect you from. Whose
right.
responsibility is it at this point to take care of this problem?
I'll be
Who's the
back.
only one that can?
No, that's right. You must have found some drama to go to. He's like, oh, drama, gotta go. Yeah, but yeah, I get where you're going. Newt, I got you, man.
Yeah, this specific point is very important. Their job description, because they oftentimes you see that. I'm sure you've heard it many times. I'm just trying to do my job. Well, are you? What is your job?
Yeah,
That's my question.
right.
Since when did your job become your job description become a tyrant?
Right. Yep. I mean, that's the thing is, as soon as they get that title, they become gods in their mind. You know.
Right. And
And it's-
who exactly are you working for? Well, I'm working for this thing called the city. Well, can I meet the city? I'd like to shake their
Yeah.
hand.
Right. Here I am, the city. What are you talking about, man?
Right. So who's the city? Well, you are. Okay, so you're working for me. Well, yeah. But you're coming to
I've
do
had-
this shit to me. But I'm paying you to do this shit to me.
Right.
I mean, it's just fucking lunacy.
Yeah, I just posted a video a couple. When was it? The 30th. Yeah, the chief. I don't know if you've seen it. The chief actually said it. First time I've ever heard it, and I've got over 500 videos. Right, not counting live streams.
That was crazy.
He actually said "You're the boss." He was talking to me, the taxpayer, right? He actually uttered the words. Utter's
said
probably not the
multiple
right word to
times,
use.
right?
Yeah, he
it
said,
repeatedly.
well, you the boss. I'm like, man, come on. I got to get a soundbite of that, right? So, but anyway, it's etched in YouTube now, so it'll never go away.
Right.
But he actually said the words, you know what I mean? And it's the first time I've ever heard or even seen on a video a cop absolutely saying, "Well, you're the boss."
You're the boss. Yeah.
But
That guy
he's
was
absolutely right. But
Of
none
course.
of them think that though. None of them. You work for me? No, I don't. Yes, yeah, you do.
there was
You
no
know?
ego in
I
that
work for the
officer
city.
at all.
Yeah. If you don't work for me, well, who do you work for then?
Yeah, exactly.
There was
That's
no
the
And I
ego
don't
in-
even. And I don't even want them to bow down and do anything, right? I don't want them to do anything no different than their job description, I guess, right?
Well, that's the
and if it-
question. We got to take a look for that. And if their job
Right, right.
description
Wh-
is
what it-
really
right,
to
what-
enforce rules, then they're
Right.
not your employee.
Right.
Sorry to say, but that is not your staff. Especially if the rules that they're enforcing is against you. That's not. Would you have that if you opened a business and your employee sits there? Well, I'm
Exactly.
going to write the rules and you're my boss, but I'm going to tell you when to come to work.
Exactly. See that right there. You know, putting it like that, dude, makes a lot of sense, dude. I can tell you got knowledge, or
That's what it is.
knowledge. What?
To me, see, I look at semantics as the crux of the whole thing. Semantics is what's
Right.
being used to confuse people, and the way I see it is a country is synonymous with a business. That's what
Right.
it is. A country and a business are the same thing. So if that's the case, well, who owns this business? Who's running this business here? Whose responsibility is this? You hear these people, they say, well, I'm my government, my country. Well, is it? I was just saying this earlier. If it's your country, well, why aren't you writing the rules?
Yeah. Why are you paying taxes if it's yours, motherfucker?
Yeah. Yeah, you're paying
I
a
got you, man.
constant hefty pay for rent just to what? Have the title to the
Yep.
privilege to say you're an American?
Yep.
What
That's it.
bing bang boo, you know?
Yeah. Right. Congratulations. Hey, let's get Chad back in here and Graham. I don't even know who that is. I don't think I've ever talked to Chad either. Let's see what they got to say about everything.
Graham, are you still awake?
Yeah, no, I'm chilling. I'm enjoying this talking.
All right. Well, glad to meet you, Graham. I don't know if we've ever spoke.
Graham is a
Chad,
long time listener, first time talker.
Oh yeah, cool. I always like the newbies. You know, breaking them in. Yeah.
Chad, did you manage
Moving
to
them up.
sort out the internet there?
How do I sound now?
Pretty good. Still a bit of delay,
that's
but you're
better.
not roboting. That's better.
There you go.
Oh, that's the main thing. Okay, that's the main thing. We got the roboting stopped.
Yeah. Yeah, it's much better now.
Yeah, we can understand you now.
Myself, just to give you an idea, to give you an NC, I'm a auditor from Canada, and well, an activist, and basically fairly new, fairly still a newbie in the activist community.
Okay.
Been an activist most of my life.
Right on. That's awesome.
I'm a
What
cop. I do the same. I do the same thing you do. I
Oh, that's
hold
cool.
What cops accountable to their jobs?
There you go.
Yeah.
What is your channel name? The Chad?
My channel name is the Chad. Yep, and I'm sure one of our
Okay.
mods can throw it up in the link. There,
Yeah, throw that link out there.
for 'em.
Yep. If you throw that link out there, I'll go check it out. Same way, Nudie.
It's up right now,
I'll
but, you know,
yeah,
He's calling you nudie.
whatever the fuck. Hey man, I'm dyslexic too.
No,
Matt,
that's
we-
up there, but his name is Nude Guru.
That's what my name is showing on panel, though. So
Yeah, yeah. I'm just reading it what it says on the damn name there. Anyway, and I listen. If y'all watch me long enough, you know I'll fuck up a name in a minute, dude. It don't matter to me. Some of these names. What?
Because next thing you know, people are gonna say, "I was watching that nudie last night."
Right there, you go.
Who the fuck
What?
is that?
Yeah. Wobbly Boost is still a YouTube channel. What is? Yeah, his. I'm sorry, you guys. Barbara, Wobbly Boost has got a new channel name because I think his channel got shut down.
Really?
Don't know. I don't know why, but damn, I can't remember what name it was though. I'm sorry. Dang it, what was it? Anyway, it's not even close to Wobbly Boost. It was something weird.
I haven't seen him in a couple months.
Yeah. Damn it, because I said, hey, somebody said hey to me in the chat, and I said hey back, right? He's like, oh, this is formerly known as Wobbly Boost. I'm like, no shit. I had no freaking idea.
Yeah, he used to always be on your show, right?
Yeah, that Fred. There you go. Is that it, Barbara? Okay. Yeah, no doubt.
What is it?
Fred
Barbara's
Gang?
got it there in the chat.
I'm
Drag.
not looking at.
Red
Oh.
Drag.
Fred Drag. There you go. Dag. Fred
Yeah.
Dag. Is that how you pronounce that?
Dag. Fred Dag.
Yeah, I got you,
Dag, yeah.
Guru. I got you subscribed, bud.
All right.
You got
Hey,
92,
guys, I gotta
90,
bow out.
91. Woo. Huh?
Guru, Jeff, it was nice talking to you. Chad, guys,
Right on. Oh, you out? Okay, bud.
yeah, I'll talk to you
I
later.
appreciate. Thank you guys for letting me up
Pleasure.
here and having them
Always
talk
love.
with you guys. I really appreciate it, man.
Have a good one, Slow.
Take care.
He was on with us for quite a while. Almost since the beginning today.
Yeah.
See you later, Hunter.
Yeah. Later, Hunter.
I think he thought that we were ending. But that's okay. If you want to come back, come back. If
No.
not, it's cool.
No.
I was saying, I think so. Somebody named Fred Dag claims to be Wobbly Boost. I have no idea who any of these names. Never heard it all.
No, me neither.
Me either.
Well, that was good. Always good to get a chance to. Sorry, I hit the wrong button, but I have to go anyway. Okay. Well, it was good to meet you, and we'll see you again another time. That was a good chat. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
I always liked an opportunity to have a sensible chat and have the information actually, be meaningful and productive.
Those are the best kind.
Yeah. Absolutely. So what about you guys? What are you guys up to now? Graham, you got to be getting bagged.
I'm a little bit tired. I've just been enjoying listening to you guys. It's always fun.
Chad, maybe you're roboting because there's so many people. Your connection's a little bit.
Could have been,
Your
maybe.
bandwidth is small.
I
Yeah.
find though, I robot a lot when the when video is up. So that's why I try to keep myself quiet until some people take the video off. But then
Yeah.
that's what I do find. I find the same problem as 5D and Graham.
Right. And anybody else in rural areas seem to have that where their bandwidth is low. PDF has the same problem.
Yeah, I got a new Wi-Fi box the other day, so that's fixed now. I can even venture off to the further reaches of the building, so I can still hear people. Where I was only bound by like an area where it could transmit to, so I could actually go to the kitchen and actually venture off out into the garden. So, yeah, that's a lot nicer. It was driving me mad. Like you say, if you go a little bit further off, it starts to robot where it's hard to try and connect.
Right.
I can with my own I have my own personal internet. With my own personal internet, I can walk. Well, actually, I can be anywhere in the building I'm in, and I'll have at least 2 bars of signal.
That's good.
Yeah. So
Did you get your new router, Graham?
Yeah.
Working better?
Oh, yeah, hell of a lot better.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's got to be a relief.
Yeah. No, everything's good. I mean, just when I pulled it out of the box, I was like, "Ooh, this is a bit fancy." Compared to the other one, I was expecting to sort of like have a dead hamster that rides on a wheel in there, because it's like ancient compared to this new one. It's like a nice black, shiny, fancy, sleek, rounded edges. Yeah.
Nice.
It's just nice to be able to go into areas where normally you lose connection.
Yeah.
You were sort of like bounded by certain areas, so it's just nice to actually like be able to like self walk about and not have to worry about like, oh, hang on, I need to leave my phone here in the hallway because if I walk into the kitchen, I'll lose a signal. But yeah, it's just nice to be able to not have that worry anymore, because every time I'd come online, it would start geeking off. And then when there's nothing on YouTube or anything, and there's nothing to watch, it's like, it's funny how I'm sort of like not losing connection now, but when there's something I want to watch, it's like, you son of a bitch.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'm going to be back in a couple minutes. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back.
all right, no problem.
How many episodes of the series? What was it? Z Nation?
Z Nation?
Is that correct?
Z Nation, yeah.
Right. I wasn't too sure if I actually remembered, but yeah, I just wondered how many seasons, or definitely thinking of checking that out.
Seasons? Just a second. Check that for you quick.
Oh, right, cool. Yeah, I just thought maybe I might as well have a nosy at that. I see little snippets, little shorts on YouTube from time to time.
Yeah.
I do like the young sniper guy. I think it was the sniper guy that was looking after the old guy there, and he just looks an interesting character.
TK?
Right, I don't know the names, but yeah, I've only seen, apart from what you emailed me. I've only seen, I think, about 3 little sort of like minute and a half bits. But yeah, I just wondered, like, is it definitely? I mean, if you've seen a lot more, is it definitely worth checking out? It looks
Oh yeah,
all right.
oh yeah. If you like a comedy style zombie show, it's definitely worth watching all the way to the end. And it's 5 seasons.
Oh, that's not too much. That's cool.
Yeah, and usually about 13 episodes per season.
That's not too bad.
It's the average. Second and third season had 15, third season had 14. But every other season was 13 episodes. And I think one of the episodes, if I remember correctly, one of the episodes in season 3 was actually completely a flashback episode going back. Kinda.
Right. Yeah.
Like most of it was all flashbacks. Like if you'd seen the first 2 seasons, you pretty much had seen the episode. So the majority was all flashbacks.
Yeah. No, that doesn't bother me or anything like that. As long as it sort of like adds more content, gives you more to the story. Yeah, I've had like loads of friends where I've got that fascination with Japanese films, and certain films I've shown friends who, like watching movies and that, are just like, fucking hell, that's, even to a point where it's like Pulp Fiction-y, and a few people find it hard to even follow Pulp Fiction, and it's just like, really? You're struggling with Pulp Fiction? But there's a few like that Japan have done that are a little bit here, there, and everywhere. But I mean, fucking hell, it doesn't take too much to actually just follow along and get where the story's actually trying to lead to. But
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
I just saw that and just thought to myself, yeah, after seeing the little snippets, I'm gonna have to try and find something online to see if I can download the series and stuff and check them out. I kind of like the idea of the radio DJ military guy out there, sort of,
Yeah.
pumping the airwaves.
Citizen Z. Citizen
Yeah.
Z.
Yeah. Like you said, you could see yourself sort of doing that at the radio station.
Oh yeah, he's one of my favorite characters, Citizen Z. He was from the first moment. I like the actor anyway, right? Because I've seen some of his work before. But I mean, just the character. It's like, yeah, that would be so me. If it wasn't him, I'd be Doc.
Yeah.
No, the guy carrying around all the municipal drugs and natural herbs and.
Yeah.
And always look at and always testing all the drugs to make sure they worked okay.
It certainly makes your life interesting. Oh, maybe this would be the one that'll end it all, but if not, I'll get a good buzz.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, eventually, you think about it, if we were ever in a zombie apocalypse, anything that's in your medicine cabinet's worth money because people aren't going to have it. So, and you can trade, well, hey, I got, you stumble across somebody that's got a field of weed and they don't have any pain. They don't have any other drugs or medication and need some. Well, here, I'll trade you some of this for your weed, some weed,
God, they got a field of weed. I'm staying and help bloody farm the weed, protect the weed. We need to stay here.
Yeah, we need to stay here for a couple days. Harvest what we can.
I've sort of had crazy ideas of how could you survive in an urban sort of environment in a zombie apocalypse, and having certain things where you'd sort of like be running the rooftops and connecting buildings together with holes in the walls, or just trying to stay off the lower levels and stuff. But and ways of sort of protecting supermarkets and neutralizing.
That's one of the things I liked about Z Nation. They weren't hiding somewhere the whole time.
Yeah,
they were constantly moving, right? That's the thing I like, because the point is of the story is one of the guys, Murphy. He's been bit multiple times by zombies and is unaffected. He actually has, they think, the cure in it, right? So that's the whole premise. They're trying to get him from the East Coast to the West Coast.
Yeah, I know how to get to somewhere. I can't remember where, but that's right. So, and that's a bit like.
And their only means of contact with any form of military is Citizen Z. So.
Well, I think the Americans would fare a lot more better with a zombie apocalypse than we will over here. We certainly haven't got any gun shops.
Oh. No. There was a zombie show I started watching, and they only did a couple episodes of it. It was out of the UK. And the storyline, I can't remember the name of it, but basically the storyline was two girls and two guys that randomly ended up on the same boat together, and they were going up the river. They were going up the River Thames to get out of London.
Yeah.
It was the only way in or out of London was going up the River Thames. So that's what they were doing.
It just reminded me of that bit in Xeno, the zombies are all lying in the water, and then that one opens up his eyes, and they all get up and run up. Fuck
Yeah.
that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
yeah,
come on, they float. They float. They can't swim, but they float.
I'm fucking dead. Yeah, that's how my had a little comic strip that I made many years ago in the early 20s. Where I mean, I've always had a fascination for zombies, going way back to when I saw Romero's first one. God, when I was thinking I must have been about 13 when I first saw that, and that freaked me out. I preferred that to things like, say, like Freddy Krueger, to Jason. I mean, I like all those, but there was just something about that black and white. My imagination was running. I kind of find things. I'm, you know, I prefer more simpler. It's like when you see works of art, I'm more fascinated with the process and the sketches on what made it to that finishing piece than the actual finishing piece. But I've forgotten where I was going.
Well,
but
it's
yeah,
like
with the
even some
black
of
and
the-
white, I
it's
just
like
like
if some-
letting my imagination fill the gaps. You know what I mean? But then the
Oh, yeah.
second one come out, and I just thought that was so a good concept. Find a place to stay in a supermarket, in a big mall. You got everything you want for quite a while. But then the craziness aspect that they put into it made me chuckle. But the third one was just like, yeah, done it for me. I mean, hats off for the guys that done the graphics and the special effects. I mean, wow. I mean, there was a few scenes I was like, rewind that again. That's, you know, the way they ripped his head off and yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at I was having this conversation with some friends of mine, and we all like vampires, and we were having that discussion. And one of the movies that came up, of course, was Nosferatu. You know, like for its time, it was an amazing movie with very little special effects.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, even if you go back to even you know, probably a little bit younger, Metropolis. I mean, a different thing. But when I revisited Metropolis a little while back to sort of think of what are they telling us or what the future's going to be like, you know, I mean, I was thinking, what, this is 1930 something. It was just like, wow, this is, you know, and yet again, it's just like, you know, no big sort of CGI, you know, crazy, but it's the theatrical presentation of it. It's in some ways, I kind of think it's just a little bit more entertaining than the shit we're given now. You know, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I've grown up with watching, you know, fascination with Akira Kurosawa samurai type films. I mean, I know he's done other films, but just understanding how he directs and how the movement of the camera, there's always a beginning, middle, and an end. And I watch all these other sort of films, and the edits are here, there, and everywhere, and it's just like, you know, this just doesn't even sort of follow a nice, fluid sort of pattern to the story, you know. And I remember Jackie Chan having to take over the editing of Rush Hour, and he was saying, like, you know, the Western editing is completely different to the Eastern editing. You want to know what's the end result of that kick, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So I just struggle so much with now where I mean, the superhero thing. I just see so much fucking like engenders pushing into it, you know. What was it? The Wonder Woman one, you know, and it was just like seeing the men like literally raising the woman up on the shield and stuff, and I was just like, oh God, the symbology of all this sort of crap. But you know, it's just not that. It's even down to certain things we see in cartoons, you know, complete masculation of the male, and you know, like turning people into all sorts at the moment.
Well, I mean, even these are just a series that just came from a graphic novel. I started watching it because I read the graphic novel, and I just wanted to kind of see what their interpretation of it was.
Yeah.
But it was Why the Last Man on Earth, and it's based, and he's basically
That's
the
the very
premise
I
of the
like that.
storyline is all men are
Disney were like, well,
all straight
Hmm.
all
Hmm.
all men that carry a full or the full Y chromosome
Yeah.
are gone. They no longer exist. So basically, it only leaves women and men that are in the process of being or in the process of becoming transgender, or women that have gone to become men.
Yeah.
So it's basically, like I said, transgender or a woman is unscathed, and there's only this one man and his one man that's straight male that's left, and his monkey are the only two straight males, or the only two men left, like straight Y chromosome men that are left on the planet.
Jeez.
And it's kind of like a Z Nation idea thing in the same aspect. They got to get him from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Before to find out if they can actually successfully bring men back.
Jeez. Yeah, it's just a lot of it. I mean, even
as
today,
opposed to giving the transgender ones a shot of testosterone so that they stay male.
right?
It's like, yeah, okay. When I first read it, but it was a good series and it had its funny moments, but it's been it's slow starting. I'll say it that way. It's very, very slow starting. Like they haven't even left the East Coast yet.
I just got back. Who hasn't left the East Coast?
A character from a graphic novel that's being converted to a TV series.
Oh, okay. That's why I have
It's
no
called
idea.
it's called Y, the Last Man.
It's called Why the Last Man?
Yeah.
Y, the Last Man.
Gotcha.
And the guy's actual name is Yannick or something like that. So it kind of fits for the title.
Yeah. I like it. Good title.
It's interesting.
Break it down. A lot of meanings in it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's why I like it. Gets the old brain working.
To fill you in, basically, the storyline of Why the Last Man is basically any straight heterosexual male is dead in this storyline, and only men that are alive are trans men.
Yeah.
Or men, men that are in the process of transitioning to a woman. That's it. Like those are the only men that survived. All the other men are dead except for this one guy and his monkey. They're the only two Y chromosome males left on the planet.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the court case, U.S. Supreme Court, with the transhuman, let's say, stung, and now transhuman, and they're technically owned by the company. Yeah, I'm still sort of absolutely, when you hear certain things and you're just still gobsmacked about certain things, and yeah, I had to pull that up actually. I think that was 2013, that court case, but claiming that so technically you could be owned by like Johnson & Johnson, and well, if you survive Pfizer shots, because Pfizer seems to be knocking people off left, right and centre. But it's like, even whenever I said to my parents, they've got the AstraZeneca, and I'm like, that's banned. I think banned now in like 30 countries. So, but it's just the media just constant. You have to dodge this bombardment of relentless bullshit to try and sort of have a little bit of calmness to sort of make your brain work. If anything I can think of, it's, you know, you constantly bombarded with this bullshit, you know, till you don't even think, you just parrot off the narrative, you know, you do without thinking. You know, I've been programmed, you know, into a certain way of you just do without even actually thinking. You know, it's like I see people now, and it's like, why are you all wearing a mask? Where have you seen any evidence of, you know, that there's this dangerous fucking thing about that can knock people off left, right, and centre? I mean, I saw like people like Tyson and Conor McRae, and I'm like, what the fuck? You're the hardest and the fittest of people. What the fuck are you scared of? You know, especially when you see the statistics and all that, it's like, well, you know, at the very start of it, I was like, oh, right, okay, well, you know, doesn't need to be anything to be worried about. Apparently, sunlight to the cold to bleach to almost everything seems to kill it. So, you know, and you got a 99.98 chance of surviving. I'm like, well, okay, let's carry on, you know, and it constantly kept on being spewed out by the media. And the next thing you know, they're labeling it the new Black Death, and we need fucking this, we need that. And it's just like, you know, have I woken up in a completely new world? In the kind of way I think, you know, it's like, you know, I'm always thinking of the Matrix. Do you know what I mean?
I feel like I've been
You know?
sleep. I feel like I went to sleep at the beginning of this all and woke up and I'm like, you know, it's an entirely new world. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I
you've
feel like Rip
woken
Van
up in
Winkle. It's like I'm going back to bed. Maybe it'll change. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
sleep through everything else.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just waiting to meet Dumber and Dumber come round. You know, it's none of that. It's sort of, it's like, you know, I mean, I've said this before. I mean, in the toolbox, I'm a very blunt object. But I mean, the more I research it, I mean, very much at the very moment of time, I'm fucking razor sharp. You know, and you just come out with some basic sort of common sense. People just look at you weird, and it's like, come on, it's like, this silly old me can just, you know, come out with that. It's what's your thinking? But you just, I mean, with the parents, I mean, they've all been successful where they've been, but they just can't seem to think for themselves.
To be honest, though, I look at it as like it's like Guru had said one time. It was the writing was on the wall. People, you know, some of us seen it, and we just kind of we were trying to make people aware of it. Nobody was listening, and now it's coming up, and more people are realizing, and more people, not enough, obviously, to turn the tables and get this narrative taken off the table. But you know, it's coming, and I mean, it's like, you know, when other shit starts happening, they're gonna the ones that are still, you have to get vaccinated. They'll be the first ones to be like, fuck this shit, no.
Yeah. I mean, we've
You know,
started
and
to see.
be like, you know what? It's like
You're
a friend of
starting
mine
to
said
hear now the
yesterday when I
ones
was
that were
back-
very adamant about saying, no, I'm never getting the vaccine. They're starting to let where their slip line is, where they're actually going to say, okay, well, if I'm forced to, where that line is for people. And typically I'm hearing it's, if they cut me off of my social assistance check, then I'm gonna have to take the vaccine now. Stuff like that, right? So I knew that was coming. I knew that people, they had their cracking point.
Well, I'll put it this way, I decided no matter what, I'm not getting it. And they can threaten to cut me off. I'll say okay, and I'll just pack up what I can and go off grid.
Yeah,
like fuck that shit. You know.
Oh, I really want to kick ass and kick open doors and do some old school sacking. Do you know what I mean? It's like, right, let's find those big broadswords and
well,
shit.
I mean, if I have enough support, yeah, am I gonna?
This is the thing. If you have any line where you decide that you're going to get it because you're going to get cut off from some benefit or whatever, you still haven't figured out what's going on. And you still haven't figured out what's in that fucking thing. It's not a vaccine because you're literally taking a genocidal death jab, and that means you haven't figured that out. So go ahead and take that for your little few pennies that you're gonna get. That's what they'll double that. They'll say, "Hey, we'll give you 3,500." They don't give a shit because you're gonna be dead. It's that simple. Maybe not today, not in 2 seconds. Some of you will die, and it's already happened. Other people are going to get bad side effects right away. But they've literally claimed very specifically, the same idiots who are doing this fucking shit, that after you get this vaccine, if you haven't died from it, you are going to die from your next flu shot or one of the variant boosters or whatever. It's up to us to decide when that's going to happen.
Yeah, you'll be constantly reliant on pharmacy to, big pharma to heal your ailments that they've caused and will keep on causing.
It's just a setup.
Well, it's
it's just a fucking setup. And,
I gotta chuckle
of all things, people. Of all things, the one thing before anything else is every single one of you who is even looking to this thing as being what it is has failed to check your belief systems for critical thinking and stated the one obvious that all of you guys are just totally oblivious to. And that's before you get into, should we take a vaccine or this and that or whatever, where is the factual, verifiable, reproducible, self-verifiable proof that this goddamn fucking thing is even real and not a fucking boogeyman? So until that's answered to yourself, what the hell are you doing just going along in an assumption, especially from the same people? You're going to trust the same people that has been doing all this fucking tyranny shit left, right, and center to you? The same people are the ones that are coming up with this thing. All of a sudden now they're your friend and they're saying, oh, well, we got this health matter and we care about your health and it's for the protection of everyone benefited. Yeah, right. When did that switch flip? Or flip switch, whatever you want to call it. When did that turn? All of a sudden they care about you. Good grief, people.
Yeah, okay.
And that's a question that is just so fucking right over people's head. Like, just immediately into, just because it's being socially assumed on a mass-wide scale that there is this thing called a virus and a COVID and a corona and a variant and all these things. Wait a second. Can somebody please just fucking put the brakes on that and show me just one piece of hard factual proof that I can verify myself? Not hearsay, not somebody else said so. Some real solid factual proof that this thing is real, because they're claiming this is a claim, right? This is a pretty big fucking claim, something that is, all of humanity is being affected by. And you people all want to just go along with the narrative without that one first question and make all these decisions based on their fucking little hearsay media rampage that this is fucking real? Good grief, people. Seriously. That's where the brakes have to stop right there. Before you get into all of these other things, put the fucking brakes on that and say, wait a second. Otherwise you're just a sitting duck, and your whole life is predicated on belief system. Just whatever other people tell you is truth.
I think the fact of just normal people being freaked out because you question. Oh, how dare you question?
Right. How dare I question? How dare I want to, especially something that I'm going
to think differently to what's being constantly repeated 24/7.
Right.
The first 5 seconds of,
I still laugh at one of the I still laugh at one of the ladies that she wanted to stand there. I was standing waiting for a friend of mine to come home from his getting groceries, and she decided she wanted to stand there and debate this whole topic with me. And she's like, well, and she finally is like, I'm not want to talk about this anymore. I'm going to walk away. And she says, I'll pray for you that you don't get infected. I said, I'll do the same. I'll do the
I
same.
pray
I
that
said
they do get
I'll
infected.
also pray. Well, no, and I said I'll also show you mercy when you turn to a zombie. She was what? I said when you turn to a zombie, I said I'll show you mercy and shoot you in the head.
No, the thing is that if they're not getting it, they're already a zombie. They can't turn into something they already are.
Well, no, I meant like a zombie, traditional sense of a zombie just walking around looking for brains.
I've seen that on YouTube.
And that's
There was
actually a line. That's actually a line from Z Nation. I'll show you mercy.
The easiest, best way to deal with a zombie anyway is quick neutralize. I mean, when I was years ago, when I used to work in the arcades down the seafront, we had a few zombie games, House of the Dead, stuff like that. And I remember a bunch of lads were playing it and shooting up the zombies, and this little young boy was like, shoot him in the head, shoot him in the head. So I'm like, know my zombie shit, so I've wandered over there to see what all the noise was all about. And I was like, yeah, you need to listen to this young boy, because you boys are just shooting up the zombies everywhere. You need to shoot them in the head. Yeah. I was like, well done, lad. Me and you in a zombie apocalypse will be all right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you don't do. You got to ping them in the head. I love it, man.
You struck a chord with people. There's like 5 or 6 people. We went on that tangent. There was 0 watching a second ago. Now there's 1 new one. And that's it, right? Like, seriously, the topics we're talking about right now have been a little bit other ones that are so sensitive to people, because it gets right to their egotistical self-center, that they have to look and say, well, wait a second, fuck, if what I'm saying is correct, then I've been a complete fucking idiot. And people don't like to get to that, even though that's actually a very healthy thing to do, not from excuse the negative way of putting it, okay? To be politically correct, you have been gullible, right? You've been very naive and gullible, and people don't like to admit that to themselves. And that's the crux. They would rather be right and dead than wrong and healthy. More important to be right and all fucked up from this vaccine and all the punishment that goes along with being naive and ignorant and dumb from listening to the bullshit and getting affected and believing the bullshit. Your doctors, your pharmaceuticals, your vaccines, your synthetic food, your synthetic this, your whole fucking fictions, your country, your patriotism, the whole fucking 9 yards. They'd rather be a zombie and right, or dead and right, and sick to the bone and right, than come to terms with that they've been a fool and they don't have to be a fool anymore and live a free, healthy life.
One of the things I enjoy when you talk to somebody that's already got their 2 vaccines, and they come to realize it, and you see it in their face. You say, "Don't worry, you'll be useful during the revolt. We'll just send you up on the front lines." And then they really think about it for a second, and like, wait, front lines means I'm not going to survive. Yeah, exactly. You're not going to survive anyway, so we might as well throw you on the front lines.
I've got nothing but mercy for them. Just I don't want to say like we didn't warn you, but God dear.
Oh, exactly. We warned you. But unfortunately, you chose to drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah,
I said it all. The ones that advocate for the vaccines, they should be the first ones to get like 5 of every kind, at least, to be safe, to be sure, and the first ones to line up for it and make sure you get the job done right. Don't dick around with it if you're that sure that this thing is the the problem that you think it is, you better do the job right. Get 10 of them.
God, I can imagine that being like literally
And
4 a year.
make sure it's one of every kind.
Yeah, mix and match.
That's what I was saying. You be sure you get the job done, and you get 2, 3, 4, 5 of each possibility to make sure that the ones that are going to be effective can do their job.
Yeah.
Wear 20 of your fluoride masks, and then sit there and relax, and don't worry about the people who are unsafe as you think.
Don't forget to brush your teeth. And don't forget to brush your teeth. Don't forget to brush your teeth with the fluoridated toothpaste.
Well, maybe that'll be next. The vaccines will make it so you don't have to brush anymore or something. These miracle things that come up with, God knows what kind of fiction they'll put on it next.
It's a selling point to sell it.
Well, people who take this vax are so loopy at that point, they could say anything and it would sell anyways. It doesn't matter. Look at all the people running in line to get it just for the goddamn free ice cream cone.
They'll come out of a selling point that adds an inch to your penis. Yeah.
You stay hard longer.
What was that? What was that pharmaceutical over-the-counter drug you could take for that? What's it called again? I forget.
Viagra.
Viagra, yeah.
Viagra.
Covaga. They're going to combine the two.
Don't. Maybe I was shot.
Viagra 19. We're probably giving them ideas.
Well, it's like one of the things I got to laugh at when I first saw this, because there is, as we know, they're trying to start going younger now, right?
Yeah.
And the whole thing of making the different vaccines look like a superhero.
They're probably gonna.
Like, oh, come on!
Yeah,
they're gonna turn it into a multivitamin soon.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah. And I've also seen, young girls have little baby dolls where you'd have your sick baby that you give vaccines and stuff like that too. I've seen that.
Wait till you guys realize that the same companies that are deciding and manufacturing the vaccines are the exact same ones that are producing most of your food. Wait till you figure that shit out.
Well, it's all literally owned. Was it Blackwater? Oh, I can't remember the other name. But when you sort of, delve with the companies on who owns this and who owns that, and when it starts going up in that pyramid form, and yes, Blackwater and something, I can't think what the other name was. But yeah, it's all bought and owned. I forgot where I was going with that now.
We're talking about the same people that are creating the vaccines are the same ones that are creating your food.
Yeah, that's it. It's all under the same umbrella. That's it.
Yep.
Even down to the music you listen, the things that you watch, clothes you wear.
Right.
Yeah.
This, if you've ever heard piercing the corporate veil, what that actually means is do away with the names, because the names are what's used to actually shell who is actually doing this whole thing. So take that away and just get down to the fundamental who in terms of people. And it's all the people on the board of the United Nations, and the United Nations is the corporate fiction too, but just to point you in the right direction. Those people, okay, those are the ones that are taking directions from some other people somewhere that are not exposed to the public, and they're the minions, the first level public minions, that are seen by the public, and they're taking the directives, and they're simply just the managers dictating what's supposed to be done down to the people who are working in line all the way to the retail industry. But the whole lot of it, right down from left, right, top, center, up and down, every single aspect of it is all being run by that same freaking group. So, you know, think about the next time you go and buy your Shreddies or loaf of bread or Frosted Flakes or whatever you're eating. There's more than one way to get a vaccine to you. Well, I think we lost a groundster there. Chad, are you still with me?
I'm still with you. I'm still with you.
Graham was supposed to not have that happen. He got his new, maybe he clicked the wrong button.
Possibility.
Got his new router. Let's just have a look. 2 watching. Let me refresh.
Yeah, that's what I was. That's where I was. I went over to refresh YouTube.
2 watch. Let's see if it comes back. Graham, are you there?
I don't know. Give him a minute. He'd probably get back.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, that's another big eye opener, you know. But it's not just in the food. I mean, I'm just using that as a hard cold example because that's something that's so easily overlooked. It's in your food, it's in your water, it's in your clothes, in the materials of your house, everything. Every single aspect of the whole material industry, so to speak, has all been dominantly infrastructured by those people.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, that's for sure.
That's a big pill for people to swallow, you know, to come to terms with that. But if you really want to be free, you know, if you really want to get your health back and not be a slave to it, not be ruled over, not be run over, and a victim, literally a victim, but a chosen victim, because you had to choose that. If you don't want that for yourself, that's what it's going to take. It's going to take that big reality check to really understand, really take a good look at it, and understand how this thing is able to do what it's doing, whatever you want to call it. You know, these people, how they're able to implement that. No, here he is.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
you know, that's something for myself that took quite a while to study to come to the conclusion of. But once you come to the conclusion, it's just like, oh, that's so freaking obvious. It's just like any other business corporate structure. You've got, you know, somebody who's a dictator from the top who's deciding things, and then there's some CEOs or managers underneath them who are taking those instructions and passing them down to other managers and then all the way to the employees. It's really like that. Same exact thing.
You have a treasury, president, chairman, chair lady.
Right. And then, you know, so that they can handle the whole like thing, because it's a massive amount of people and a massive, just different continents. So that's why they divided things up into sections, so that they could delegate those tasks and just do it in a systematic fashion. That's what it's for. And what do? We think, oh, that's a different country that we belong to. And, oh, yeah, we have to salute to the flag. For fuck's sakes, people, no. That was just a little thing to have some kind of a ability to identify where a product should go or something like that. Just like grid lines on a map, you know, so that we can meet up at a certain location or whatever. It wasn't meant to be this, like, patriotic thing to, like, this country over here and that country over there, and you know we're almost like separate teams that compete against each other, and my country's the best and your country's the best and this and that. It's like, fuck, people, you're clueless. Totally clueless. No such thing.
Yeah, we have people over here that moan about certain classes of people and races of people, and I always try and sort of end up defending them because, you know, we're all the fucking same. Like, you know, when people moan about the French over here, we're all fucking French, and I'm like, well, at least they know how to fucking protest. They don't take no shit from their government, you know, and things like that. But just, you know, I've always, I mean, since I was a little boy, I've, you know, been around, I hate saying black, but black kids and, you know, Asians and stuff. There was a couple of them in my school, and, you know, they had interesting stuff and interesting toys that I wanted to play with, so I was playing with them. But as you get older, you start coming across all this racist crap, and you either sort of, you know, have a stand against it or just go with the flow of it. But I just, you know, even when my dad says stuff back in the day, it was just like, you know, you can't take the piss just because he's African. Africa's got fuck all to do with it. He was just being an idiot, you know. Yeah, just because he pulled out in front of you. It's stupid. Like, that has an effect over his stupidity, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, colour of skin dictates how fucking intelligent I am and pathetic.
Oh, just fucking anything, right? Just
Yeah,
anything
yeah.
to put some kind of a difference, division, and, you know, anything at all. It could be fucking your favorite color. It could be your favorite box of cereal. You know, you're an elitist to this. You're in that club. I'm in this club. You know, I don't like you anymore because you don't like fucking Freddy's. You know, I'm a vegan because I like eating veggies. You know, that puts me into a class that automatically in meat eaters' eyes is like some this or some that, depending on the person. You know, I mean, geez. Just on and on and on and on and on. There's just people who have different understandings. That's it.
Yeah.
But, you know, the ego loves the drama, right? That's the thing.
Yeah.
People want that drama because then they get to have a false sense of importance and a false sense of security. And the joke's on them, ultimately. But they get to feel important for a minute. And that's better than feeling like no importance, especially in a world where all the fucking people are over and above me and I feel like nothing.
Yeah.
And hence the division gets taken further and people fight with each other. And that was the design, to get people to have that little dopamine rush for the sense of importance, the little sense of, you know, like even all these... You can see it right to the tits of these panels and stuff. The way that they're set up, where there's this, you know, control aspect of who's going to be the moderator and all that kind of stuff. It's all just set up to keep that little, you know, sense of power type of thing.
I mean, I even get that little bit of egotistical thing of just sort of, you know, destroying someone's sense of the world with a bit of truth and just trying to wake them up to the sense of bullshit. But it's not a point of I've got one over of you. I don't know. I just have that same egotistical feeling, but I want them to fucking wake up and understand and learn. And, you know, it's not like I know something you don't know. It's like I know something that you need to know, you know. But
yeah.
I don't want people to, you know, I'm like, hey, if I know something that you don't know, I'm willing to fucking tell you for free of fucking charge. Not a fucking problem. It's, you know, everyone should fucking know, you know, the knowledge that I've been coming across. You know, it's God-given rights, if you want to say that in one degree, or, you know, everyone should have a knowledge of the land, the world, and everything, and what's going on, especially when it's been twisted and designed to now make you fail in every form. Yeah. especially like now with like down to they're after the children. Do you know what I mean? And if that don't fucking make people wake up, then I think they will.
Well, that's nothing new though. It's they've been doing that. It's the same thing they've been doing all along.
Yeah,
and
that's
that's why I don't think it's going to have that they're doing it to a bit of a stronger degree isn't really going to have that much impact, because they've already been nowadays when I was a young we had I think it was 4 booster shots by the time we were 4 or 5 years old, and that was it. Now it's something like 60.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got a photograph with that one, how it used to be back in sort of like the 60s and then the 80s and then how it is now. Yeah, it's not just going slowly, it's just gone skyrocketed.
And that's just that aspect of things. People going back to the early 1900s or whatnot, they had a lot more understanding about natural self-health with food and nutrition and whatnot, because they grew their own food more and whatnot. And then slowly it turned into the lackadaisical pharmaceutical industry being dependent on that for every aspect of your health. And that's why the health is shit now.
Yeah.
Because it's been designed to keep you dependent on the poisons that they're feeding you to continue to fry your fucking brain.
Yeah,
literally.
Doing the research on vaccines.
Yeah.
The history of how people were becoming more cleaner.
Can you imagine them trying to? Sorry. Finish what you're saying.
I was just saying basically how people were starting to have things where plumbing was being put in, sewage. We weren't throwing our waste over our balconies and out the windows. You know what I mean? The shit weren't in the gutter anymore. It was being funneled off through the sewage works. More people are now having indoor plumbing, hot water, and cleaning themselves. And as we were getting more clean, we were living more healthier, instead of wallowing in our own shit and feces, which then causes, disease and But they've all put it down to it was, the progression of vaccines that caused that, and it was just like no. I kind of think it was more the us stopping throwing our human waste out the window that was probably a good thing. But yeah, I mean, even when I studied, where the white man's been going here, there, and everywhere in boats, and we used to have rickets and suffer from all sorts of stuff, and certain Indian tribes would, start feeding us fruit and vegetables with vitamin C to heal this, that, and the other, and even to a point of suggesting maybe you should clean yourself because you guys stink.
Right.
So, yeah.
Can you imagine if they were doing what they're doing right now, if they just tried to do that 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago?
Oh, what a problem. Yeah.
It wouldn't have cut it.
Excuse me.
It would have been such a fucking flop in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But they can now because it's been a work, slow boiling frog syndrome is what you call that. They've been working up to this, forever. In my opinion, I think they were actually a little behind. And I don't know.
Having setbacks since I've been in here in the research, say for the last 10 odd years, and then all the little bits that I've been unsure of or knowing that before actually saying to myself, I'm a conspiracy theorist, if you want to label me that. But yeah, I've definitely noticed that they've had the odd setbacks where a good example, something was definitely designed to happen at the 2012 Olympics, and a certain gentleman that exposed a lot of numerology and a lot of strange synchronicities and stuff like that, was pointing things out and this, that, and the other, and obviously they bumped him off. His name was Nick Clay. There's a famous 4-hour interview on Red Ice Radio that I've got on likes. It's very fucking interesting. I mean, he talks about all the weirdness with 9/11, with all the synchronicities, with all the numbers and stuff like that. And yeah, it's just, but he was very much awake. You know, when someone's literally just been fed information from the universe, you know, if you want to say that, you know, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, now I've mentioned that interview, I must listen to that again, because that was yeah, it was just literally just, you know, when you just like open up an, I don't know, an article in the news or something, you just seem to just pull out, I don't know, just the numbers of it, but getting connections where, you know, it was like basically like some kind of like a bombing planned for like the after show. But a lot of people in the community say that they reckon that he bringing out that information stopped them from doing stuff. But they were supposed to cap one of the pyramids with gold in the year 2000, and that never happened. But yeah, certain things that I remember listening to a lot of Bill Cooper, certain things were supposed to line up and not happen, but who's just exposing that their plans, and you know, now because people were now waiting for it to happen, they didn't go along with it. But then you wonder what's actually going on behind the scenes that we don't know to people, let's say, in military and political sort of areas that are in the know, that are actually fighting the good fucking fight that we don't know about. Yeah. You know, got to have an equal one opposite equal event effect. So yeah. It just makes my mind roll. It's just, you know, how much of it, you know, we have to suffer and perish before fucking we wake up and actually fucking rise up. You know, I see a lot of rising up, but I just think too many people are just sort of panicking over the bullshit that comes out of the media, and that's the trouble. It's just like you say, it's to understand that what you're getting is just fictional bullshit, and you need to fucking understand that that's just nothingness, that what you're hearing, it doesn't make no sense.
Yep.
Means absolutely nothing.
Well, let's take this phrase, so to speak, or concept, whatever you want to call it, rise up, and let's talk about that. So what does that actually mean to rise up? Because now we're gonna talk about, you know, the reality of what it takes to actually do something and be effective to create actual change to this.
Being taught to think within that box. Yeah, so even the idea of how do you fight this, let's say that fire, you know, do we fight the fire with fire, or yeah, it's just, do we clash and fight, which I don't think is the right idea, because they've got, you know.
Well, you certainly don't put out a fire with like being polite about it and talking to the fire and saying, "Can you please go away now?"
Yeah, you have to have that, like you say, we're the boss attitude.
Fire's just going to continue burning.
Right, you have to douse the fucking thing.
Yeah.
Right, and you got to do it in a hurry before it spreads too far.
Yeah.
Using that analogy, and it, you know, look at how fucking far it is right now. And eventually, if it burns everybody, well, who's going to put it out? That's what it's coming to. It's burning everybody, and eventually there's going to be nobody left to put the damn fire out. And then it'll go out by itself because there's nothing left to burn.
Yeah, that's it. Like not feeding the beast itself, or just like, yeah.
Well, the beast will be no more too, because the beast it needs food. And we're the food. And when we're gone, what's it going to do? There's going to be no things to rule anymore. So that's another thing that's a big joke about it, you know?
Yeah.
What are they gonna do? You know?
It's literally just pointing and laughing at it and just telling it you have no power over it. You know, we've seen that in movies and stuff. You know, it's us that, you know, we give this a charge, we give this life without our consent, and saying, oh, well, I must pay the city or I have to pay this council, until that sort of there's a realization of like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
What is this council? What is this city, state, or whatnot?
Yeah.
You know,
There
who's
is no
signing off
it.
on this? Yeah.
There is no it. What is it? There's just
Yeah,
people.
it for me is a demonic kind of thing, you know. I've even, you know, people say with, like, let's say Satan, it likes to be called it. And then if you want to think, you've got, you know, IT, and then you got AI and stuff like that. It's, you know, it's some lifeless thing. It's an it, yeah. Yeah, that only us can.
There's only
breathe
us.
life into. Yeah.
There's only us, and then the natural world and the synthetic world.
Yeah, and it's not
That's
like
the
we breathe
basis.
life into it for it to carry on with a life of its own. It's no, we constantly have to do these rituals upon it daily. Yeah.
Can you imagine being in their shoes right now? Like, just think about it. These elites who are really imposing this will and program that they're trying to do with the genocide and whatnot. Can you imagine the fear they must live with every day to have this little gnaw on their shoulder? Think about, what if this backfires?
I think the up there's are so. I mean, they've not come out the shadows, but the ones we see on the television. I mean, you just look at like my prime minister and all your guys' presidents, the before and after. I mean, they look haggard and like they've been through war. Do you know what I mean? When you see soldiers of war through the stress of it, the pictures before they went to war and after, there's a certain look. So, I mean, they're in the public eye. So if they get caught out and about, let's say after we take over, let's say, they, you know, everyone knows them, but the ones that we don't see, don't know the names of, because I think there's more up there above Rothschild and whoever you want to say that, you know, haven't come out of the shadows yet.
Well, yeah, those people do. I was just referring to like any of the entire people who are on the lower levels of government and whatnot. Just all of them who are in on it, right?
You can see it on their face, yeah.
Yeah, they're petrified.
Yeah.
Like, how do you sleep at night? Really, you know?
Well, apart from Biden, he doesn't know if he's coming or fucking going, that guy. Jeez. He seems to be in a world of his own. It just like, you know, someone pods him out and goes, that way, Joe. And he's just like, okay, dribbles a load of shit and turns around and wanders off.
Well, that's another direction of question is whether or not.
I know it's all a play, but Trump was entertaining. But Biden just like, who the fuck is this fucking loon?
So whether or not they're even human or not, you know, that's a whole nother area of discussion. But I would think if Biden isn't a pretty clear example of that, you know, I don't know what it is. And I don't even watch this shit. I mean, I just look at it for 2 seconds because it's impossible to be on the internet and not come across these idiots, Muppets faces somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that technology where you can have the facial control of the expressions of, let's say, Joe Biden. You know, you're all hooked up to the TV or to the computer and it's copying your facial muscles to the puppet. Yeah, I've seen all that. So let's say the Joe Biden we know today could be a complete CGI, you know, Muppet. You know, not even real no more. He lives on the TV screen.
Yeah, personally, I think that's the way it's been for a long time.
Yeah.
For all of them, they're all literally just like, you know, maybe not even real humans or whatever.
People have shown on the news that they can do, what do they call it, in real time. You know, make up a complete fucking crisis scene. You know, they just add up the background, put in the crowd, and you're just like, fuck. I don't
Yeah.
think there's anything on
Well,
TV I
look,
should really
ca-
trust
case
anymore.
in point. Case in point. Okay, look at the TV series The Mandalorian from Disney. Okay, it's completely filmed in a green screen room.
Right.
The only ones that are actually there are the actual people that are working behind the scenes, and the actors that happen to be in the scene at that exact moment in time. The rest of it is all CGI'd.
Right. I haven't seen that film for such a long time.
The buildings, everything, it's all fake. I mean, who's to say?
Yep.
Who's to say? I mean,
Yeah.
who's to say? Like, for example, even if Biden, let's say, is a real person, he's not standing in front of some green screen in California.
Yeah. Well, I'm down for anything.
Or on the moon.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or,
Not that where
get
they are
some
really
people-
matters or anything, but it's just the point is that it's
Joe
all fucking
Biden
shit show.
that's alien, that's demon possessed. I'm like, yeah, I could believe that.
The funny thing is, like, who really watches it with interest? That's what gets me. It's like, it would be one thing if they are actually the things that you were like watching were focusing on real issues that were getting at hand that you could have some kind of participation in or whatnot. That's not the case. It's all about this person or that person, and who's going to spend this budget more than and who's going to save this budget.
And if
That's
the
all the
case, then
fucking thing is about.
why ain't you having any say in your local neighborhoods and stuff like that in the areas that you actually have, that you see that you are in? If you're not having no say in your local neighborhood, you ain't having no fucking say with that, are you?
Exactly. There's no fucking say whatsoever, nothing. And that's because
Got nothing in the post to say, do you want something done in your local neighborhood to, what are your suggestions? I don't get none of that. Yeah.
that's because it ain't your fucking country.
Mm.
That's why it never was your country.
Yeah.
If it was your country, it would be just, again, country and business synonyms. You would be the boss. You'd write the rules for it. But you ain't writing the rules. So clever though, eh? To get it to it's your country. It's all of your country, blah, blah, blah. No. You're the fucking employees of this goddamn business. You're the employee slave synonym. You don't get to write the rules. You don't get to decide this. You don't get to decide shit. You listen to what we say, and you don't have any two ways about it. But you get to decide which one of us tells you what to do. That's what you get to decide. But that's an illusion too, because we have that selected before you even decide. That's just to make you think you have some semblance of choice. Because if there wasn't any semblance of choice, then the final straw, that the 1% that you're only focused on, that makes it look like a dictatorship, you'd have to outright call it a dictatorship. And we can't have that, because now we'd be in North Korea territory and shit like that. But it is.
Well, I mean,
all
it's
businesses
like,
are dictatorships.
I watched.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. It was a clip I watched recently on our prime minister here in Canada, Justin Trudeau. And literally he said, the comment he made was regarding China, and saying China's got it right. And I was like, oh God, people need to people wake up and see this. They're gonna realize.
Can you introduce me to China? I'd like to shake China's hand.
Yeah.
I want to have a conversation with China.
Yeah.
Bring China to the table.
Well,
is this Manchurian China, or is this?
Well, as he put it, the Chinese government.
What dynasty are we talking about? Yeah.
Fictions.
The current one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? Like, before there was a different China before China. That's it. It was called it. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just making fun of the whole kind of illusion of it all. Yeah, it's like England and the UK and all that. And it's like, well, those had names before all those, but Yes.
They're nothing.
Yeah.
They're nothing. Just like Walmart is nothing.
Yeah.
It's a building, right? It's a building, and then they put a bunch of letters on it, and they make you believe it's a fucking Walmart. No, it's a building
I'd love
with
to have
some
a
letters on it.
conversation about, say, birds that travel and migrate for miles on end, say from Africa to England and whatnot, and how they see it all, and just to listen to us and to communicate. They're like, you lot are fucking mental. They really would, if nature could communicate the animals on how we think and stuff. They'd be like, dude, it's just over there. Land's land, soil's soil, Plants are over there, the lands are over there. What the fuck?
That's right.
You know what I mean?
And they've got everybody convinced that they are the fucking owners of the goddamn fucking countries when while they're acting like employees.
And that's how they screwed up the Indians. Yeah.
Huh?
That's how they screwed up the Indians. They applied property to everything. Yeah. And the Indians couldn't get their head over that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like the idea of owning land and owning that's mine, and just like, how can you? It's not yours, but it's there for everyone to enjoy and use. And
instead of a union, right? A shared thing that's in
Yeah.
line with nature, the way that
that's
nature does it.
celebrate with. Yeah.
Now we have to cut up divisions. Now
No,
we've got this.
Christ,
Now
no.
we have to protect it and defend it. Now we have to fight over it, and right? That's exactly what happened. And then it just grew from there. Instead of the little properties, it's like 3 or 4 they got together. Because now the idea of strength in numbers has some merit to it. So we're going to band together with 3 or 4 of these little properties over here, and if you come over here, we're going to just shoot your head. And then it grew into like municipalities, and then eventually countries, and then continents. And that's all it is. It's just this fucking bullshit idea, this fiction that's on a tangent, an ego fiction that's on a tangent, a meaningless, absolutely meaningless. It's a moronic fucking way to look at things. Because it's the complete utter opposite of nature and how the rest of nature operates in harmony. So how could you not understand that the only thing you can have is utter chaos and war and despair and all the things that we're experiencing, when you have the opposite right in front of your eyes that runs perfectly, that does the opposite to what we do. It doesn't cut things up. It doesn't have this sense of ownership, and it doesn't have this, all these, even the things that we deem are the most fundamental important to our freedom, like rights. That's another fiction. Public property and private property. That's another fiction. These are all just made up things.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that there isn't some, sense to go along with that. I mean, we need a way to like have some kind of a boundary where I can have some peace over here while you want to have your music over there. There's some sensible stuff to that. But when it gets taken into this thing about I have utter control over this thing, and I write the rules, and you have to just listen, and that's just utter nonsense. Complete utter nonsense.
Yeah.
And that's what people are doing time and time again, right down to your neighbors. Your neighbors. My parents did it. They had these little freaking property line wars with our other neighbors, and it just, oh man, the ridiculousness of it. I mean, it came down to like inches. My parents wouldn't let the next door neighbors to the right of us come over into their property because they were nosy pieces of shit, really is what it was. And the fence was about 3 inches over onto our property line. So, and my parents didn't like that fence. They basically wanted it down, but there was a technicality because the neighbors owned the fence, but it was 3 inches on our property line. So there's this weird thing. So what my parents did is they just decided to not allow them to come over and paint the fence so that it would rot out. I mean, it's just bullshit like that, right? no cooperation, no, sensibility, all just immature fucking sandbox wars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Petty little fucking nonsense things that are meaningless.
Even when people are completely in the wrong, they end up defending their wrongness as rightness, and that freaks me out as well. Where I see that, with people in cars, and it's like,
it's
dude,
like my
you're
mother.
fucking crazy.
Like my mother's property. The property that had been beside it for years was an older gentleman. He had a great big huge garden, and he grew his own fruit, his own fruit and vegetables and all that. Anyway, he died, and the person that bought the property put the building up on this big vacant lot that he. And when they put it up, what's the first thing the new guy does? The guy that took it says, "Oh, this stake isn't right. It's not my property. Goes right up to the right up to where the fence was." No, it does not. The fence was actually on our property. Was actually mutually agreed between us and the previous neighbor where it could be. He fixed the fence. He maintained it. He gave us fresh fruit, fresh vegetables. That sort of thing. Fixed the lawnmower for us. All that. Didn't charge us anything. Just friendly older gentleman and his wife that owned the property. But the new guy, no, he literally said, "Oh, this is where the line is. This is where the fence is." No, it's not. But he literally pulled the land pigs out when the property pigs out right out of the ground when he built his building. Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it. And all the utter nonsense, And all this is because we all live in a complete unnatural way. Everything from the system, the way we work it, to the materials that we use, how we structure it, it's all in dis-ease and disharmony to how nature does it. And we wonder why we're getting our asses kicked for doing that. And we sit there and we yell and bitch about, this person's doing it, this government's doing it, while we sit there literally consuming the whole lot of it, all completely in choice, completely in free will, instead of taking responsibility for it and doing what we should have done all along to begin with. The answer's been right there in front of us, and it always will be. We can't change that. We can't destroy it if we tried to. That's not the whole thing. That's the laughing joke about it all, is that we've done it all to ourselves. Every single piece of it, top to bottom, left, right, and center. We've done it all to every single thing has been something we have chosen. Granted, in naivety and ignorance a lot, but that doesn't change the results of it. And we always have this intuition, and that's if we choose to be ignorant to our intuition and not place our beliefs and question things that don't seem logical and aren't rooted in truth, well, you're just a fucking dummy, and you really deserve to have the consequence of that happen. You need that, because that is the only chance then that you're actually going to learn. For whatever reason, you need that to learn what you need to learn. And that's just nature doing its thing, Nature is ruthless that way, but it's not judgmental. It's just a design so that it can actually be alive and function the way that it does. It has to be that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But this whole thing, people sit down and they got poor me syndrome going on. So instead of taking a hard look at what can I do to improve the situation, even, maybe you're not going to resolve the whole thing yourself overnight. You got a lot of unlearning to do and a lot of growth to do and whatnot, but take little baby steps. Instead of just always accepting that things just are this way, it's shitty, that they have to be that way, there's no choice about it. Other people are in the right to tell me what to do and how to do it and when to do it, and that's just the way it is. There's nothing I can do about that. I mean, most people can't even understand this concept about self-employment, and actually being your own boss or whatever. But do you not understand that somebody owns the business that you're working for? Most people don't even get that. They're just like, somebody else has got this power to tell me what to do and how to do it. And that's always the way that it is. Either because I'm not intelligent enough to figure that out on my own or whatever. There's some deluded idea in their head that's preventing them from getting out of that mindset. But it's all a self-done thing. Everybody has the ability to choose intellect and wisdom and just stand in truth. If all you did was just place your awareness in truth instead of belief, you'd be a lot better off, because you'd be questioning the right things and questioning the wrong things, and you'd be choosing the right things a lot better. That's all that you have to do. It's not really rocket science, I sound like a genius, to a degree, but only because you're outweighing me to people who are just choosing to be stupid. Not that they are stupid, but they're choosing to be stupid. They're choosing, with their ability to be intelligent and wise, to be stupid. So I don't, that's not putting me in a really good class here, because look what I'm being paired up with, not that I care anyway. But really, all I'm trying to do is to bring that self-awareness to people so that they stop delegating the responsibility like they have for so long, and chasing their tail with that and expecting a different result. I mean, how many times in your life, you would think by the time you're 40 or 50 years old, at least, you would think you would start to figure out that you've seen enough elections to know that the whole thing is a fucking fraud and it doesn't matter. I mean, seriously, you're still at 50 years old trying to say left is doing it, right is doing it, blah, blah, blah. Really? There's only two fucking things, and that's it. There's nothing else. There's no neither. There's no think about it yourself. There's no we the people can do something. No, it's all just left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right. Yeah, 50 years old. You've been for so long. You've seen the same thing. And the results is no better. In fact, it's getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
And you can't fucking even figure that out. I
mean, since I was sort of like a young teenager, you start sort of, being a little bit more, if not interested in politics, but seeing the politics. And you start noticing, like, how does it work? What's it all about? And as the years go on, nothing's changed. And like you say, it gets worse and worse. Tax goes up. Things don't get better. Progress is, well, I don't know. I don't know where that is. I mean, I certainly think progress.
It's degress.
But when you think back to sort of, I mean, I know the 70s were a bit of a shitty, but the 80s, people were very prosperous in the 80s, and then the 90s seemed to be a big party about the greatness of the 80s, and then after that, it's just, gone really strange, where people that actually do a proper job are getting paid less, and people that are in jobs that don't mean shit in the realness of the real world are getting, gargantuous amounts of money. I mean, let's just take fucking, soccer players, for instance. I mean, why the fuck are these guys getting paid so much money just to kick a fucking ball about? But, it just reminds me of the Bread Circus from the Roman times, these overpaid, stars, just to keep their minds off what's really going on in the political realm. But it just that just irritates me, that. And then you got people like myself, who are actually serving the people and stuff. And quite frankly, if you don't see us walk the streets picking up your garbage, within a couple of weeks, you guys are in shit. You rats everywhere, and you're going to be wallowing in your own rubbish.
Yep.
But, turn the TV off and you don't see football for a year. Well, life still goes on, It's not going to destroy you or the world going around.
I haven't watched sport. I don't really watch sports much anymore. I stopped watching it like years ago.
Yeah.
Only time I'll watch a sports event if I'm at somebody's place and they have it on.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to see good skills, good playmanship and stuff. But you know, them earning thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars or pounds per second, I just think is pathetic. You know, when David Beckham moved to America, he was earning an obscene amount. You know, it's like earning more money than what some countries had. It was just crazy.
That's because that's where people are choosing to delegate their money.
Mm.
And as a business,
yeah,
they're choosing to prosper from that. It's just an excellent business model from a capitalist perspective. That's all it is. They figured out, well, this is a great way to win the game.
Yeah.
But you could say the same thing for so many other industries, not just sports. Right? Some of them have figured out how to soak people. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because that's, you're just going, when you go
Look
to
at-
a game, what does it cost now to go to a game? I remember when I was a kid, to go to a hockey game cost about $6. And that was for a decent seat, you know? It was $3 in the nosebleed section.
Oh, it'll be $600 in now.
Right? You know, what it was like, I think $120 for a season pass. That means you own that seat for that year. That's when I was a kid.
Mm.
You know, they just gotten big with their franchisee, and because people will pay for it. So long as people will pay for it, why not? Right? It's the same thing with the government. People are choosing. This is what they want, and the government is just going, yeah, we'll give them what they want. They're begging for it.
Yeah.
In fact, if we stop, they're gonna freak out at us. If we stop fucking handing their ass to them every fucking day, they're gonna freak out on us. Say, why aren't you fucking spanking me today?
And there's enough alternatives out there to,
Right?
turn out to it all.
All they want is a place to bitch to. That's it. And the illusion that there's somebody to turn to for help. That's it. That's all people really want, is just a place to point a finger at, and the illusion that there's somebody to call for help when needed. And neither exists.
Yeah, and where was that when was it Orlando was underwater? Yeah. Was that Katrina? I'm trying to think back now. That was quite many years ago.
I'll never forget that. Katrina.
Yeah.
That was a day. Holy shit. That was a big, actually an epiphany event for myself.
Yeah. Because fucking was dealt with. It was just left. You guys were just left to just, rot.
Right. It threw me into a depression, actually. One that I got pretty darn sick over, too. I just couldn't. I remember that when it started. I still had cable at that time, and I was watching it, and I just couldn't believe that I was literally seeing the worldwide public broadcast of the government basically giving the middle finger to the whole world. Here you had these people who were stranded on their rooftops, and all these helicopters and whatnot that were hovering over them, and none of them were going down to rescue anybody.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You'd
And
think
I
they
just
would
watched
at
it day after day.
have kind of like inflatable boats or something that they could at least go down.
Right.
If they had no room, but it was just pathetic. It was just like, hi, how you doing? We're just going to film you and just fuck off.
Exactly. And they're holding signs, help, you know, and whatnot. And just
Like,
like, are you kidding me?
You don't even need a sign. You know, it's obviously you need help, but yeah.
And these helicopters can go down and float, and they have ladders and whatnot, you know, and they have ways to picking these people up. There's no doubt about that. And then, at the same token, you've got a few cameras, some of the field reporters who would go out in boats and pretend that they had enough of waiting or whatnot. And all you got to see was a lot of these mostly black folk being told to go into that stadium.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, and then there was reports that stadium was totally cut off from the public. They were forced to go in them for shelter and refuge, and then people reported that the entire 3 days that they were there, whatever, was nothing but a police brutality onslaught inside there. They would turn the lights off and they would kill people and all this kind of fucking shit. And people who decided not to stay in there, they came out, they leaked the information to the public, but not. And you just knew that, yeah, that's exactly what's
Well,
going
the shooting looters, you know, I mean, crikey, you know, crisis where it's a live and die situation. You know, don't shoot looters. They're not looting. They're just fucking surviving.
Yeah, well, and whatever. Anyways, that's just a deflection. You know, that's just a
So
the
you're dead out
media's
there.
way of
you're
getting the
dead in there.
attention
Yeah.
off the real fucking story of what's going on
Yeah.
here. Oh, we got these looter problems or whatever, and blah blah. Who gives a flying fuck? It's material bullshit. That's nothing. And your insurance claim for your fucking business
Yeah.
is going to give you 10 times what it's
Yeah,
worth
yeah,
anyway.
it's
Get over it.
bloody right, that's right. Who
Yeah.
gives a fuck if they've just nicked a packet of Skittles and a loaf of bread?
Right.
But that's it.
And
Yeah,
it was-
that zone was a death zone. Yeah.
And it was such a crock anyway. I remember that they were showing pictures of people trying to steal like this is back when the TVs were still like those 500-pound 32 inches, you know, not these little thin things we got today. And they were carrying these boxes through the goddamn slush and water. And I'm so sure that's all that was on their mind, right? Everything that's going on, just break in, and the only thing I can focus on, I get a free TV out of this. I am so sure.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. They looked at some guy who's was walking by a place and said, "Hey, we'll pay you X amount of dollars
Yeah.
to grab a TV."
Yeah.
So we can say people are stealing TVs.
Yeah.
Wait
It's
till
insanity.
people start realizing that, hey, we can actually do things with 1,000 of us. We can start going to parliament buildings and just burn them down, and they can't hold parliament anymore. Whoa, what am I saying now? I'm throwing seeds out.
Topple the system.
Yeah, throwing seeds out, not just for you guys, but I'm hoping that these little hints will start to ripple through different ears and stuff. Think about it. That's all it would take, right? Think what would happen if you guys just got together in the middle of the night and then decided we're going to target this courthouse. They don't want to hurt anybody, but they just go and they burn it down like 2 in the morning, douse it with gasoline or whatever, light it on fire. All of the agenda of the court had until that building gets redone is done. Now duplicate that same thing in all the buildings of all the tyrants. Just one little thing like that. The monkey wrench it would throw into the system.
Yep.
See, and that can be done without directly harming people. If some tyrants got killed in limelight, well, sorry, but you shouldn't have been there anyway, in my opinion.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Security Guard, you shouldn't have been there.
Really, it is like that,
Trying to protect the building like it's got life.
Yeah.
Well, it's like one of the things I used to do in the summer during special events. Like if I was out filming, they'd ask me, "Oh, do you mind coming back at night and watching these bales of hay?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay." And but we'll pay you for it. I'm like, "Okay, sure, whatever." And then I realized the last time I was doing it, like they're actually just paying for me to sit here and watch hay. Why the fuck am I doing this?
I was watching a thing the last couple of days about how some other countries deal with some of their political bullshit. Some of the Latin countries have interesting ways.
Yeah.
You know what they do? If they don't like what the government's doing, they have a citywide strike.
Yeah.
And what they do is all the people they go out and they block. Eh?
I posted. I can't remember what country it was now, but it looked like the whole entire country was out surrounding their parliament building. Yeah.
Well, that would be another aspect,
or something like that. But yeah,
there's other countries too that do that, and they actually just they literally, if the politicians are too far out of line, they just take them. They literally just murder them.
Yeah.
They take them out to sea and drop them off the plank or whatever they do, and they actually televise that to send the message. No, we're not taking this bullshit. Right? So what the fuck's our problem up here? That's what we need to be doing, right? But on another level, another tactic I saw, which was interesting, a couple of the Latin countries doing the citywide strike, they just go and they stop all traffic on all major roads. They just stand there and block it.
Oh, I got a thing with the blocking of the roads where we've been doing that over in the protests and stuff.
So they did on the border here in
It
Nova
just sort
Scotia.
of mad to me where it's just
Brunswick.
like, I just think you're just blocking the people. Let's block something, the system, that's fucking us up. Let's try and find where these people fucking live and just protest outside their homes or mansions and bring annoyance to them. Don't let them enter their house, surround their vehicle and trash it or whatnot.
See, it's a very effective solution, though, because what happens is all the sheep that want to get home from their sheep job,
Yeah.
that's the last thing they want to deal with. So they start calling up their fucking senator.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, you got to fucking deal with this. We're not having it. If you want our fucking tax money, you better fucking deal with it.
It's like, lunatic anti-vaxxers or lunatic or
right,
blocking the roads and stuff. That's the only thing that, they just, it points the finger back at us of just being an annoyance. But,
right.
I've seen things where people just stand by the side of motorways and put signs up. So as the people driving past, they've just got hundreds of people holding up different signs that even to a case actually spell out a sentence. But I just don't like the idea of pissing off people that you want to fucking wake up and fight the good cause with. It just...
Yeah, it's not the most effective. The
Like
most.
that with the French one, and I'm with it, and I'm not. It's like, it's certain ways to wake it up, but I just think to myself, I'd be pissed off if I was in that traffic jam, and I'm awake. I'd be like, look, I know this is all I understand, but dude, I just need to get home. But, but they even had, we have a new, I don't know what you want to call them, but it's Extinction Rebellion. It's another Extinction Rebellion group, and they were blocking roads, but the common man had actually just got out of their car and just dragged them off the street to let the traffic go past. So
yeah, that is the thing, right? And they're in their right to do that because it is an immediate freedom of movement.
As well. So yeah, I saw that in London, and I was just thinking about it, and I was like, if I was in that taxi or whatnot, or I had somewhere to go, I mean, the traffic's bad enough, but I just want people to stop. Why can't you block Boris Johnson and stuff? Or, stand outside police stations, stand outside councils, courthouses, places that are, really, really bring it to them. So while they're going to work to do their thing, you're just like, you can point them out and go, we don't like what you're doing. We know what you're doing. I don't know.
I still think the most effective way is just go shoot them in the head.
Yeah, but then we've lowered ourselves to their sort of level of
negative.
No.
You got.
I try and get into that sort of like, I just don't,
Hey, listen. Let me use the example again.
You're bigger and better than these fuckers. Do you know what I mean?
You got some predators coming after your 5-year-old daughter. You're gonna sit there and that's the thing.
Yeah. No,
You-
I understand.
You're gonna sit there and you're gonna go, I don't want to lower myself to this level, so I'm not gonna, be a man and do what I need to take care of business here.
I have to agree the level of genocide that they have caused, and to quite frankly, I think a bullet to the head is too humane for them. I think they, I would think that they need years of like my idea of you put them on an island and you just let them eat the
That's
shit.
not going to solve anything. What's going to solve something is when you're going to step up to the bully. Okay, you have to put yourself back to kind of where the roots are. It all this stems from the school ground and the indoctrination problem. When you got bullies who do what they do and people don't stand in the way and put a stop to it. Okay. And then what happens is they get older and they continue that pattern thinking they can get away with it. And then they get hired into the police force and then the military and positions of power because they're power hungry people. That's why they do what they do. Right. Yeah. So the only way that you're going to implement a real solid change is when you do something, like for myself, how I put an end to that is I finally got the nerve up to whack this one asshole bully that just fucking kept bragging on me day after day for months. And one day I just waited for him to come around the corner and I had a hockey stick and I swung it and I cracked the fucker. And that was it. The guy was a crybaby for the rest of my elementary school year. After that, he was a crybaby.
He was what?
And that's what it takes.
Crying. Okay.
Yeah. He was a flinching crybaby. He didn't want to look at me. He was scared to come around the corner because he didn't know if I'd be there after that.
Yeah, because you got a stance of like, I won't. Yeah, you pick your battlefield. Yeah, I'll take my time and I'll pick the moment when you're least expecting it, and you'll get a whack in the face.
That's it. And I had enough. I'm talking I had gone through not months, not weeks, but literally years of being tormented by not just him, but many other. I was quite abused growing up in the school system. And I just had enough that one day I'd, enough of the torment. And I just decided that's what I was going to do. Even if I was going to get my ass kicked harder, I didn't care. I just was going to make my position known that I'm not going to just stand and fucking take it. And I don't care if I'm alone in this. I need to do something for myself here. And whatever happens to me is whatever happens to me. I'm taking a stance. And that's what I did. And then the results after that was like some of the other little wussies that were in my class, they started to get together and doing little things like that, from the bullies that were attacking them and whatnot. So it implemented change. Did it resolve it all? No. But that's because the root of the problem needs to go deeper and start from a foundational level. But now we're into adolescence years.
I didn't do quite the same thing you did with one of my bullies, but I did something similar. I just stepped out of his way as he was coming at me one time, and the principal was coming out the door, and he ran right into the door. He never picked a fight with me after that.
And see, the other thing too is they want us to be afraid to talk about what I'm talking about right now. They want us to always stay in this position of fear and waiting for somebody else to take care of it, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
so,
definitely.
But why is it they get to have this extra privilege? Think about this. They can actually do the things that I'm talking about. They can actually have some sort of thing to be aggressive and tackle people and tase them and do all these things.
Yeah.
But we don't have the same ability. Yeah. And what happens when these people who are given the authorization to do such decide to have a little power trip and be a bully on people? Who is supposed to take responsibility for that? Them?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because I was sort of trying to be that sort of, that kind of not take the other cheek or just not lower. But it comes to that where you've just reminded me of the Addams Family, where Wendy is on summer camp and she's the Indians. And it's Thanksgivings, and she literally just burns everything around her because, she talks about the Indians, how they're just drunks on the roadside and how they'll become just, in the future, that's what they'll be. And you're right. It's, it's about time that they had that fear in their heart that they've been pushing on us for decades.
Yeah, so that
You
they
know,
stop, right?
You know, we can put the fear in God into them. Yeah.
Exactly. And I don't think it's
Yeah.
going to take like
Yeah.
a big freaking civil war. I think it's only
Yeah.
going to take, you know, they put the fear into us that if we do this, you know, they're going to call in the
Yeah.
fucking
And I've got Samuel L. Jackson in my head that I will rain upon you with, you know, that fiery, righteous, furious anger, you know, and that's it. For the evils that you have done upon me and my fellow men and women. That's right. You know, crikey, they used to fucking take a pound of flesh off people just if you couldn't meet the quota of giving them enough rubber. I mean, fuck that. You know, oh, you're 2 pounds low on the what you're supposed to give us. You know, well, we'll take a fucking chunk off your calf. I mean, what kind of mentality is that? Bizarre. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rape your women to try and erase their kind and all sorts. It's just, you know, I know they sort of, you know, you get that, oh, it's that evil white man, but I think it hides within that colour. You know, who says that it wasn't a different shade of a hue man, you know, and
at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. But
yeah.
none of us were there to see it anyway.
Yeah.
The only thing that matters is what's going on right now. We know what's going on right now is we've got some people, the same thing that's been going on our whole lives and probably for a long time before that. We've got some people who think that they have the righteousness to rule and reign over others.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, right now, we have the majority of the people who this is happening to sitting there taking it up the ass instead of being a parent and fucking dealing with the little fucking kid that's having a little hate tantrum running amok, thinking that, you know, he can beat up his parents. That's what's going on here, nothing else.
Yeah, in the future, I think if we do have some kind of political structure, we have people that have the reins on things, not power, but have, you know, sign off for things. But of course, everyone's going to have a fucking say. But in the old days of Japan, their family were amongst the people. So if their dignities and the up there's fucked up, well, you ain't seeing your family no more because they can be got. And that was one of the reasons. There's certain little things that have I come across to think, you know, there's ways of sort of, you know, keeping people in check, but, you know, we've just let them had full control and we've just been entertained, you know, and
pacified,
mesmerized, and pacified, definitely, to a point where we've just sort of like woken up and we've gone, is the kitchen on fire? And it's like, no, dude, the whole fucking house is on fire.
Right? The whole goddamn city's been burning for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And you just finally now you look at your skin and you go, holy shit, it's getting brown. And then you got to sit there and say, well, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just, you know, I've been told just call the fire authorities while your arm's on fire.
I've got another 4 episodes of fucking something on Netflix to watch. What do I do?
Right. You're not in the moral right to sit there and douse the fire out. You have to call the fucking fire authorities, you know? While your arm's on fire and you don't even have fingers anymore to dial the fucking number.
It is like that, yeah. Oh, my house is on fire. No, I better just wait for someone to save me. It's like, no.
Right? And you'll call 911 and they'll say, okay, just relax. We're on our way. Right? Just fucking don't panic. Stay in there.
I like one of the lines that I like one of the lines that Emma got impressed started to use a lot lately. It's what's the sense of calling the police department? Because that 2 seconds, that 2 minutes that you spend on the phone is 2 minutes. You're dead.
Yeah.
Depending.
And they always
the only time you ever call them is pretty much
your hands is your own.
The only time you pretty much call them is after something happened anyway. What good is that now?
True.
Most of the time, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe once in a while you got somebody you're inside and they're trying to break in and they don't know you're in there. Okay, maybe you can call them or whatever. But even that, it's like by the time they get there, you know, you're going to be on a list and
I
they got to
gotta-
finish their donut break first, and you know.
I got to laugh. When I was living in Halifax, an acquaintance of mine, somebody broke into his house. He beat the living shit out of them, killed them, called the police, and said, "Yeah, I'll be out." I said, "I killed a man." That's what he says. I killed a man in my home. He attacked my family, and I killed him. And he's laying dead. He's laying dead in my doorway. I'll be outside on the front step, having a cigarette, waiting for you with my hand. With my hands ready to, as soon as I see the cops pull up, he says, "I'll put my hands behind my back." And I was like, when he he got off, he didn't get charged because they were they were like, what? When they showed up, like, you actually took care, and you want us to arrest you because you killed somebody in your own home, defending your home. Okay, they took him down and they kept him overnight and let him go, and he never got charged for anything.
He got lucky, but that was a mistake. Why call them?
That's what I said. Why call them?
Well, I suppose at one point they're going to be called,
They're going to be what?
I mean, I suppose at one point the police probably will be called because, there'll probably be a missing persons thing come up.
Yeah.
You've got to
probably.
dispose the body. The body will probably be found somewhere along the lines. So I suppose the best way is to sort of like, yeah, I hate to say it, but yeah, I mean, I just wish the police were just, yeah.
Best way is not to call them. That's what they want you to think.
Yeah.
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
deal with what you need to deal with, however you need to deal with it, like a responsible adult. You don't need a consultant to give you permission to do what you need to do that you're in the right to do, being in line with nature. You don't.
Yeah.
Why would you ever think that you need that? They want people to think that, again, so that they have a reason to exist, right?
I suppose it's just to sort of make sure if the police were doing right, it would just be, no need for roughy cuffs, cups, this, that, sit down, what happened, do background checks, make sure that the guy that was murdered wasn't, let's say, invited over, and this gentleman is actually the murderer. So everything is like, okay,
That would be by the delusional sense that there actually is a legitimate police.
That's it.
Right.
And that's what I'm going about. If everything was how it should be,
but it'll never be that way.
That's it.
It can't be
You're
that way.
always guilty. You know what I mean? You're always the fucking
Because we are the police.
And I've seen it as well where
we just forgot that we forgot that we're the sorry. It's fucking delete. You go ahead, Grant.
I remember hearing a story where an elderly woman was burgled, but the burglar fell through her conservatory, her glass part of the building, and hurt himself really badly and sued her for thousands. It was just like, what? But you were just trying to burgle this poor woman. You got your just desserts, quite frankly.
Here's an interesting concept. What makes a police guy other than that they said they are?
Yeah.
And if they can be a police guy because they said that they are, then I can be a police guy because I said that I am.
Yeah, you didn't pass no questions and background check from the people.
Right. Don't need to.
Don't need to.
Yeah.
And in fact, those police guys are the ones that are supposed to get their police authorization because of me. So I certainly have all the authority to do everything that I'm giving them permission to do.
Mm.
They couldn't have gotten it anywhere else. And if they got it somewhere else, then they're certainly not working on my behalf. That's not my employee then.
Yeah. And that's a good
So
thing.
if that's not my employee, you know what the,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. Even to get
So-
them to even to try and sort of articulate, well, who is it then you were working for? Let's break it down. Do you know what I mean? It's, you know, you're not working for me, then who are you working for then? You know.
You're right. That was the
So that kind
conversation
of
I was having a bit
question,
earlier with what's his name. Exactly. Like who specifically are you working for right now?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
most of the
got it.
time they're going to respond with, "Well, I don't want to have this argument with you," right? They're gonna go into a presumption that it's an argument because you just checkmated them.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've got an English guy on one of my likes, and he's talking to a copper, and he breaks it down, and you see the copper goes, "Oh yeah, legal fucking fiction. Yeah, it's, what was it? For when you own a car. Oh crikey, I've forgotten the term now. But yeah, he was like, well, you know, you don't own this, you don't own that, but yeah, and then all of a sudden the copper gets it. And he's like, oh, fuck yeah, I don't own my car. Registered keeper. That was it. But it was the realization in the copper's voice. It was just like, fuck yeah, you're right. I don't own nothing. Yeah, it's a good little
I can't
interaction.
remember.
where the guy
I can't remember who it was. I haven't seen much from. I can't. It's an author I haven't seen much in a long time. But there was a guy he used in the States, and I loved one of the things he did one time. He walked up. He was on a scene. He walked up to the scene, and there's one particular cop come up to him, and the cop starts mouthing off at him, and he did literally almost the same thing. And the cop says, "Yeah, I don't own the car. The town owns the city owns the car." He says, "Well, as a citizen of the city, I'm telling you to turn your keys over to me." And the
See,
cop
that's
takes
right.
his keys out and holds them up. It's like, what the fuck am I doing? I'm responsible for this. I'm the keeper of the car.
Semantically, though, he was incorrect. He lost that argument because he said he's a citizen of the city. That means he's an employee, just like the cop.
Yeah, essentially he lost the argument, but his point, the cop actually yeah, okay, and then you're like, wait, what am I doing? I'm the keeper of this car.
If it were to have gone a little higher than that, though, this is why people get stuck, because they're presenting themselves as an employee, contractually an employee, and if you do that, you're actually not standing in honor. You have to be outside that. This is why I don't have a fucking nationality. I can't stand in honor that way. I can't be in freedom if I'm a citizen. Citizens are employees, synonymous. You don't get to be free while you're a citizen working on the clock. It's important to understand these things, you see, and to see how the semantic trickery has worked very, very effectively. Now let's look at the roads. Question: Are the roads public or private?
Public.
Well, the answer is it depends on which one. Some roads are private, some roads are public. So the ones that are public, what does this public thing mean? Like it's a concept.
Anybody can use. Anybody
can use it. What else does it mean? Who owns a public road?
Yeah.
Everybody.
Everybody. We all do. So if we all own it and we all have access to it equally, why in the hell do we need permission to use what we own and have access to? It's our own. That's like saying I need a permission slip or a license to use the toilet in my house.
To go from your bedroom to the hallway to the toilet, yeah.
Right? Because somebody else, and who is it I'm supposed to ask for that permission to? Who came into my house and says, hey, you can't go to the toilet until I give you the license? I have to make sure you know how to flush the toilet properly so we don't have a flood. I am the authority here. But we all just somehow, some people, they just said, they just decided we are the authority of all the roads. and you have to get a license from us to drive on them. Well, then they're not public anymore. They're private. And are you trying to tell me that you're claiming ownership, private ownership, over all the roads?
It's like that with resource as well, with oil and gas, and same thing. Yeah.
Right. And same thing with all the public building, right? This is what gets me. It's so funny. Like people who are doing, and I don't want to downplay these activists. I just want to boost them up and help give them even more confidence and courage to what they're doing. But literally when they go in there, there's still a lot of things that they're getting backwards and haven't figured out. They figured out that they have a right to go into the building and they can't be stopped, but they haven't figured out that there's no such thing as a restricted access area in a public building. That's a made up fiction. You can't make a public area private. That's the oxymorons. It's either public or it's private.
Yeah, that's like putting your own private driveway in a public place.
Exactly, right? You can't, who's got a right to, I'm just going to go on the street and I'm going to put this, and this is what I mean. People are not fucking getting it. Like this whole yellow tape thing with the cops. You can't just all of a sudden decide it's a crime scene. So for this little time that I decide this is my crime scene and we're going to put the tape up around here and this is mine and I have authority over it because I said so. Really? Well, I can do the same thing then. I can put some yellow tape over here. And this is my area. This is my crime scene. Because I said so. Whether there is one or not. Because I'm investigating.
Brilliant.
It's fucking ludicrous, right? If I tried to do that, you would look at me like I got fucking rocks in my fucking head. Well, why aren't we looking at them like they got rocks in their fucking head? He's wearing a badge. He's wearing a uniform. We're paying him to do this to us. So we're going to sit there. I say all you fucking activists out there, they're using this yellow tape thing lately as their little stunt to try and stop you from videotaping them and whatnot. Take a goddamn pair of scissors and cut the fucking tape. Wait till they turn their head backwards if you're really worried about it. Cut the fucking tape. And then walk right through. And I say, well, what the fuck? Why did you cross the yellow tape? Just look at what yellow tape? Don't even fucking answer them. Because they have no fucking ability, no fucking grounds to privatize a public area. You just believe it. You fall for it every fucking time. Well, they're going to arrest me. Well, you're under the same fucking pretense for going out and filming them. Aren't you worried about they're going to arrest you for filming them? What difference does it make? If you're going to go freedom marching, go all the way or go home.
Yeah. If you're not going out there to exactly be arrested, then, that's when I went out protesting. I was like, right, okay, there's a possibility that I could be arrested. So let's go out with not stuff that could make that arrest even more interesting for the fuckers. So, yeah. Right.
And then they might, this would be a funny thing. They'd probably start going, well, you just vandalized our tape or whatever. Well, that's my tape. I fucking paid for it. You didn't. So if I want to cut it, I'm going to fucking cut it. And again, you use that fucking tape to try and privatize a public area that I own. Are you going to come into my house and you're going to put fucking yellow tape on the door of my bathroom? And tell me I can't fucking go in there because this is your crime scene? I'd say, fuck you, get out of my fucking house. Well, this is what people have to start realizing, is that the public areas are your fucking house. They're all of our house. And there's no such thing as being able to privatize that when we share it. If that's the case, now you've got dictatorship and rulership and a criminal system and bully system. And that's exactly what's going on. That can only function and exist if you allow it. And that's what's happened. We've allowed it. And then it got worse and worse. Now we've got street signs all over the fucking place. You can't even go 20 fucking meters without seeing some kind of yo-yo stupidity sign everywhere. And the whole fucking way that the thing is structured and designed, is you can tell it's a representation of idiocy. the whole road system and whatnot is the epiphany of stupidity.
Well, it's. I mean, it is, and I mean, I've even been a passenger in a car. I've seen it. You get to a stop sign. It's a four-way stop. You're the first one at the stop sign, and the idiot on the left thinks he's got the right of way.
Yeah, and there's a lot of holes in it. I mean, Europe, from my experience,
because he's in a hurry and wants to get home to have his supper.
Yeah. Europe and some other countries that I've been to as well definitely have a much more a better design with roundabouts and one-way roads and stuff like that. That's a little more logical and makes sense. But even then, just the whole thing from the crux, like driving these fucking big metal clunkers that are basically death on wheels that kill millions of people every year and injure hundreds of millions more and whatnot. It's just the epitome of stupidity. Sure, certainly we can come up with a better design of that. That is actually by design is actually a lot safer too, where we wouldn't need these stupid extra rulership things. Not that they have any weight anyways, because nobody can put authority over you as if they've got some kind of ability to truly tell you how fast you can go. If you want to go 120 on a fucking 30, have at her. You totally have the authority to do so. Is it a smart thing to do? No, it's a stupid thing to do, and I don't advocate for doing that. I just advocate for your freedom to do that.
Mm.
But heaven forbid you harm somebody. And that's the law of nature. Like, don't fucking cross that law. If you cause harm to somebody, you're responsible for that. Only one exception. Do no harm with one exception. In self-defense. Do no harm as an aggressor.
Yeah, that's right. Because you're going to cause some harm to defend yourself, so that's it.
Yeah, you might have to, right?
Just the cause and effect of that. So yeah.
And just to keep things that simple from a moralistic perspective, we don't need anything else than that. We really don't, because that's perfectly in line with nature, and nature is the perfect structure. So what else do we need? We don't need all these fucking ideas of different laws and this and that or whatnot, different systems and whatnot. We don't need any of that. We just need that one basic principle that we use as kind of our check against when we're making decisions. Am I causing harm to something? That's simple. The answer is yes, then don't do it, because it's not in line with morale and nature. But on the flip side, if it's not causing harm and it's in line with nature and it's good, then you should do it. So basic, so simple. If that was our just basically understood, how could we go wrong?
Yeah, that's it. And if we went back to how it should be with using critical thinking and common sense, there wouldn't be all these fucking signs all over the road.
Right.
To point out this, that, and the other to all us dummies.
And thousands of pages of made up acts and statutes that for what? Seriously, they sit there and all day long, that's what they do, and get off on this fucking shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
Just
even
to
when
have,
they put out that terrorist bullshit on auditors or people with cameras.
How many more rules we can make? How many more rules we can make to make people think we are in power?
Yeah, so that we can have a sense of, it's an ego trip, right? It's just to have a sense of purpose. That's what it is. Michigan Constitutional Crusader, how are you? Welcome. Good to see you.
MCC. Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
You know,
cars
like
have
the
only been
reasons
around for the
that-
last 100 and so odd years. I mean, you know, I'm sure humanity did quite well without that bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not saying the ability to travel or
Horse and
whatnot
buggy.
is yeah, horse and buggy, right? I'm not saying that that's not a good thing and some technology to do that. I'm just thinking if you're going to do that again, you should do it with a sense of wisdom and a sense of, you know, designing a two-wheeler motorbike that can go 380 miles an hour in like 7 seconds. Probably not something that's in the best interest of safety. You know? And if you really want to have that kind of stupidity because you're that arrogant, well then do it with like special tracks that are designated for that and that only. And if you want to be a monkey and fucking be retarded, that's fine. You do it on your own time and away from other people.
Yeah.
So
I've
that
said
you don't put them at risk, you know?
Yeah, I've said that.
And then it's
Yeah.
fair, right? Then it's not all these rules all over the place. It's simply like here, there's a place for retardedness and a place for sanity. And retardedness goes right, sanity goes left. Which one do you want today? Really?
Can I go up the center?
Then there's freedom for all, right?
Can I go up the center? Can I go up the center?
You can try. You are the center. You're the
freedom is
chooser.
everybody's choice.
Yeah, you're the center.
Yeah, but you're saying you have a choice. You go left, but you're saying you're saying okay. I'm just taking what you said. Yeah, if you go right, it's sanity, and you go left, you'll go left. It's insanity. So
Well,
why can't I just go straight?
Listen, you stick one foot in one boat going in one direction and another foot in another boat going in the other direction. The only thing that happens is your ass get wet. You gotta make your choice. How can you walk in the center of that? What is the center? You're either in a sane world or insane. I don't know what else there is. Duality is only one or the other. What else is there? Tell me what it is, and you'll have your answer. What is the center of that?
Well, you can sit on the fence and laugh at the stupid people that are on the
And you
insane side.
Sit on the fence of sanity and insanity. You're going to sit on the fence of sanity and insanity. You know what the thing about sitting on a fence is? Fences are pretty pointy.
Or after a while, they rot out.
Yeah, they tend to cause hemorrhoids after a little while. But how do you sit on the fence? You see, that's the thing. You know, you have choice in life all the time. You have everything about your life is about making choice. But there's one thing that you don't have a choice about, and that's making a choice. You have to make a choice. You're doing it all the time.
Yeah.
Constantly. And with duality, there's no fence sitting. You're either in one side or the other.
True.
You might be indecisive about which one you really want to be on, but you can still only be in one or the other at the same time.
Yeah.
And most people are sitting in the dark saying, I wish I would rather be in the light. But they sit there and they just bitch and moan and they don't walk over there.
Mm-hmm.
And then they blame the people who are understand that as if it's their fault. It's the funniest thing to watch, you know. It's ludicrous.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, and the funny, and I always find it humor. One thing I always find humorous is when they actually see your point. Like I've had this conversation before, and then when they actually see your point, you know that you can only choose one way. They look at you and they're like, "Well, what made you choose? What made you choose the way you went?" And it's like, I'm my own person, you know. I make my own choices. You're same as you. You know, you choose to sit here in the dark room and bitch and complain, where I choose not to. You know.
Four people we got watching.
What's that?
We got 4 lurkers. Welcome, lurkers in chat, whoever else you are. If anybody would like to come up, we have the ability to do that. The sticky link is at the top of the chats. StreamYard link. Feel free if you like. Got lots of room. We've been at it for 6.5 hours, guys.
Hardcore.
Wow.
Well, we've done it for longer.
There was a time over a month ago where that was about a third of the way through. We were averaging about 18 hours a panel. Those are in private still.
Oh yeah.
And the longest we did over 24 hours.
I think the longest one we ever did actually that I can recall that we did live was about 8.5 hours, and at that point, two people had nodded off at least once, and when we finally ended it, and one was still asleep on the panel, and we all jumped off and left them.
Yeah, I remember
That was
one
slow.
10-hour one, one 14-hour one. Yeah. But yeah, Guru, I think the hierarchy thing that you done a little while back, the way you presented it, I know you said you were going to do a video on that. Is definitely, I've seen things, the same sort of thing where you're having someone using some form of a visual and that kind of, let me walk you through, you know what I mean? And it does definitely help. I mean, it helped me when I met certain people doing the same sort of thing. You know, they got the whiteboard up, they're writing things down and this, that, and the other. You know, we're a visual sort of creature, so you know, sometimes we switch off where it's just talking. The majority of us, we haven't got a long fucking attention span.
Gnats.
So
Gnats have more attention span than most of us.
yeah, and goldfish too. Yeah, so,
and also retention span, right? Like usually at most only 30% of what you say is retained.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can take multiple times for sure. Visuals, especially. I'm a visual person too.
Yeah.
You know, I definitely.
In the way you do it as well, you know, people. I mean, I love to write things down, so I mean, I was writing it down anyway, but that helps to stick as well. So it's definitely a little side thing to do, definitely with certain things, because it helps to break down that illusion. Also, you know, when you've got certain people that, you know, let's say, I don't not pick on auditors, but as auditors, for a good example, that need to, you know, maybe see a certain way and brush up on certain to split that, you know, mixture of law is legal, fiction, and stuff like that, and you know, to really give it to the police where, you know, when they really know their shit. You know, I see definitely a lot that stand their ground and know a few bits, but you know, occasionally, every now and again, I'm like, oh, just call yourself a citizen, and you know, in a few using legal terms, and you know.
I just think of 1,000 people who had the same equivalent understanding to what I'm talking about. What could be done?
Yeah.
right? And it's not really that difficult to bring people up to that understanding level, I guess.
Yeah.
As long as who are actually open, and ready to get past some of whatever the veils are that they have on their belief system to get to that point.
Yeah.
That's why I'm motivated to do what I'm doing, for sure. Yeah, that one when I did it the other day on the private. Again, that was just the first time.
Yeah.
Unprepared. I still have to go back and look at it. I know that it's choppy, but yes, I have that in a structured way that I'm going to do with visuals and a whiteboard and also clips as well.
Yeah.
In kind of a video series that's going to take people, this first segment is the foundation of it, and then go a little bit further up to the point where you're just right outside and then questions and answers type of thing. So then I'm going to take that. This is what I intend to do. And when I'm actually doing the panels, after it's all said and done and I have the website and whatnot, and people have had a chance to look at it, then I'm going to do panels on my own channel. And maybe for an hour, I'll feature a segment of one of those things that are on the website. And I'll play that live for everybody. And then I can have questions and answers after that and get people to clarify and reiterate from their own understanding, and then have discussions about, okay, so what are we going to do next to go forward and actually make that a reality for us? That type of thing.
Yeah, cool.
That's my intention. Freddie just came. Give me with some grazing food. Give me about 2 minutes, guys. Be right back. Supper time.
I've got hardly eaten fuck all today. I think I'm having a semi-fast. Oh dear. Yeah, it's all good. The stomach hasn't been rumbling, so well, I'll probably say that it probably will.
I actually, yes, please, I'll take those. One thing that I wanted to do that day, but it was kind of, because it was such a sporadic thing, I just thought, well, maybe I'll do this, and then we'll talk about it after and have some questions and answers, whatever. But we never really got to that point. I really didn't get any feedback. That's actually the first feedback that I got, and I was wondering that. Is what you just gave me. But was there any stuff about that, what I was saying, that kind of didn't make sense, or you had questions about?
No, you went by step, broke every bit down. Yeah, there wasn't one, because I had that picture, so I was following that as well, and you addressed all the little things that were, like oxymorons and yeah. No, I loved it. It was just that kind of, don't want to say being back at school, but it was like, great, pens and paper out, guys. But, it was nice, simply done, nicely broken down. Yeah. I mean, dude, I followed it. I found it easy. Dan seemed to follow it. As far as I know. I think if Dan didn't enjoy that, I think he would have moaned off or said something. So, yeah, I just thought it's definitely a line to follow with addressing other things to help break that illusion. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting to see once things get rolling a bit. People who haven't already heard me talk for, some months or whatever, kind of see those types of things for the first time, come across the panels or whatnot, and where they're at with it. So far, it seems to be when I'm just talking on panels and even doing real straight cut to the chase truth bombs, I'm getting people who get sit back for a second, but really they seem to be coming to terms with understanding it relatively quickly and not getting too much resistance from that. I get more resistance to it when I just throw a truth bomb in the chats typing.
Yeah.
And I think that's because there's only 200 words that you can put in there. You have to make it real limited, and they can put things faster than you can type your little fingers off to kind of get the whole thing out there, right? So I think that's why. But you know, for
Yeah,
me,
I
just
certainly-
talking like this, I don't see a whole lot of, like, you know, resistance coming. A little bit. The last time I was on panel, can't remember who it was, but they were kind of resistant to me saying that the vaccines are for sheep and whatnot. They were really taken back by that. I can't remember who that was, but I think by the end of it, they might have at least taken a second look at their belief system about it. That was the one. Maybe you guys can recall. I think at least you were there, Chad. They were saying that just take a look around. You know, the nurses are.
Yeah, I know who that was. Fuck, I know who it was. I know who it was, and I know who it was, but no, I don't think he's. I know the one. I know the person you're talking about, but he jumped off because everybody was ganging up on him because we were all agreeing with you, and he got pissed off and jumped off. And I know who. Like I can't remember who. It was this guy that tends to think he knows everything. I can't remember his name, but I know who you mean.
There's so many of these names are so close to each other that, you know. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. He got pissed off because he was dead set he was right and you were wrong, and he didn't want to talk to you anymore, and he just left.
Yeah. And that's what happens for some people. And I'm expecting that. I'm expecting a lot of that. In fact, I was expecting a lot more of it than I seem to be finding even at this point, especially without like something more solid with the website and whatnot to showcase more with a backbone what I'm trying to get across to people.
Yeah.
Which is a good sign. So
I'll chime in it this way. And I have no problem saying it. When I first started listening to you and on panels that I started seeing one, I'm thinking this guy's kind of out to lunch, you know, and it was honestly what I thought at first. I honestly did, but as I listened more and going, you know, even just walking out my door and realizing, like, shit, Guru's actually right. Like, for fuck's sake, you know.
I know.
It made me think. It made me realize a lot quicker than you know, because I didn't have my blinders completely on. My blinders were, you know, hanging off to the side a bit, but they were still there. But I mean, they're like I threw those away months ago now. You know,
yeah, well, that's just it. It's, you know, people are not just going to throw away their whole life's belief system out the window in 2 seconds just because some guy that they never heard that calls himself New Guru on YouTube said something. You know, it just doesn't work that way. It takes really a good amount of listening and a little bit of maybe respect to be gained from understanding. I'm talking about things that aren't my opinion. I'm just speaking straight truths and whatnot, and stuff that you can correlate with just reality, and that takes time for people. I mean, you know?
But I mean, I would say to anybody that's listening right now, you know, take what he's saying and keep it in your head and look around when you go for a walk, even just to the store, and you see it. Like, you just see what he's saying is so true, and you realize it. Once you realize that, you know, you're on the steps to waking up. You know, like literally, you're on the steps to waking up. If you're already a somewhat awoken person, you're like, holy fuck, I've been burying my head in the sand. You know, I need to take my head out of the sand and watch what's going on around me, because I don't know. I don't know who's coming up at me.
Yeah. And then the other layers of people.
If my head's in,
they
if
gotta
my head's,
go on. Okay.
it's like your. I was saying. I was just going to say, like your quote of the day said. Take your head out of the. The quote of the day the other day there. Take your head out of the sand and look around. Realize stuff. Don't bury your head in the sand because to you drive up your ass. You keep in the sand.
I did chuckle with that one. That's my favourite, and that's I got to admit, that's got to be. I mean, I have a few favourites because there's a few that sort of make you go and then make you think, yeah. But that one, yeah, hit all buttons, ticked all boxes. I mean, I laughed even before I read it, just seeing all those asses in the air and the heads in the sand.
That's the one thing that I wish I got to see is.
I can see that I'm being fucked up the ass.
That's the funny part. It looks like a simple message going out to the random people of the world, but I'm speaking very directly to the reader.
Yeah.
That's
a good one. That's definitely one to be framed, I think. That would make a good T-shirt.
Oh no, it is. But I mean, in a sense, isn't that what your quote of the day is? You're sending a message to all of us that are reading it, no matter what. Keep
Yes.
Getting us to think a lot. Stimulating our already woken brains a little more further down the road to why we're woken, and why and why we're
giving more seeds. I'm doing.
Yeah.
Planting seeds for you, handing you the seed, and you decide you're going to plant that and make that a part of your belief system and understand reality, because there's seeds of truth and reality, right?
Yeah.
Every one of them.
I was actually telling a friend of mine about your that quote of the day there yesterday, and I said, and there was like 4 or 5 of us around, and I slipped it out. I slipped it out without actually saying the quote. Well, I can see how many ostriches we have around us right now. And my buddy goes, "What?" And I went, "Well, what do ostriches do when there's trouble?" He goes, "They bury their head in the sand." He goes, "Fuck that, Jesus, that's awesome."
And maybe the sheep aren't so much the problem; it's the ostriches we got to look out for. What kind of sound does an ostrich make? I gotta get that for my soundboard, I guess.
I don't know.
No.
Hold on.
And I've seen ostriches chase things down the road and stuff.
They look like cute little things. They're cute.
I don't even know what an emu sounds like either, saying that.
I wouldn't trust one of those things. Fuck that.
Yeah, they're eyeball to eyeball with you, man. They'll pick your eye out.
I'm sorry. Anything that looks like a bird that cannot run, that cannot fly, that's as big as I am.
Yeah,
bigger. Those things are huge.
Well,
Have you
a
seen
small one as big as I am. Same as
emus.
emus. Those things are nasty.
The eggs they lay are half the size of you.
Yeah.
Things. Yeah, there's some good ones. There's some really good ones coming up too. Quotes. I think I got probably all together now maybe about 80. Or between 80 and 100. 265 more to go, approximately. It's not hard to come up with them, though. It's just stuff that rounds off my tongue anyways. It's the same truth bombs that I put in chats.
I think so, and I know you put something on a.
Sorry, Chad, you roboted on that one, man.
Yeah, really bad tonight.
Yeah, you just sound quiet now. I think you're there. You're not close to the mic or something.
I'm here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I'm.
shit. We heard your something. That's it.
Sounds like it was wrestling with spirits. Come on, Chad. Fight it. Fight it.
If you're talking Chad, nothing of you're saying is getting through.
Check, check. Hello.
Yeah, you're there now.
Hello.
Hello.
You're there. Can you hear us?
I was looking. I was looking. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
There's your.
Now we can't hear you, man. You're gone again.
Do we make this a drinking?
There's your ostrich sound in private chat.
Oh. Oh, you found something. Okay, I'll have a look at that after. At the moment, it's
Yeah.
grazing time. But I'll check it out.
Fruity just walked in the door. Did she with the food?
No, it's a while ago. Got it set up.
Oh. Oh, okay. So she. Oh, okay. You just got your plate in front of you.
That's right.
Forest pick petals for you.
Prairie seems to like the quotes. She's giving me a reply back a couple times, thumbs up stuff. Wonder how she's doing. Last I
How is
heard,
she
she
doing
was.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
Last I heard, she might have been moving again or something. I'm not sure. Where she was at, she she couldn't have a good internet. That's why she hasn't been with us or whatever. I've only seen her basically once in chat in the last like month or so. That was in Invalids quite a while ago, and that's it.
Yeah.
Russian, I don't know what happened to Russian.
No.
I was going to invite Russian to be part of the group. I should invite Francine actually. Join. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
She's got more balls than half the United States.
Yeah.
Does.
Well, if she loses her channel, you know, be a good one for another one. You know, for a woman, I got more balls than 90% of you men. That'd be a good name.
Like seriously, she
Yeah.
gets
Yeah.
goes to the post office, gets towered over. I haven't even seen the video based on what she tells us. She gets towered over, picked up and thrown out the backyard. She gets up and dusts herself off like that's all you got, and she just continues, you know.
Yeah.
No problem. Gets her leg broken. Yeah, that's not going to throw me down. I still ain't wearing a mask. Fuck you.
Yeah, it's crazy over there. Absolutely. I mean, the things I see, I just think, just reminds me of the beginning. I'm thinking, what, this is still continuing? I mean, it's so relaxed. I mean, I've not witnessed anything like that over here. You know, there's cases of it at the start of certain people freaking out and stuff, but I mean, you see the occasional Wally with a mask on, but just to go into shops, I mean, we went out last week to a restaurant and no one was wearing masks. You know, not even the chef or anyone. It was just, you know, like things normal. It's just weird. And then I see things over, you know, Canada and stuff, and just like fucking hell. that would really fuck me off. Yeah.
I got a laugh. I got a laugh today. I was in at Tim Hortons picking up my green tea, and was out for a walk. I saw they grab one on my way home. So anyway, I always, because the fact is I knew I looked in and saw who was working, and it's like, okay, the mask Nazi's working. Okay, great. I got to put my mask on, or she's not going to serve me. So I put my mask on. I walked in, and this other couple walked in behind me, and they didn't have masks on. And she says, "Oh, next time you come in, you have to wear a mask, or we won't serve you." And the guy pipes up and says, "Well, what about those two people standing over there talking? They're not wearing their masks." "Oh, well, they're here. They're here waiting for their food." It's like, and I piped up. I said, "Well, I'm waiting for my coffee. Does that mean I can take my mask off?"
Yeah.
And she goes, "No, you have to keep your mask on." And I'm like, "Well, you better tell them to put their masks on too, Miss Mask Nazi." And then the manager was there. Then one of the managers was there. He goes, "Chad." I'm like, "I don't like people telling me what to do. You know that." I said his name, and he's like, "Yeah, you're right." And he goes, "Sir, gentlemen, could you please on? You know, you're not drinking your coffee. You're standing around talking. You're waiting for food. You're waiting for your food to be finished. You know, please wear your masks." And I walked out the door, and the two guys started fighting with him. I was just like, "Okay, whatever. I'm not going to stick around for this."
They went the wrong way.
But it was. What's that?
They went the wrong way.
Oh, exactly. They went the wrong way.
Instead of saying "fuck the mask," well, fine, everyone will wear it then.
Yeah.
Boy, if I was
Oh,
a
yeah.
capitalist, I would be right in the money right now. Fucking, I'd be opening up businesses left, right, and center. Freedom for all, no licenses. Holy shit, man. Wouldn't think twice about it. Fucking everybody who wants to come in. It's a free for all. In fact, if you're vaccinated, you're not allowed to come in. How about that?
Oh, you're such a radical. But I love it. Yeah. Yeah. I've even on my list
Oh,
of things that
I would.
there's a kind of not an exemption, but basically not allowing people that are vaccinated.
I would laugh my ass off if in 6 months' time it was completely the opposite. "Oh, you're vaccinated. You're not allowed to be anywhere. You have to stay in your house."
Yeah.
I mean, it's
There
not
will
gonna
be some of
happen.
that.
It's not going to.
Yeah, there's going to be some of that. Especially to some people. If you believe in the shedding thing, fuck, I don't want you to come into my building.
Yeah.
I'll say it this way with the shitting thing. I don't know if it's. I think that I don't know if that I don't know if I believe the shitting thing or not, but
I don't either, but some people do.
oh yeah, some people do. I'm like, yeah, well, you know.
At this point, I don't really see any of that. I see just people either non-vaccinated, denied, or everybody's allowed in.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. I liked. I was watching on Rebel. There's a pizza place. I don't remember where it is, but anyway, they had. They were literally bringing pizzas up to the street and giving slices of pizza. You know, pizzas to everybody, right? Didn't matter if you were vaxxed or non-vaxxed. Didn't matter. They had tables and chairs outside. You could sit outside and eat your pizza. Eat the pizza. And anyway, the cops come along, took all the picnic tables. What's the guy do? Goes and puts a bunch of milk crates out. You know, like showing a point. I'm not stopping. I'm continuing to do what I want to do. You don't dictate to me.
This was where? Sorry, I missed the first part of that.
It was on Rebel. Rebel News broadcasted it.
Oh,
it was a pizza place in the States called Freedom Pizza.
Yeah, you know what though? I hate to say this part, but when it comes to a private business, they have every right to say what goes and what doesn't in their own private business.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like a friend of mine that runs this friend of mine in town runs his own business. He's basically put he's basically put a sign on the door: no eat in, takeout only.
Let's see.
Because he looks at it this way: he's non-vaxxed himself. Okay, he's not going to get vaxxed because of his reasons, right?
Mhm.
Whatever his own reasons. I don't go into it; it's his choice, same as mine, right?
Mhm.
But he said the government's not going to tell me that I can't let somebody come into my restaurant and eat, no matter who they are. So come into my restaurant and eat.
That's the right way to do it. That's the
Yep.
It
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
make
no.
any business sense to go along with the government. It never did. That's why people are hurting in their fucking business, because they go along with it because they're operating as a franchise. That's why. And truth be told, as a franchise, it's whatever the government says is the rules of how you should operate the business. So if the government says we have a mandate that says we can't do masks in certain circumstances, you have to go along with that. Otherwise, you're breaking the contract of your license. It's that simple. This is where the problem lies. You open up the fucking business without a license. It goes to the same thing we're talking about earlier. Why do you need permission to do anything? Why do you think you need permission? Do you need a wipe your ass pass? You know, can't wipe your ass without some kind of permission slip. What's the difference between that and opening up a restaurant?
Mm-hmm.
And when you do that, undependently, to be semantically correct, self-sufficiently, you have no authority to ask to have any rulership checks to. You just do what you want to do. You know, I mean, if you want to go to the park, do you need to ask permission? It's going to get that way, though.
According to the government, yes. According to the government, yes.
Well, who do you got to ask permission to?
Exactly. Well, I agree with what you're saying, but according to the government, you do.
But who specifically? Who do you got to ask permission to? Where are they?
Exactly.
Does this government say
There's no guy.
accordingly?
There's no guy being paid to stand in the park, so you can't in the park today.
You know what I mean? It's a fiction, right? If your answer is the government, well, that's a word in a fiction. I want to meet this individual who I am supposed to ask permission from to do these things. I want to meet them. And I want to see exactly why I'm supposed to ask permission from them. Who specifically is this thing called the government? Who is that? The government, again, that's just a word. You got to ask the government for permission. Who? People just fall for it. These fiction.
Hello,
right?
Tiger. Epic's not at the moment.
Welcome, Eyes of the Tiger. So much of your life is spent asking for permission. You don't even think nothing of it. I do everything intentionally, legally. within reason and not to put danger to myself, but I will purposely make sure I walk through a red light or jaywalk.
Yeah.
The only thing I won't do is interfere with somebody else. That's not right.
Mm.
But I take command,
Well,
right,
it's
of
like
my own freedom. I don't need a fucking, just because this thing has a countdown and says, don't walk, walk. I don't need that to tell me when I can or can't cross this little thing.
And
like
even
everybody
pushing
else
that button,
standing there like little sheep, you know?
and even pushing that button
Right.
doesn't make the lights change quicker. They just
No.
change.
No.
So, you know, so there's no point in
All
doing.
that walk button does is let the stoplight, let the traffic lights that are sitting up above you know that somebody's standing there that wants to cross the crosswalk. That's all it does. Doesn't make it go any faster. You can sit. I get a laugh at people that sit there and they push it
Yeah, yeah,
until it changes walk, and then they're all happy with themselves because they made it turn to
yeah,
walk light. It's like,
yeah. I mean, we have pedestrian crossings that, yeah, you push the button and it changes the light. Yeah, but the actual lights where the
yeah,
crossroads, the four-way crossroad, yeah, it just doesn't do anything. And I just see people just standing there. You know, there's no cars even on the roads, and I'm like, dude, do you want me to fucking hold your hand across the road for you? It's just, yeah. Even my mum said it a few years ago. She's like, what's wrong with people? It's just like, you know, there's no cars coming, but they have to wait for that.
So let's say you
yeah.
you get spotted for jaywalking, something. Get a cop that pulls you over. You want to have some fun. You can let them write you a ticket if you want. And you've seen people, it's no problem if you don't have ID on you. You just tell them, oh, I didn't bring it or I lost it or whatnot. They know that that's just part of reality. And so when you don't give them actual government credentialed ID, you're now in a territory where you can make up any name you want. And they'll run it in their system. And as long as that name that you gave them doesn't match up to some kind of crime, you're fine. Today I'm Ernie Banfield. How do they know that's you or not or whatever? And it's up to you. If you want, you can be 200 different names or not. It's up to you to say that's legitimate or not them. All the fun you get to have when you operate in freedom. See?
Mm-hmm.
Just throw them for loops.
Yeah, you even got that in reality. I mean, I can go one direction into one place and I'm called a certain something there. And then I can go around to a group of friends and I'm called something completely different.
Right. Who is it? Who is it? Anybody's sole decision but yourself. What you're called, how you're called, when you're called, who you're called.
Yeah.
That's totally that's what freedom is, right?
Yeah, you wasn't born and this machine came along or someone, you know, done a hot hot ironed your backside with
right.
You know,
Came out with Graham tattooed on my ass, you know. And a number.
Yeah.
Right?
But yeah. Now you get this little certificate that your parents have informed upon you and can't use that piece of paper that apparently is you for identification, but it is you.
Yeah, that's not a valid ID. It's an ID I've had since the day I was born, so why is it not valid?
Yeah.
You know? It's like,
yeah, the bonded paper.
Their logic
their logic never makes sense, and they try to make you believe that their logic makes sense. That's the thing I always get a chuckle at.
Well, if they were to say something like that to me, well, that's not a valid ID. I would have to say, can you define what valid ID is to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And whatever they come up with, if it's anything other than whatever you say, and you know they're not going to say that, then the answer to that is why? Because you said so? You follow me with that? I'll run it by you one more time. If they say it's not valid ID, I say, well, define to me what valid ID is.
Yeah.
And if they say anything other than that's whatever you decide, because I'm the free individual who chooses all of that for myself, and you know they're not going to say that, whatever they say other than that, your response to that is why? Because you said so? Nobody's using this. Why? Because you said so? I want to see auditors start saying that. Why? Because you said so? You just put them on the spot as like they have to have some grounds now of, you know.
I find it even ludicrous that, you know, just some piece of paper with some words can identify the living, you know, original fucking thing that can articulate who the fuck they are. But this, this piece of plastic or piece of paper can identify you.
Well, all that is, it's just they make up, they can't have you sitting there in a system. You as a living being, you're running around free though, so they have to have some sort of marking tab. And of course, a marking tab is not the living you.
Yeah.
It's just another fiction, right? Just like a country is a fiction. Country is not sitting around. That's why I say, you know, show me Mr. Canada, show me Mr. City, show me Mr. You know, these are just fictions, ideas for tracking, for marking purposes. They're not real. That's why they're dead, because they're just made up. They're not alive. It's not like somebody's actually died or something, but symbolically speaking, that's why they're called a corporation, because they resemble something that's a fiction, something that's not alive, which would be a corpse, something that's dead. The opposite. It's just a semantic way to understand, you know, back in the older days, the difference between you and the ID that presents you in their system or whatever. But that's what's important to understand, is it's their system, their tracking system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what benefit could there possibly be for us in their tracking system? Nothing. There's no benefit for us in their system whatsoever. Why aren't we doing that to them? Why aren't we having an ID tracker system for them? That's what we should be doing. Right? They're our employees. We should be numbering them. That's our responsibility, not the other way around. But instead, we don't do nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Continue to go to work like a good little sheep as a franchise. with a little franchise number. Rightfully so, an obligation to pay contract fees and duties, synonyms for tax. Or a franchise fee. Same thing. What a tax is, it's a franchise fee. The worst part about it is it's not just on your labor, it's when you're going to buy food. You're paying tax on when you're purchasing now? Holy fuck. Or at a bank, you're giving the bank like money to hold on to for you, where they can take it and invest it and make like 17 trillion times the amount that it was worth on deposit. And instead of giving you something in return for that, like they used to at least give you a couple crumbs of interest, right? But now for your stupidity and arrogance, because you're so stupid to what they're doing, instead of giving you anything for that, no, what do? They charge you for it.
Yeah.
They charge you for the account. They charge you to use it, service fees every time you make a purchase.
Yeah.
You don't get no fucking interest anymore. You get your ass fucked. And
Yeah,
you
and
deserve it.
even with the bank name, it's not even really, you know, with me, it's GTB. It's like, that could be fucking anybody, you know. Could be Glenn, Barbara,
I mean, you look,
where's my correct name? You know, we need to do our own contracts, even with these bartering with these bastards. That's right. You know, if you're gonna have my money in your bank, that's right. I want to see some money back for when you use my money for investment.
Right.
Yeah, fucking right.
And
But we don't know nothing about contract law, so we just come in, sign the deal. We just want to get it done, and we lose out.
Yeah. You don't even read the fucking thing.
Yeah.
Sign it away and it's done. Here's the biggest lunacy part about that. Let's say just me, you, and Chad, we were to open up a little bank. And the way that banks make their money, the legitimate way, okay, never mind the fractional reserve part about it. Okay, just so we get somebody who comes into our bank and they deposit $100, and we take that $100 and we lend it to somebody else, and we charge an interest 20%, and so we made $20 off of that 100. That's the bare bones formula for how a bank is supposed to make their money. The stupid part about it is they're typically lending that $100 back to the fucking same depositors who came and put it in the fucking bank, charging them 20% on top of it, and then coming back, and once they get paid for it and put the deposit back into the account, now they're charging them again for having the fucking account and making the transactions on the same fucking money that was their own to begin with. The bank wins every fucking way with that. None of it was their own money. None. And they have no risk at whatsoever, because if you don't actually pay back that money, well, it was yours to begin with anyway. So,
yeah.
Right? And then on top of the fractional reserve. The fractional reserve. So now you're coming in and you're putting in a deposit of $100, and I can fictionally put some digits in my computer and say I have $1,000 and I can loan that out. Wow. And then when you pay it back, I get to keep that. Holy shit, talk about a way to mint your own money. That's a business, Ian. And what do you get for it? Fees. Yeah. And if we give you, what is it now, a fraction of a percent interest? And it happens to be over, I think, $10 a year. Now you have to claim it on your tax return. Fuck. Really? Holy fuck.
The thing I always laugh at in Canada, right? We if you win the lottery, you don't pay interest on the you don't pay taxes on the principal ever, but you pay taxes on the interest.
What do you mean?
So if you had 70, okay, let's say for example, Guru, you went out and bought a lottery ticket tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Say it was say it was for $70 million Lotto Max, which is the highest the Lotto Max goes in Canada.
No.
Right? You won, and you were the sole winner of that $70 million. Put the bank, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're not taxed on that $70 million, and you never are.
Right.
But you're taxed
In
on the
Canada,
interest.
right?
But you're taxed on the interest you make in Canada. Yeah.
Well,
But
what
in
was
the
the interest?
States,
that's called capital gains.
but in the States, yeah.
Certainly does.
But in the States, if it was let's say it was $100 million or $100 million, you win that $100 million, you're not getting that $100 million.
Nope.
Because you
And
pay
a big
because you
ding.
pay
I don't know what the
tax-
percentage is,
because you pay-
but it's pretty big.
Yeah, it is large.
Yeah.
It's like 75%, I think.
No. Nowhere near that amount. It's probably like 30 or something.
Yeah. But then you have to pay taxes. Then you have to pay taxes again on the money that you won on the following tax year. If you put it in the bank and just decide to live off the interest.
No. You would only pay taxes on the interest.
Yeah, you confused me there.
Yeah.
Yeah. You only pay like whatever you net after, right? Say it's $1 million. If you netted 700,000, that's yours to keep. But if you take that 700,000, it's no different than if you already had the 700,000. Whatever you make with money that you have is called capital gains. You're going to get taxed on capital gains.
Yeah.
Unless that's only if you're stupid, though. That's only if you don't work your finances outside of their stupid little box and even file their stupid little corporate fucking return tickets. It's supposed to be a return, you know that? You know what it's really supposed to be for? Yeah. This one's really going to bake your noodle, okay? The Corporation of Canada is supposed to be something that you, me, and it's a public. Somebody got this concept one day that, okay, we're going to, just like there's private property and public property, there's also private business and public business. Somebody got this idea that they said, okay, well, how about we set up a public business? And the public business is where we have everything in trust on behalf of everybody, and everybody has an equal share in it. And we're all wealthy from birth.
Yeah.
That was the original concept of a country.
Yeah.
Okay, so and that's what we all have actually equity in this thing called whatever. In fact, we actually all have equal equity to all public corporations on all continents.
Yeah.
So we are all supposed to be inherently getting the residual profit sharing of all of that.
Yeah.
All of us equally.
Yeah.
Right? That's a lot of money. But this is the politicians got smart and they said, you know what? We're going to make the owners, all the people, an employee. And so now that there's nobody left to take the profit sharing, we're going to share it. And that's why the politicians are fucking loaded the way they are. Okay? And a tax return was supposed to be a return back to you, not from taxes that you paid, but from the profit sharing itself in terms of taxes on import-export taxes for foreign nations that were using more than their fair share or whatever. They owe you for that. And that's a profit. It's just a business. And we were supposed to get equal share, equal equity share of that. That was the original concept of a tax return. Not this thing where a percentage of your fucking labor is supposed to be withheld. The reason why that happens is because you're looked at as a foreign fucking nation and you're using foreign what do you call it? Foreign resources. You're not looked at as a local and part ownership in this company. And so you're being taxed up the yin yang. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
Mhm.
So knowing your position
Yeah.
in things is really, really important. When you play hockey, you better know if you're playing center or goalie or you're a referee. Otherwise, you're liable to be done in pretty quick.
God, I think a few people need that fucking sort of analogy of using sport to
Right.
break the spell. Yeah.
All
Now
right.
you put
It's
that.
a
Yeah.
very good one. It's called capacity. Capacity is the position that you're playing in a game.
Yeah.
Now, understanding what capacity you're playing in, you know, that same thing when you go to court. When you go to court, what
Yeah.
position are you playing? Are you playing as the judge? Are you playing as, you know, the jury, or what's your position, right? That's how they get you semantically. And yes, they do use semantics that way. And yes, they do use the trickery methods, you know, of fictions and corporations and whatnot, and getting you to admit that you are that specific fiction in their system. You have joiner. That means you're responsible for it as a franchisee because you just admitted on record that you are. So they're just doing what you're telling them. Of course, you know, they don't know that you're stupid and ignorant and don't know any better. They just know what you're telling them. That's all. They're in the right to do what they're doing. Completely. That's the lunacy part about it, is you're completely doing it to yourself and sitting there whining that they're doing this to you, but you're telling them to do that. All of it. Every fucking crux of it. You have to stop telling to do. I was thinking about this earlier when you were talking about the court system, Graham, going in and you know, speaking to the courts and whatnot. Since when? I just had an epiphany earlier. Kind of had it before too, but since when did we ever have a system where one person gets to call themselves a judge and decides the entire fate of another man?
Yeah. Yeah, and
Since
that's
when
how
does
it
that
was
start?
supposed to be. That's right. The judge was there as supposed to be as a to guide the court, but it's all down to your peers will judge upon you. You know, people that know you, some that don't. Yeah, because the ones that know your character, were you out of character, or know it if you had problems, and
Right.
Yeah,
So why are we accepting this? We're accepting this. One fucking kook.
Technically, a bank deciding upon your fate.
Right. It is. Well, it's a business, is what it is.
Yeah.
It's a private business. You're entering into a private business. That's the problem. You stepped out of the public and you've gone into a private business, and you're negotiating and you're settling a dispute of contract.
Business. Yeah.
Right. That's what's going on. Because you believe it and because you agree with it. Right? And the problem is, the reason why you're going there is because right now there is no public. We've lost it. Where is our public administration? Where is our responsible what do you call that? Administrative remedy that we've set up for ourselves? Where's the public one?
That's it. You say to the common man, like, how do you serve papers upon someone or use that court? Oh, I have no idea. I thought that's there for me if I get punished or something.
Right.
But yeah.
Right. Yeah. You believe that is our public administration. No, it's not. That's their private. It's a total private fucking thing that they set up that they're using semantics to make it look like it's yours, but it's not. If it was mine, okay, and this is what you can do, because you can operate in the public anywhere you go. You just have to choose to do so. You're free to do that. So if there's this thing that based on all people are equal, this guy gets to fucking wear a black robe and he gets to decide that he gets to call himself a judge and he gets to decide the fate of this one individual. I can do that too. I'm going to put on a white robe and I'm going to put my tie on sideways and I'm going to call myself better judge and I'm going to decide your fate and decide what happens to you.
I love it.
And that's exactly what I do. I would walk in there with a white robe and I put my tie on sideways and I would say better judge or higher judge.
put my underwear over my head and
That's
stick
right.
2 pencils up my nostrils.
That's right. I'm the commando.
I could so see Guru walking into a courtroom saying, walking in completely naked. I'm a better judge.
Higher
Oh,
judge.
yeah.
I'm a higher judge.
Higher judge.
Or I'm the highest judge.
Mm.
Hmm? You see, what is this concept of a judge? Where did that fucking happen? We're judging people now? What gives me the fucking credentials to be a judge over somebody else? Because I said so?
Yeah.
How come I have what do I have this some divine intellectual wisdom status that was bestowed upon me from this divine creator that we all blindly believe in, that says I get to sit here and on behalf of divinity decide your fate and judge it because I said so. and you're going to pay me for it. I mean, shit, what are we fucking doing with these people? Why are we giving our power to these fucking loony bins? Even an inch of it, but we give so much credibility as if there's legitimacy to any of it. Just take a step back and look at how bizarrely insane the whole fucking thing is. Are we really going to accept a system where one man gets to decide solely the fate of some? I don't care what a person did. If they truly are even a criminal, that person still needs to have something a little more fair than fucking one man just saying, yeah, you get to go into the fucking chamber, the dungeon, we're going to cut your wrists off or whatever. I mean, come on. Just because he said so?
That's the other illusion as well, though, that being one man, it's that 1984 illusion where they've just got that picture of that dude. I can't remember what they called him, but they would think like that's the leader.
Big brother.
Who don't even fucking exist. It's just a figurehead. It's I don't know, a mascot, if you know what I mean. Someone to point the finger to, but behind the scenes, really, there's this, that, and the other guys that are all round in dark rooms making all the decisions and signing off on things, and we think, oh, Joe Biden's running it. And it's like, he's doing shit. It's just all puppets. It's just, I just see it as another form of soap opera.
That's exactly what it is.
Exactly.
Do you know what Joe Biden does? Do you know what Joe Biden does 95% of the time when he's not in front of a camera? Sits in his office, seeing how many times he can spin his chair around before he falls out of it.
Yeah.
And that's the same with any. That's the same with any country leader.
Yeah, and probably saying the words on the amount of millions he's probably made in the last week. Yeah.
Because they have no power.
These guys that are up there, they become millionaires, and it's like, well, what did you do to become that? And it's like, well, business deals and basically making money off the death and suffering of other people. Yeah. They're great people.
Aren't they?
Unbelievable. Well, yeah, that's it. All of it, they've all
and they're the same people that are put into those lower echelon powers, like being a judge and whatnot. The same fucking criminals. We're allowing that. We're the same fucking murderers and rapists and pedophiles and whatnot. They're fucking in positions of judgment, and we're gonna just sit there and that's okay. Literally, we have this at our feet right now, and we're all not. We're all just sitting there, fucking taking it.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with people? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the one thing that strikes a nerve with me.
The biggest jury against them, where there's millions of people that would just go guilty.
Well, you know how they have this thing, right? They're not allowed to be judge, jury, and executioner, right? Yeah. Well, guess what? We are.
Yeah.
We can be that. We can be all three because we said so.
And what
they
is
can't, but we can.
The law that says that you can't be judge, jury, and executioner. You know, basically what I class that as that's a trivium thing. That's input, you know, judge, you know, you're getting the information, jury, right, we're coming to conclusion, and execution is the, you know, the action of, you know, unfortunately you've done something quite bad and I've you know, weighed up the consequences and made a decision. Yeah.
Right. Now,
Yeah.
if you use the principle of the real law, which is the law of nature and the morale of do no harm, you get to be judge, jury. You have a moral obligation and duty to be judge, jury, and executioner all the time.
Yeah. In the jungle, who the fuck are you going to hang around for? Are you going to call? That's it. You know, if you come across, let's say, you know, because quite a few tribes people think of, you know, there's witches and vampires and stuff out there. You know, they deal with it themselves. You know, and or if there's some kind of, let's say, paedophile, they, you know, if there even is such a thing out in these tribes, sort of thing. I've certainly not come across it, but that's right. They don't call anyone. Who the fuck do they call? They
So
gather around and judge and jury and execute.
Right. So and that's how it worked in you know, the free jungle. Let's look at it that way from the get-go. And then what happened was this this tiger or this ape, whatever you want to call it, decided to get a little clever because he was trying to figure out shit. You know, he really wanted to do these crimes really bad. He wanted to be a rapist or whatever, but he knew that if he does that, he was going to get hung right away. So he decided to like try a manipulation tactic and convince the exact person that they wanted to rape that it was their obligation to take it, that they needed to pay for it, and that they were supposed to morally not take responsibility for it, but they were supposed to call the rapists themselves to come and defend them from themselves, the rapists. And it worked. You've got almost 8 billion people right now alive, and as far as I can tell, a good some 90% of them fit that description that I just said. It worked very, very well.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
And and what needs to happen is, as we're, instead of continuing to get our ass fucked like that, we just got to say, hey, wait a second here. No. I'm not calling you. Wait a second. You're the fucking criminal. I'm not calling you. I'm shooting you in the head. That's my responsibility. No more. Your preparation H didn't work very well anyway. And just be done with it. And you see, it's just going to take a few little things like that to ripple down, and their fear is so rampant that they're just going to back down because they know our numbers are. That's why they want to kill us off. See, that's why they want the genocide so bad. Because if they can get our numbers down, then they have a much better chance to control and do their ideas that they want to do. That's really what it's all about. Behind that, why they want that, I don't know. You know, there's a lot of guessing, but the point is that that's what they are going for. They're shooting for right now. And if we don't fucking kick them in the ass and stop it, they will succeed. We just sit there and let them do this to us like we have been for so long. They will succeed. In fact, we'll do it to ourselves as we are. There is no them. It's actually us. Even the people in the government or whatever, with the exception of maybe lizards and robots or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's still, if they're only giving directives, we are the people are the ones that are doing it to ourselves. All the cops, all the military, all the people in politics or whatever. Still just people.
There's another thing with the depopulation thing. It's you know, you would lose a lot of knowledge, so then they can come out with some completely new idea of history and how the fucking world is, and you know, and after a few generations that would become so, you know, they could say all sorts like, you know, if we all end up, you know, let's say that there's, what do they say, 50 million of us or whatnot, let's say after the big depopulation, and we're all in kind of like mega cities, and no one really talks to anyone from other cities, and everyone's in their own little clique, while they're out playing, and doing whatever the hell they could be doing, which would probably be a lot of bad hidden away from us. I mean, they could tell us all sorts of stories, create all sorts of, events and terrorist things to keep us under control and under fear. And yeah.
Like, you mean like what they're doing now?
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean,
all
it's like when I saw Metropolis, I was just, rubbing me chin going, I can see that. That's like now and, something that's about to happen. But yeah, when we lose completely in touch of, ourselves completely.
The way I see this, people already have, I mean, how close to this
is the back end and their sofa.
What's it? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And they think they're in touch with the pulse of the information and what's going on,
and we're so advanced.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We've got this technology now, and life is so easy, and we're so advanced, and our lifespan is getting progress further and further, and our health is better. Really?
Pile of shit.
Holy fuck! Have you taken a good look around? I mean, just go anywhere.
Yeah.
Take a good look around, and just at the general state of health of most people around you, and then also how many people now, at least if not themselves, know somebody that's relatively close, a friend or a relative or multiple friends and relatives that have all these common diseases that were not around 100 years ago. Cancer, died, kind of. And you're sitting here with all of that, and you're telling me that that's progress?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that you're told, if you just in blind faith believe the opposite, you would actually hit the money right on the nose without even having to know truth. Just flip it 180 degrees.
Yeah.
Pretty much everything they tell you is a 180 lie.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Crowley said it as well, do everything backwards, right backwards, even to walk backwards. I mean, even people still scoff and laugh as reversing the record players, but shit, I've seen enough, evidence of that where it's like, fucking hell. It's like, okay, I thought that was just urban bullshit myth, but, do hide. Yeah, turn it upside down, do a mirror image. Yeah.
Actually, that video that you posted, Chad and Graham, you said you posted the other day. I didn't see that at the time, but anyways,
the actual gentleman, he posts loads of good stuff. I've been following him for a while. Yeah.
That was the one about the lies.
Yeah.
Right. That's what got me to think today. Actually, I was like, okay, now, applying that to like the whole fictional things. And now I can help people conclude very easily that if you're holding on to your nationality, you're holding on to being a liar.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, describe what your nationality. I mean, let's say me for English. I mean, what are you thinking of? You mean a little while back you had the British Empire type stuff, and well before that you got Saxons, and it's just what are you trying to describe? That's it.
Show me one nationality that isn't foundationally predicated on lies.
Yeah, that's it. That's right.
So
I've got nothing proud to be off of England, with the fucking name of the East India Company and all the other bullshit this country. Well, I'm not blaming the country, but certain people of this land have pulled stunts upon other people on other lands. I don't, I'm not proud of those actions. I have love for the landscape and let's say the spirit of the people that live upon that land, and certain ideas, and the spirit of certain, let's say in quotes, law and ideological ideas of how things should be run. But yeah, it has all been taken over, spoiled. Yeah, but I certainly don't identify with that sort of corporate, none of that bullshit. Even to the big wars, it was just like, well, what the fuck were you really fighting for? Because you weren't fighting for what you thought you were. It was all big corporations and big deals going on, and unfortunately, it was, people that don't know each other fighting, while people that know each other making loads of money out of it. But when I first discovered that, about Prescott Bush and all these other companies, and finding out that, whilst British men and American men and Canadians and other people from around the world, are invading beaches, well, stuff's being pumped into fund and fuel those fuckers that they're fighting. My jaw dropped because, I've got family members that, fought in that war, and and we're told that Hitler was this big nasty man, and then I come across information about Churchill, and I'm thinking this guy is just as much as an arsehole as probably Hitler, and that finding out other things that we were doing just as much nasty atrocities than apparently what these, and even coming across certain things about the Holocaust that's made me even rub my chin and gone, yeah, I just don't know what to fucking believe these days. I can imagine, most of it's just shrouded in some kind of sort of bullshit mystery to hide the truth of what really, really went on. I mean, just using even just paperclip, the Nuremberg trials just seem to be just, theatre for something to make you think that, oh, the bastards got when the bastards really fucking escaped. A few were sacrificed, but but can't let these ones go. But those ones will let go. So it kind of looks like it's official.
Well, it's like it's like a little piece of history with my hometown here. Okay, we used to have a prisoner of war camp here.
Hi.
And one of the biggest prisoners in that prisoner of war camp, most famous prisoner you can possibly think of, was Leon Trotsky.
Right. I've heard of that name before. Yeah.
He and Stalin were the ones that had taken over and started communism in Russia.
That's bullshit. And that's gibberish.
Well,
there's no. Well, as soon as you have this thing called a country, and I was just about to make a point about this too a second ago, so it'll line into this. Immediately, as soon as you have this thing called a country, you have communism because they're synonyms. Okay? And I was just about to say, here's the crux. The most of all the semantical brainwashing and of all the semantical facades that people are caught up in, it's this idea that nationality represents freedom. And it doesn't. Nationality and freedom are oxymorons. The most oxymoron that you possibly can get. As soon as you have nationality, you don't have freedom anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that with religion. I mean, even the word really means to be rebounded, rebind. So, yeah.
And nationality means rules. Nationality means dictation. Yeah, nationality means synthetic structure. That's what a nationality is.
It is. It's another, indoctrination, religion, you can say. Yeah.
And it's a fiction.
Cult.
Somebody made it up, right? Yes, it is a religion. A cult.
Yeah.
Cult, religion, country, all synonyms.
Yeah. Yeah, of people being proud and looking down. That's what used to piss me off. That British kind of like, bloody
Patriotism.
dirty. Yeah, it used to fuck me off. What the hell gives you that kind of sort of, you know what I mean? And it's like these people are talking back to you in English, and you can't talk back to them in Spanish. You're the fucking thicko. You know what I mean? These people, you know, can speak a couple of languages. What do you speak? You can't even speak proper English. So I've got so much mass respect for so many other cultures, you know, and I just get so pissed off with our kind of sort of, you know, it's even like that with America as well, because it drives me with that USA, and it's like,
yeah,
God.
it seems to be the two nationalities that are the most overly patriotic seem to be America first and Britain second. From my observation of travels and whatnot, there could be others, I don't know, but I've been to quite a lot of different places. It does seem to be America's, you know, definitely Americans are number one. They're
People traveling from America has definitely helped. People like, you know, normal people from America who have traveled the world and met other people have certainly helped America promote America, where so many people look at America and, oh my God. But when you actually meet some normal Americans, you're like, right, okay, they're not like how we see off the TV, but you know, there's some out there that are, you know, like, you know, like, you know, you know, Paris Hiltons and stuff like that.
Yeah. But most of them are very much, I coined the term a flag muncher. Right? They have the goddamn fucking flag in their house or on their property, whatever, and that thing is like, it's their fucking flag of everything they stand for, their honor.
Even the correct flag as well, what I've discovered. I can't remember what they call it. I don't know, it's like the civilian peace flag or something, but the stripes come down and it's on a, there's, I think it's more.
They have ceremonies and fucking, you know.
As far as I know, the flag that is the American flag that we know is a military flag. So let's say you have a pole with that flag on your front garden. That means the military can use your front gardens as a military base.
I got news for you.
Little things like that.
Every single thing about nation is militia because it's about rule. So nation by default immediately from the get-go is military.
Yeah, it's like
rulership.
Yeah.
The whole thing, 100% about it. It's all military.
Crikey, I mean, you just look at Congress, you've got the American flag, and then on either side of it, you have a fasci, and they're Roman symbols.
And they're one and the same. Again, left and right paradigm, right?
Yeah.
See, this is the thing, and Rights for Vets was starting to go in the right direction with it. When people start to realize that there's a magician's trick being played here, the classic old watch the left hand and the right hand is doing it. What you're not getting is that the left hand and the right hand are a trick. Both of them are a fucking trick.
They're both. That's right. That's right. They're both.
And that there's more than just left and right, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what people aren't getting. It's like they're only looking at the two, and that's the whole universe. They can't get past that, you know. But both of them are doing a magician's trick on you, and you're the joke. You're the trick. Actually, you're doing it to yourself. You're tricking yourself. They're getting you to trick yourself with semantics, words.
Yeah. And celebrate the tricks during the year.
I stand on guard for I fight for freedom. That's an oxymoron. Fighting and freedom. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we were talking about earlier defending, right? That's not fighting. That's taking a defense stance for somebody who's...
I stand up for freedom is not, though.
You have to stand. You have to stand up to somebody who opposes your freedom. That's your responsibility. Do you see? Nobody else's.
Yeah.
Just like when a bully comes and he wants to railroad you, that's your responsibility to do something about that. Nobody else's.
Yeah. I wonder how
We-
long the actual
we-
term freedom has been about. You know, is it a new concept that's only been around for a few hundred years or so, or you know, was it always some kind of sort of, you know, I don't want to say right because, you know, but you know, a right to life. You know, everyone has some kind of right to.
This
You
is
know,
the thing about.
freedom. I'm trying to think of another word.
Yeah,
I'm
it's an
wondering if
interesting
you're
question.
thinking of another word. Yeah.
Interesting question. But the thing about freedom is like the rudimentary definition of is actually it's not a concept. It's a word used to describe nature. It is the law of nature, or it is nature. Nature is synonymous with freedom.
Yeah. That's what I say to like religious folk. That's where my God hides. It hides within nature. If you want to know where God is, it's, you know, hiding within the earth. You know.
So that's why we should be selectively careful with, like, we shouldn't call it a concept, because a concept is an idea. That's a fiction, and it could be something that could be changed or altered or whatnot or written over in our conceptual fiction ways. Nature itself, like a tree exists, that's not a fiction. What goes up must come down, that's not a fiction. Right? Freedom, same thing. It's a fundamental principle of nature.
So
by design, for example, if you want to take your left arm and lift it up in the air, do you have the freedom to do so?
That's right. Oh, it's just the gravity thing. I don't agree with if that's what you meant, Chad. But what goes up is a buoyancy thing. Same thing with sort of like water, but it just does, you know.
Yes, nature has its own agenda, and nothing you can do is ever going to override that. You get to work. You get to be free to work within nature. That's how nature is.
And that's what we say. There's rules within nature. That's it. Go within the water. After all, you're dead. But yeah, it's just this. That's it. You have to try and. We need to sort of create a new term for what you would, you know, like your rights and what you would say, like man's kind of like law guidelines, morals, if you know what I mean. And
we don't. We have a term that works perfectly. It's simple, one word: freedom. And with moral, do no harm except do no harm as an aggressor. Or in other words, except in self-defense. That's it. Those two things. It doesn't get any simpler than that. You could come up with another term, but it's going to be a synonym. It doesn't matter. As long as the understanding is understood, that's what counts, right? We can call things anything we want. It really doesn't matter. All we need to understand is we're here. We're in line with this life thing, whatever you want to call it, right? These are just words. And we're in line with that. And we have two choices. We can stay in line with it and things go great, or we can step out of line with it and things go to shit. And right now you're seeing what happens when you step out of line on a massive fucking scale. It's pretty goddamn fucking shitty.
Anyway, I'm enjoying the conversation as always, but I've got to run because I got to get some sleep because I have to be up early tomorrow.
Yeah.
I have
5 in the morning.
asked to go to, so.
Alrighty, boys. Well, I guess
we've
Graham,
been at this for almost 8 hours.
Almost 8 hours. 7:56. Oh, it says.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Epic was on, I think, over an hour before I jumped on, but anyway, so whatever, 7 hours.
Yeah.
That's a good day.
Yeah.
Freedom's
Alrighty, well,
where it's
have
at.
a good day, gentlemen, and
take care, Dave.
Yes.
You too. We'll see you on the next one, guys.
Peace.
Yes.
I'm out too. Cheers.
Take care.
Later.
Anyone in chat, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.
You take care.